Chapter 1651, Cultivation Level. Zhao Hai returned to his room but didn't enter the space. Instead, he took out the jade slip that Zhang Feng gave him and took a look. There was quite a lot of information inside the jade slip. After Zhao Hai scanned through it, he couldn't help but be surprised. He discovered that the levels of cultivation after the immortal stage were the same as the levels before it. In the great world of cultivation, the immortal stage levels were divided into 6. The levels were body strengthening, spirit enhancement, gold core, nascent soul, transcending tribulation, and then the extreme immortality stage. Each one of these levels were further divided into 10. As for the gold core, nascent soul, and transcending tribulation stages, they were similar to the inferior realms, with a few characters being replaced. But after further looking into it, Zhao Hai understood that although these 3 levels were similar in the world of cultivation, there was a huge difference between them. Back in the world of cultivation, in the gold core realm, there really wasn't any gold core created in the body. Zhao Hai only developed a gold core because of the special situation of his body. The other cultivators were just gold core in name. The same was true in the nascent soul stage. The gold core and nascent soul of the inferior realms weren't very good. Even if the cultivators felt that they had formed a gold core inside their bodies, it was nothing more than a void core, not a real gold core. Although the gold core and the void core had core in their name, the change in one character was a huge difference. The existence of a gold core allowed one to produce pillfire to attack their energies. It can even be used to nourish one's artifacts and even self-destruct to cause damage to the enemy. On the other hand, the void core merely provided the feeling that one had a gold core, and the greatest difference between the two was in regards to faith power. After Zhao Hai looked through the jade slip, he began to understand more the importance of faith power to cultivators. The possession of faith power was the dividing line between cultivators. If a severed soul cultivator didn't have faith power, then they can only progress to become ordinary immortal experts. Even if they took heavenly treasures, their lifespan can only be a few digits long. If that expert had faith power, then once they become an immortal expert they would be able to nurture their Dao avatar. As the level of Dao avatar becomes higher and higher, they can finally pass that stage and form a golden core. Then after breaking that core they can enter the nascent soul stage. Once they form their nascent soul, their lifespan would become at least 5 years. At this time, although the nascent soul can leave their bodies, it cannot go too far. If they left their body for a long time, the body would die. Then soon after, the nascent soul would dissipate without a body to nurture it. After the nascent soul stage was the transcending tribulation stage. After the baptism of tribulation, the nascent soul would grow up and become more solid. Then it would be able to leave the body for a long time. At the same time, the strength of the cultivator would greatly increase. Moreover, their lifespan would be 10 years. 10 years was about 10,000 years. With this lifespan, a person can be truly called an almighty being. And then the last level was the extreme immortality stage. Reaching this stage was extremely difficult. This was because a person needed to undergo the 99 tribulation 81. But after the tribulation, the person's nascent soul would become extremely powerful. His life would become 100 years. However, the extreme immortal stage was still a dream for multiple cultivators. After reading the jade slip, Zhao Hai couldn't help but sigh. The great world of cultivation was truly abnormal. They can actually reach 100 years. In other words, those beyond the extreme immortal stage can reach a lifespan of hundreds of thousands of years. Besides this information, the jade slip also had a map of the northern exotic province. The map not only included the overall outline of the province, it also showed the division of power between groups in the area. Even the forbidden lands of the province have been carefully labeled. Zhao Hai had Kaya replicate the contents of the jade slip. Then he gave her the task of investigating the information inside, especially the map. This was because the map also had information about the common techniques, crafts, and talents of the well-known sects of the province. Zhao Hai was sure that even in the Black Tiger Gang, There were only a few people who could get their hands on this jade slip. The contents of the jade slip was just too rich. One could see at a glance that it was a property of a high-ranked disciple. Zhang Feng handing it over to Zhao Hai showed how important he was. Zhao Hai stored the jade slip and let out a long breath. He didn't think that it wasn't only the 100 Treasures realm who wanted him, not because of his strength, but because of the universal processing machine. But this might mean that he would be an unhindered character in the great realm of cultivation in the future. Zhao Hai gently closed his eyes, but this time he didn't pay attention to the space. Instead he asked Care about the recent events of the 10,000 realm battlefield. Nothing great happened in the 10,000 realm battlefield recently. This was because the matters of the battlefield had been settled. The 100 Treasures realm has completely replaced the position of the Buddhist realm and more. This was because the 100 Treasures realm not only had the Buddhist realm's territory, it also had their original territory. It can be said that the 100 Treasures realm have become the largest power in the 10,000 realm battlefield. Although their foundations weren't as deep, it was only a matter of time before they caught up. As long as they were given a peaceful period, nobody would dare provoke them in the 10,000 realm battlefield. Besides the 100 Treasures realm, the world of cultivation was also prospering. The 100 Treasures realm knew very well that what they had today was because of Zhao Hai. Since Zhao Hai was from the world of cultivation, the 100 Treasures realm treated them well. The 100 Treasures realm had two reasons why they did this. The first reason was to let other people see how they treat those who contributed to them. The world of cultivation had Zhao Hai join the 100 Treasures realm, so they were given a lot of benefits. This would make others offer their geniuses to the 100 Treasures realm, since they already know that the 100 Treasures realm wouldn't treat them badly. The second reason was because the higher-ups of the 100 Treasures realm understood that Zhao Hai was currently taken by the Sky Tower. The Sky Tower alone had enough strength to suppress the entire 10,000 realm battlefield. This showed that the Sky Tower had a large backing. The Sky Tower was like the 100 Treasures realm to the world of cultivation, and with Zhao Hai's skills, the 100 Treasures realm believed that Zhao Hai would rise above others. If Zhao Hai develops in the future, then the 100 Treasures realm would definitely benefit. It must be known that Zhao Hai was someone who regards old friendships well. If Zhao Hai knows that the world of cultivation has been mistreated, then the 100 Treasures realm would certainly suffer. Therefore, the 100 Treasures realm made sure to treat the world of cultivation well, and facts showed that the 100 Treasures realm was right. People like Zhao Hai were like fireflies. Wherever they are, they will always shine, and Zhao Hai knew of these things. To be honest, he wasn't repulsed by the 100 Treasures realm's action. Although the 100 Treasures realm did it because they wanted something, it was still true that they treated the world of cultivation well. One couldn't expect everything to be perfect, and everyone wasn't a saint, especially for selfish cultivators. As for Zhao Hai leaving the 10,000 realm battlefield, this made the other realms relax. But even if that was the case, nobody still wanted to provoke the 100 Treasures realm. Without determining whether Zhao Hai was alive or not, nobody wanted to make a move. If they really attacked the 100 Treasures realm and Zhao Hai returned, then they would be eating a massive loss. Whether it was the Divergent realm or the Sword realm, none of them could guarantee that they could eradicate the Buddhist realm. However, Zhao Hai was able to slaughter them. This meant that Zhao Hai had the strength to eradicate any realm in the 10,000 realm battlefield. Those who provoked the 100 Treasures realm at this time would become the head of the snake. Instead, realms began establishing friendly relations with the 100 Treasures realm. Seeing that things were normal in the 10,000 realm battlefield, Zhao Hai was relieved. Then he turned his attention back to the space. Now, the faith power provided by the space was richer compared to before. However, he couldn't practice right now, because if he did, Zhang Feng would definitely find out. This didn't mean that it was bad for Zhao Hai to be discovered by Zhang Feng. In fact, Zhang Feng would even protect him. However, Zhao Hai doesn't like to show his cards. The reason why he revealed his ability was so that Zhang Feng would take him in. Although Zhao Hai didn't mind killing people in the life and death arena, he thought that it was unnecessary. If he showed too much on the stage, then it might lead to unneeded troubles. So Zhao Hai revealed his value to Zhang Feng so that his progress would be hastened. Chapter 1652. Winning Zhang Hao over. Zhang Feng was currently sitting inside his office. In his hand was the formation disc that Zhao Hai just fixed. He stroked the disc gently with a smile on his face. Zhang Feng was currently feeling ecstatic. He didn't expect the heavens to drop Zhao Hai into his lap. Zhao Hai's ability was very important for Zhang Feng. As long as he has Zhao Hai, he would be able to win more people and increase his influence. He can now be equal to those core disciples. Zhao Hai's ability to recycle and synthesize was very powerful. There was no shortage of alchemists and refiners in the great world of cultivation. However, alchemists and refiners with high yield were very hard to come by. In the great world of cultivation, no matter which stage they were at, they would need pills to assist them. However, the more crucial pills were very hard to refine. Moreover, the rate of their production was absurdly low. Even if you obtain the necessary materials, the end product isn't guaranteed to be made. Most importantly, the quality of these pills couldn't be easily dictated. There was a story spread in the great world of cultivation that was stuck inside Zhao Feng's mind. In the Central Orthodox province, there was once a disciple who had great cultivation talent. When he was going to break through to the golden core stage, he amassed 200 sets of medicinal herbs to make a pill. Then he found an alchemy master to help make the pill. But to everyone's surprise, the alchemy master wasted all but 2% of the materials. In the end, the genius cultivator went through his breakthrough without his pill and failed, losing the bright future in front of him. The genius cultivator committed suicide. At the same time, the alchemy master was a good friend of the genius cultivator. The death of his friend caused him to become insane. The brutal reality of the great world of cultivation could be seen from this story. If Zhao Hai was present, that person might not have committed suicide. With Zhao Hai, those waste materials would be recycled and the alchemy master would be able to try to refine the pill once more. No matter how many times he failed, the waste materials would still be recycled. With 200 sets of materials to make a pill, 200 pills would eventually be made. Not to mention the genius cultivator, even trash cultivators would be able to benefit from this. One could see from this point how Zhao Hai's existence could become crucial to cultivators. The presence of Zhao Hai meant that there would be an inexhaustible amount of materials to be made into pills and artifacts. No cultivator would be able to resist it. In the past, because of his identity, it was impossible for Zhang Feng to win over those high-level alchemists and refiners. All of these people looked down on inner disciples and only had their eyes on core disciples. It was for this reason that Zhang Feng didn't even have a great alchemist and refiner on his side. Now that Zhao Hai appeared in front of him, Zhang Feng's happiness could reach the heavens. After some time, Zhang Feng received the disc. Then his brows wrinkled. Zhao Hai was very important to him, but he needed to protect Zhao Hai and hide him from others. This would be his biggest problem right now. Besides Zhao Hai and Zhang Feng, Zhang Hao also knew about Zhao Hai's ability. If Zhang Hao wasn't taken care of, then Zhao Hai's ability would no doubt be exposed. The best way to keep a person from revealing a secret was to bury them into the ground. Although Zhang Hao's position in the sect wasn't that great, his position was still important. If he suddenly died, the Black Tiger Gang would definitely investigate. It must be known that the people of the Darkness Hall couldn't be trifled with. They have people in every corner. If an outer disciple in an ordinary position was killed, then it might be let go. However, outer disciples that manage battle slaves were different. These people frequently interacted with the outside world. If they died, then the first people the gang would suspect would be other sects. Moreover, Zhang Hao represented Zhao Hai. If Zhang Hao suddenly disappeared, the sect would definitely look into Zhao Hai's situation. But if Zhang Hao wasn't taken care of, things would become more troublesome. Zhang Feng didn't know whether Zhang Hao would tell other people or not. Since killing Zhang Hao wouldn't do, then there's only one thing Zhang Feng could do, and that was to pull Zhang Hao to his side. Zhang Hao wasn't very strong nor was he talented. Even if Zhang Feng wanted to deal with people, he still wouldn't get Zhang Hao to his side. But in order to keep him silent, He needed to take Zhang Hao in. Zhang Feng knew that if he really wanted to win Zhang Hao over, then Zhang Hao would definitely agree. Zhang Feng was the top inner disciple of the sect while Zhang Hao was just an ordinary outer disciple. Zhang Hao would be insane if he declines Zhang Feng's invitation. Moreover, there was Zhao Hai, this huge secret weapon. With Zhao Hai, Zhang Feng knew that Zhang Hao wouldn't be able to do anything, and Zhang Hao wouldn't dare use this opportunity to increase his status. Zhang Hao should know full well that even if he revealed this information to the core disciples, it wouldn't bring him much advantage. Zhang Feng might not be able to do anything to the core disciples, but dealing with someone like Zhang Hao wasn't a problem. After thinking about it, and being certain of the outcome, Zhang Feng said, "Zhang Hao, come into my room." Zhang Hao was nervous. Although Zhao Hai's ability seemed average, it wasn't worse compared to other high-level abilities. Anyone would want to groom Zhao Hai. On the other hand, Zhang Hao was someone with no talent nor background. It was impossible for him to move up. Originally, Zhang Hao didn't think much about Zhao Hai's ability, but once he pondered it over in his room, Zhang Hao began to sweat heavily. Zhang Feng's feud with the core disciples wasn't a secret, and Zhao Hai's importance to any cultivator was apparent. Zhang Feng will definitely want Zhao Hai under his umbrella, and Zhang Hao was the only person besides the two who knew about this secret. Zhang Hao was afraid that he would suffer a bad end. The more he thought about it, the more afraid Zhang Hao was. Zhang Hao sleeplessly sat in his room. He was a small figure among outer disciples. He might be able to act mighty in front of Luo Ying, but he knew that he had no future. In Zhang Feng's eyes, Zhang Hao was a mere ant. If Zhang Feng wanted to kill him, it was a matter of waving his hand. And Zhang Feng wanted a secret to be kept. It was very possible for Zhang Hao to be killed. Thinking of this, Zhang Hao wiped a cold sweat. He knew that running right now was useless. Even if he ran, Zhang Feng could still find people to chase him down. Although Zhang Feng wasn't as strong as the core disciples of the sect, his influence was still quite substantial. Otherwise he wouldn't have been able to hold on to his current position. At this time, Zhang Hao heard Zhang Feng's voice. As soon as he heard it, Zhang Hao felt his head buzz. He knew that he was done. It took quite a while before Zhang Hao calmed down. He took 2 breaths before going outside. He was too close to Zhang Feng, so even if he wanted to run, he couldn't get out of Zhang Feng's reach. It was better to just face Zhang Feng. Upon arriving outside Zhang Feng's room, Zhang Hao said, "First senior brother, it's Zhang Hao." Zhang Feng replied, "Come in." Zhang Hao pushed the door open. When he was in front of Zhang Feng, Zhang Hao gave a salute and said, "May I know why first senior brother called me over?" Zhang Feng looked at Zhang Hao and smiled faintly. To be honest, he had some appreciation towards Zhang Hao. Naturally, this wasn't because of his strength nor talent. Instead, it was Zhang Hao's management ability. Zhang Feng knew how to manage people himself, so he could recognize those who were good at this kind of work. Most cultivators don't need to know how to manage people well, nor do they need to flatter everyone with enough strength. Instead of flattering people, those people would flatter you themselves. Zhang Feng has to recognize Zhang Hao's ability to manage the battle slaves. Zhang Feng replied, "Zhang Hao, I called you over because of Little Hai's situation. You should know what Little Hai's ability represents. This information shouldn't be revealed. After this, you will be Zhang Feng's disciple brother as well as Little Hai's. Only you and I know about Little Hai's ability. I will give you an opportunity right now. Do one thing for me, and as long as you can do it well, I will cover for you in the future. What do you think?" Hearing Zhang Feng, Zhang Hao couldn't help but stare. Then his face lit up with happiness. He knew clearly what Zhang Feng was saying. Zhang Feng wanted to win him over while it was also a threat. Even though he didn't understand the entire thing, it was clear that he wouldn't be killed. Not only that, he also gained a huge backing. This was very important for an outer disciple. Zhang Hao didn't have any objections. He kowtowed to Zhang Feng and said, "I ask first senior brother to tell me what you want me to do. As long as it's within my abilities, I will go through fire and water to complete it." Zhang Feng looked at Zhang Hao and couldn't help but smile. He expected Zhang Hao's response. Then he said, take my token and arrange Zhao Hai's promotion to the outer sect. It's best if you can arrange a place for him where nobody would pay attention. The fewer people he would come in contact with, the better. Moreover, you shouldn't bring any attention to yourself. What do you think? Can you do it? Zhang Hao stared, then he stood up and said, First senior brother can rest assured. I will complete it. Zhang Feng smiled and said, All right, go. After he said that, he took out a jade token and threw it towards Zhang Hao. After receiving the token, Zhang Hao gave a salute before leaving. Zhang Feng looked at Zhang Hao's back and smiled as he said, Let's see how he completes this task. It would be good if he did well. The conversation between the two was heard by Zhao Hai. He was quite surprised by Zhang Feng's response, but Zhao Hai soon figured out why Zhang Feng did so. He couldn't help but smile as he said, I didn't expect to become such a sweet potato. But this is also good. I can observe the world more carefully in a quiet place. I believe Zhang Feng wouldn't treat me badly. He wasn't only talking to himself. Kair and the others heard him as well. Zhao Hai's current understanding of the Black Tiger Gang and the great world of cultivation was as thin as paper. In this case, he was restricted in his actions. It's better to stay in the Black Tiger Gang under Zhang Feng's arrangements. As an outer sect disciple, he can slowly learn about the Black Tiger Gang. It wouldn't be too late to make his moves when the time comes. Also, Zhao Hai didn't dislike Zhang Feng's arrangement. On the contrary, Zhang Feng's plan would save him a lot of trouble. Zhao Hai wasn't afraid that Zhang Feng would force him to refine pills and artifacts. This was because Zhang Feng needed him. Zhang Feng wasn't foolish enough to kill the chicken to get the eggs. Zhao Hai now wanted to know what kind of status Zhang Hao would assign him. In any case, Zhang Feng no longer staged fights for Zhao Hai in the life and death arena. Zhao Hai rested in his room for the next several days. Zhang Feng also didn't summon him. He didn't want Zhao Hai to attract too much attention, but he still frequently used the double shadow mat to look into what Zhao Hai was doing. He also mobilized everything in his ability to see what Zhang Hao was up to. He was afraid that Zhang Hao would reveal the secret. If Zhang Hao did, then Zhang Feng needed to be prepared to deal with the consequences. Zhang Hao didn't return for 10 days, but through Zhang Feng's surveillance system, he received information about Zhang Hao's moves. Zhang Hao didn't betray Zhang Hao nor did he attract any attention. In fact, besides buttering up to other outer disciples in the Hantiman Hall, Zhang Hao didn't do anything else. This caused Zhang Feng to be curious. He wanted to know what was inside Zhang Hao's mind. Chapter 1653, Assignment. Zhang Hao was now in the office of an elder assigned in the Hantiman Hall. The elder wasn't very strong at only the gold core stage. Because of his age, going further with his cultivation was hopeless. Because of this, the Black Tiger Gang assigned him his current position to manage the hall's disciples. Although he wasn't too influential, nobody wanted to offend him. Naturally, with his age, this elder also didn't want to offend anyone. If he has time, he would help the younger generation and assist his family. The elder was old and his hair and beard were all white. He was surnamed Hu, so people call him Elder Hu. This elder was always kind to others and smiled at everyone. Despite his kindness, his management ability was strong and he handled things systematically. At the same time, his actions were measured. He did things he should do and didn't do things he shouldn't do. Because of this, he was quite a good figure in the Hantiman Hall. Zhang Hao stood in front of Elder Hu. Despite being in the golden core stage, Elder Hu wasn't arrogant at all. He smiled at Zhang Hao and said, Little Hao, why did you visit? Do you need anything from me? Didn't you follow your first senior brother to handle the battle slaves? What happened? Did you offend him and get sent back? Zhang Hao forced a smile and said, Elder Hu, I hope you are well. I won't dare offend first senior brother. I am indeed here to ask you for something. After he said that, he showed Zhang Feng's token to Elder Hu. Elder Hu's expression unconsciously changed when he saw the token. He discovered that the token belonged to Zhang Feng. It seems like Zhang Feng sent Zhang Hao for an errand. Elder Hu's expression turned serious as he said, So it's the first senior brother's business. Then this little old man will take care of it. May I ask what his orders are? Although Elder Hu's beard was already white, He still called Zhang Feng his title of first senior brother. This was because strength defined status in the great world of cultivation. Elder Hu was only at the Gold Core stage while Zhang Feng was at the Nascent Soul stage. In this case, he naturally had to address Zhang Feng with the correct title. Zhang Hao looked at Elder Hu and said, "Elder Hu, I don't know if you have heard, but our Black Tiger Gang has been quite famous in the Fire Mountain Life and Death Arena recently." Elder Hu nodded and said, "I heard about a new battle slave that's very strong." He was able to defeat his opponent easily. He brought great fame and prestige to the Black Tiger Gang. Zhang Hao forced a smile and said, "This is the issue. Zhao Hai is very strong. It can be said that it's not impossible for him to achieve 100 victories. But because he's a newcomer, nobody favored him in his first fight. His victory caused first senior brother to lose a lot. Others in the gang also lost a lot. First senior brother doesn't want Zhao Hai to become famous. Because of this, he made an impression to promote Zhao Hai to the outer sect ahead of time. Then he would be given an idle post so that people would forget about him as soon as possible." Hearing Zhang Hai, Elder Hu couldn't help but criticize deep inside. He was aware of Zhao Hai and he knew that it wouldn't be difficult for him to win 100 battles. Entering the sect with 100 victories would mean that Zhao Hai would be treated well. But in his first battle, Zhao Hai caused Zhang Feng and the others to lose a lot. Due to this, people naturally wanted him out of their sights. They wanted to kick Zhao Hai to the outer sect and assign him an idle position so that he would be buried and forgotten by everyone. If Zhao Hai entered the Black Tiger Gang ahead of time, then his future would be cut off. Elder Hu also scolded Zhang Hao inside for being insidious. However, he didn't think about it for long. Things like these were very common in the great world of cultivation. It wasn't a unique situation. Although Elder Hu pitied Zhao Hai, both were strangers to each other in the end. Moreover, Zhao Hai offended Zhang Feng. So Elder Hu nodded and said, "All right, arranging him to enter the outer sect early isn't a problem. But where does first senior brother Zhang plan to assign him?" Zhang Hao smiled at Elder Hu as he said, "How about the Ignored Valley? Old man is getting old. I heard that his family wanted to take him back, so the valley needs someone right now. What do you think?" Elder Hu quickly felt a cold sweat going down his head. At the same time, he inwardly cursed Zhang Hao for being ruthless. The Ignored Valley was an extremely remote place. It would take years before people would visit it. Most importantly, it was a place where waste ingredients from pill making and artifact refining were thrown into. The Black Tiger Gang has an army of alchemists and refiners. The amount of pills and artifacts they make each day was massive. Naturally, this meant that their waste materials were equally as huge. There were people whose job was dedicated to collecting the waste materials and delivering them to the valley through a transmission formation. These people would just exit the transmission formation and dump the waste before leaving. In other words, the people dumping the garbage wouldn't necessarily see the ones guarding the valley. The name of the valley was also given afterward. The origin stemmed from the fact that people didn't care about what was in the valley. Another reason was that the alchemists and refiners didn't want to see what was in the valley. Thirdly, the people sent to guard the valley were being shunned and treated as invisible. People sent to the valley would never be promoted. There was a saying in the Black Tiger Gang that states, "Killing wasn't the worst thing you can give your enemy. The worst thing was sending them to the Ignored Valley and letting them rot their lives away." Old man that Zhang Hao mentioned has been in the Ignored Valley for hundreds of years. Being in the Ignored Valley, it was already impossible for him to enter the Gold Core stage. His lifespan has been exhausted. He was now going to elderly care. Elder Hu was always anxious thinking about who he would send to replace Old Man. He didn't expect Zhang Hao to help him solve the problem. Elder Hu let out a long breath and said, "All right, then it's settled. First senior brother can send him over as soon as possible." Zhang Hao bowed and said, "Thank you, Elder Hu." "I'll go back and report to first senior brother. I heard that Elder Hu's little grandson has innate talent. I'll try to give a few good words to first senior brother." When he heard Zhang Hao, Elder Hu's eyes lit up as he quickly replied, "Thank you." Junior brother, I hope that you can relay some good words for me. I will be forever thankful. Elder Hu was a gold core cultivation while Zhang Hao was at the foundation establishment, and with their age difference, it was enough for Zhang Hao to call Elder Hu his martial uncle, and yet, Elder Hu addressed him as junior brother. It was clear that the effect of Zhang Hao's words was quite big. This wasn't to say that Elder Hu was flattering Zhang Hao, he was just taking things as they were. In the great world of cultivation, a lot of cultivators had their clans behind them. Some of these clans existed for a long time while some were newly made. The clan that Elder Hu belonged to was a very ancient clan. However, Elder Hu's line was just a branch of the clan that had completely separated themselves from the main family. In terms of classification, his line could be considered as a small clan. Elder Hu's son wasn't a spectacular cultivator. He had enough talent to stay in the Black Tiger Gang and preserve the status of their clan. However, Elder Hu's grandson had cultivation talent. If he was trained well, he would reach a very high level. Elder Hu understood this point, but his position held as much influence as a cup of water. So even if he wanted to cultivate his grandson, he wouldn't be able to support him very far. But if Elder Hu's grandson went under the umbrella of Zhang Feng and got cultivated, Elder Hu's entire branch would prosper. This was Elder Hu's strongest wish. Therefore, he couldn't help but be excited when he heard Zhang Hao's words. Zhang Hao looked at Elder Hu's expression and nodded as he said, I will try my best. But Elder Hu, first senior brother, doesn't want people to know of this matter. We need to move Zhao Hai as soon as possible. Moreover, we didn't have this conversation. Elder Hu nodded and said, rest assured, I wouldn't dare neglect first senior brother's affairs. Moreover, I'm old, I forget a lot of things. His gaze met Zhang Hao's eyes and they both laughed. Zhang Feng didn't know what Zhang Hao's plan was. Elder Hu was the last person that Zhang Hao met. He also visited other elders, but as to what he said to them, Zhang Feng didn't know. As Zhang Feng was handling his usual matters, he suddenly detected fluctuations from the transmission formation. Before long, Zhang Hao reached Zhang Feng's office. But before Zhang Hao could knock, Zhang Feng said, come in. Zhang Feng looked at Zhang Hao and said, how did it go? Zhang Hao replied, it's going well. I visited several outer sect elders. Moreover, I already registered for Zhao Hai. He's now an official outer disciple of the Black Tiger Gang. This one also arranged his designation with Elder Hu from the Hantyman Hall. Zhang Feng looked at Zhang Hao and asked, what is his assignment? Zhang Hao laughed and said, Ignored Valley's watchman. When he heard Zhang Hao, Zhang Feng couldn't help but stare. Then his eyes shone as he laughed as well and said, good, good. Ignored Valley's watchman. Zhang Hao, you made the perfect choice. Ha ha ha. Zhang Hao replied, but I also promised Elder Hu something. His grandson has good talent. I told him that I would say a few words on his behalf for first senior brother. Zhang Feng waved his hand and said, no problem. Take a rest first. I will pay attention to this matter. Zhang Hao nodded before leaving. Chapter 1654, Taking Post. Zhao Hai blankly stared at the garbage-filled ignored valley in front of him. He didn't know what to say. Back in the 100 Treasures realm, he was tasked to clean up garbage. He didn't expect to do the same in the Black Tiger Gang. As he thought of this, Zhao Hai couldn't help but remember what Zhang Feng told him. After calling Zhao Hai over, Zhang Feng explained the arrangements made for him. Actually, after hearing Zhang Feng and Zhang Hao's explanation, Zhao Hai didn't think much of it since he didn't know what kind of place the Ignored Valley was. As soon as he heard from Zhang Feng what the Ignored Valley was, Zhao Hai stared. He discovered how important his ability was for someone like Zhang Feng. Zhang Hai also knew the reason Zhang Hao chose this position for him. This was a place where nobody would see him. Before long, people would forget that he existed. Then in this place, Zhao Hai can slowly turn the waste materials into useful ones that Zhang Feng could use to win over other people. Naturally, Zhang Feng knew that he couldn't treat Zhao Hai unfairly. He would give Zhao Hai everything he needs. Zhang Feng would also take care of any cultivation methods that Zhao Hai required. He would also ensure that what was given to Zhao Hai was the best that the Black Tiger Gang could offer. Zhao Hai knew that it was now useless to oppose Zhang Feng's arrangement. Although Zhang Feng has the same aura as the Kanjian Buddhist, Zhao Hai could feel that he was much more powerful, and it seems like Zhang Feng took his token out in order to make Zhang Hao arrange this post for him. This explained how influential Zhang Feng was in the Black Tiger Gang. If Zhao Hai fell out with Zhang Feng at this time, he would definitely experience hardships. Most importantly, if Zhao Hai did something unfavorable in this place, the repercussions would reach the 100 Treasures realm. Also, it would be better for Zhao Hai if nobody paid any attention to him. The waters of the great world of cultivation were very deep. Zhao Hai would need time to observe it. Only after that would he make any plans on how to go forward. Also, Zhang Feng showed Zhao Hai how much he was valued. Not only did Zhang Feng build a special transmission formation in the Ignored Valley, he also gave Zhao Hai some manuals. Although these manuals wouldn't be useful for him, Zhao Hai still knew that they were high quality as soon as he read them. After Zhang Hao led Zhao Hai to Elder Hu, he was immediately kicked to the Ignored Valley. The old watchman already went home for retirement, so Zhao Hai saw nobody when he arrived. Originally, Zhang Hao wanted to follow Zhao Hai to the Ignored Valley, but this caused Elder Hu to have suspicions. Therefore, Zhao Hai entered the transmission formation on his own. But at the same time, Zhao Hai left a silver needle in Zhang Hao's body. After Zhao Hai went to the Ignored Valley, Zhang Hao went to Elder Hu. Elder Hu politely asked Zhang Hao to sit down before he said, "Junior brother, how is my arrangement?" Zhang Hao looked at Elder Hu and knew what the old man wanted to hear. Zhang Hao smiled faintly and said, "I'm satisfied, Elder Hu. Rest assured, this Zhang Hao will not deceive you." Tomorrow, during the outer sect selection, let your grandson come. First senior brother ensured that he would enter the Black Tiger Gang as an outer disciple. Moreover, he will be looked after. Hearing Zhang Hao, Elder Hu's face couldn't help but light up with happiness. He quickly replied, "Thank you, junior brother. Please express my gratitude to first senior brother as well." "Brother, how do you want to deal with Zhao Hai? Do you want me to make things harder for him?" Zhang Hao's expression changed when he heard Elder Hu. He was aware of Zhao Hai's value in Zhang Feng's eyes. If Elder Hu touched Zhao Hai, the consequences might be unimaginable. Therefore, Zhang Hao quickly said, "No good." "Absolutely not. Elder Hu, remember to not do anything to Zhao Hai. Don't even interact with him. Otherwise, things wouldn't be great for you." Elder Hu looked confused at Zhang Hao. He didn't know why Zhang Hao reacted so strongly. Seeing Elder Hu, Zhang Hao knew that the other party was suspicious. But he needed to make the matter clear to Elder Hu, otherwise things would become troublesome. He took a deep breath before beckoning Elder Hu closer. Elder Hu stared for a moment, but he went closer to Zhang Hao. Then Zhang Hao said, "Elder Hu, first senior brother already gave word that he will take care of your grandson. He might even receive him as a disciple in the future. And since we aren't strangers to each other, I'll make it clear to you. You absolutely cannot touch Zhao Hai. What I said to you before is just a pretext. In fact, first senior brother values Zhao Hai very strongly. He wants Zhao Hai to become an outer disciple as soon as possible so that other people wouldn't snatch him first. He placed Zhao Hai in the Ignored Valley so that he would be out of people's eyes. First senior brother values Zhao Hai more than you and me. If you offend Zhao Hai, then first senior brother will not let you off. First senior brother regards this matter very importantly. Don't tell anybody about this, even your closest family and friends." Elder Hu spent his entire lifetime in the Black Tiger Gang, so he has seen all kinds of matters. Moreover, he has a clear understanding of the gang's internal structure, so he knew that Zhang Feng had a grudge with the top 10 core disciples. He also knew why Zhang Feng collected talents and sent them to places like the Ignored Valley. Thinking of this, Elder Hu couldn't help but wipe a sweat. Fortunately, he clarified this matter. If he did something that shouldn't be done, then he wouldn't even know how he died. Elder Hu hastily replied, "Junior brother, Rest assured, this old man knows what to do. I certainly wouldn't make a mess of First Senior Brother's matters. But Junior Brother, what you said about First Senior Brother accepting my little son as a disciple, is that true? Zhang Hao looked at Elder Hu and smiled as he said, Elder Hu, let me tell you this, your grandson's future will have a lot to do with Zhao Hai. First Senior Brother has a reason why he sent Zhao Hai to that place. As for the reason, there's no need to ask and there's no need to know. You also don't have to please Zhao Hai. As long as First Senior Brother's task is done well and as long as your grandson's talent isn't bad, then First Senior Brother will accept him as a disciple. He would even assign him a post that's better than yours. Do you understand? Hearing Zhang Hao, Elder Hu understood. He replied, I understand, Junior Brother. Don't worry, this old man will manage this matter well. Zhang Hao nodded. He gave Elder Hu a salute before leaving. Seeing Zhang Hao leave, Elder Hu let out a long breath. Then he felt curious about Zhao Hai. He wanted to know what kind of person he is and why Zhang Feng attached great importance to him. He had seen Zhao Hai, but he looked ordinary, so he didn't understand why Zhang Feng valued him this much. Although he was curious, Elder Hu didn't even think of seeing Zhao Hai. He learned after spending a lifetime inside the sect that curiosity could kill a person. Whether Zhao Hai offended Zhang Feng or he was being valued, it was not his business. As long as he completes the task, that is enough. Zhao Hai cleaned his residence in the ignored valley before returning to the space. Before entering the transmission formation, Zhao Hai left behind a silver needle in Elder Hu's place. It must be known that the ignored valley was very far from the Black Tiger gang. With his surveillance centered in the Hantyman Hall, he would understand the sect bit by bit. Zhao Hai was very careful because he knew that the sect had a lot of experts. Moreover, these experts had faith power. Although they don't have as much as Zhao Hai, it was enough for them to detect the silver needles. Zhao Hai now felt the impact of faith power. To him, it made things more troublesome. He can monitor Zhang Feng and Zhang Hao because these people weren't wary of him. If it were other people, it wouldn't be as easy. Zhang Feng was an Asan Soul Immortal expert. He's very strong and the amount of faith power he had was quite a lot. It was already hard for Zhao Hai to observe him. It was good that he had Zhang Feng's trust. Otherwise he wouldn't be able to do it. Zhang Hao, on the other hand, was just at the foundation establishment stage. Moreover, he wasn't an inner disciple, which meant that he didn't have faith power. This made observing him much easier. Only a few people in the Black Tiger gang's outer sect had faith power. Only the elders had it. This made it easier for Zhao Hai to observe the outer sect. As for the inner sect, it would be much more troublesome. Inner disciples had faith power which allowed them to detect the silver needles. However, Zhao Hai wasn't too worried. There were a lot of outer sect disciples in the Black Tiger gang, not to mention the amount of serving disciples. Monitoring all of them would take some time. Chapter 1655. The enormous Black Tiger gang. The Yin Valley Life and Death Arena is quite famous in the great world of cultivation. Present in the valley were intense yin winds that would freeze even a gold core cultivator's golden core. Falling into the valley would spell certain death. As for the battle slaves fighting in the Yin Valley Life and Death Arena, they would be killed as long as they were blown by the wind. Also, the yin wind in the valley appeared irregularly. Sometimes it would be strong for a few days, sometimes in months, and there would also be times that there would be no wind at all. Because of this, bets in this life and death arena come with three choices: Fighter 1 wins, Fighter 2 wins, or both die under the yin wind. The existence of the yin wind caused the battles in the Yin Valley Life and Death Arena to be worth seeing. Naturally, because of the number of people spectating, the bets were also higher. It's quite popular in the great world of cultivation. Zhang Feng looked at the two cultivators currently fighting in the arena. One of the two was a battle slave from the Black Tiger gang, but it was clear that this cultivator wasn't a match for its opponent. It didn't take long before they were killed. There were no expressions on Zhang Feng's face. In fact, His mind was in another place. He was currently thinking about Zhao Hai's situation. It has been 5 days since Zhao Hai arrived at the Ignored Valley. In these 5 days, Zhao Hai didn't do anything noteworthy. He just stayed in the valley turning waste pills into useful ones. He was also busy with his own matters. Zhang Feng can monitor Zhao Hai because of Zhao Hai's identity token. Zhao Hai now has an outer disciple identity token. However, the token that Zhao Hai used was different compared to the other outer disciples. This token was specially made by Zhang Feng, who installed a surveillance formation inside it. It wasn't that Zhang Feng was suspicious of Zhao Hai, but Zhao Hai was just too important for his future plans. It wasn't easy for Zhang Feng to come upon someone like Zhao Hai. Therefore, his surveillance of Zhao Hai was most strict. Zhao Hai also knew that Zhang Feng was monitoring him. However, he already found a way to break his monitoring. He had the space manufacture another jade token and used it on his belt. This new token replaced the one Zhang Feng made and would send wrong information out. In fact, in the past few days, Zhao Hai has been staying in the space looking through the Black Tiger Gang's outer disciples and collecting information. He just left a group of undead in the Ignored Valley to send the waste materials through a spatial rift. The Black Tiger Gang was very huge. The number of servicing disciples was enormous. Zhao Hai was currently understanding the Black Tiger Gang's sphere of influence. The Black Tiger Gang was located in the northeast part of the northern exotic province. There was a huge mountain range called the Black Tiger Mountains where the sect operates. Beyond the mountain range was another sect called the Wandering Soul Gang, but everything before the mountain range was all the Black Tiger Gang's domain. The Black Tiger Gang's domain was divided into several parts. The sect's headquarters was located on the mountain range itself. Firstly, because it was the place with the most spiritual chi, and secondly, it acted as a blockade against the Wandering Soul Gang. The Wandering Soul Gang was a ghost cultivator sect. Their sect was famous for their techniques, which were cruel and mysterious. They were also famous in the great world of cultivation. The Black Tiger Gang and the Wandering Soul Gang didn't have much relationship between them. In fact, there had been some friction in the past. However, it didn't develop into conflict. In essence, they were at peace. Behind the Black Tiger Mountains was a continuous hilly region. This was where the outer sect was located. Countless serving disciples and outer disciple occupy these hills. Because the region was vast, it was impossible for the Black Tiger Gang to completely occupy it. Living in various hills were beasts, while some of the hills were turned into forbidden areas. These also acted as the Black Tiger Gang's shields. This hilly region had the sect's medicine. Additionally, it had mineral lodes that the sect needed. Most importantly, the region had plenty of wild medicinal herbs and an inexhaustible amount of beasts. These were important for cultivators. Most of the sect's commodities come from this place. Beyond this stretch of hills was a canyon flowing with earth fire known as the Inferno Valley. In the Inferno Valley was another sect called the Flame Roar sect. Zhao Hai's current location wasn't far from the Inferno Valley. According to legend, the Ignored Valley was once famous for its gold essence and called the Valley of Gold. But later on, once the gold essence was mined, it was turned into a huge garbage dump. All round the Ignored Valley were useless stones. The grass on it was malnourished, and there were no ores around. Because of this, nobody came to this place. Even beasts wouldn't bother defecating in this place. In these past few days, Zhao Hai could see that the Black Tiger Gang could no longer be considered as just a sect. It was more like a country of cultivators. In this country, serving disciples were at the bottom, similar to citizens in other countries. They do all kinds of jobs while they practice. In the process of doing so, they would be rewarded, which would be akin to a salary. They would use their salary to further their cultivation, and one day they might be promoted to an outer disciple. There was a huge difference between serving disciples and outer disciples. Serving disciples needed to work every day, whether it be planting herbs or mining ores. They need to hand their produce over. Then the sect would redistribute these resources equally. The resources allocated to serving disciples was always the minimum. The Black Tiger Gang's serving disciples were given the most basic robes and artifacts, along with 10 fasting pills, a chi refining pill, and 5 spiritual crystals. The artifacts that serving disciples used were of uniform shape. They were all 5-foot-long swords. These swords were the lowest class of artifacts. Although it can fly, it was very difficult to control. It could only be used for close combat. Their clothes were also the most common type with almost to no defensive capabilities. It was basically clothing made with good materials. Even if they mined and worked for years, these clothing wouldn't tear. It was enough for these serving disciples to not worry about what to wear. Fasting pills were medicine used to alleviate starvation. Eating one pill was enough for people to go on without eating for 5 days. Even if they do taxing tasks, the effect is the same. As for the chi refining pills, naturally the serving disciples were given the worst ones. Spiritual crystals were the basic currency of the great world of cultivation. These crystals contain spiritual chi so they could also be absorbed. However, most people use these crystals for transactions. 10 spiritual crystals could buy 1 chi refining pills, and compared to absorbing these spiritual crystals on their own, chi refining pills held much more spiritual chi. Therefore, people would save their allowance of 5 spiritual crystals in order to buy a chi refining pill. However, the biggest use of spiritual crystals was actually in establishing formations and powering artifacts. These crystals can be used as fuel in order to operate formations and use artifacts. It might seem like the Black Tiger Gang wasn't treating its serving disciples properly, but in fact, the serving disciples of the Black Tiger Gang were being well taken care of. Not to mention the spiritual crystals, other sects would only give their serving disciples a chi refining pill once every 2 months. The allowance of the Black Tiger Gang's outer sect disciples was much better. They were given better magic robes and better artifacts. There's also a monthly supply of 10 fasting pills, 10 chi refining pills, and also 50 spiritual crystals. Moreover, outer disciples didn't need to do tasks like serving disciples, except those with specified jobs like Zhao Hai. Others can live by doing missions. There were no limits on the missions they were allowed to do. For example, a hard task generally took a month to accomplish. If the disciple finishes it in 10 days, then they can use the remaining 20 days to do another task. If the task was unfinished, then punishment would be given accordingly. If the task was uncompleted because of personal reasons, then the tasks for that disciple would double next month. But if there were external reasons for the task's incomplete progress, then no penalty would be given. However, the disciple wouldn't receive the next month's allowance. Then upon becoming an inner disciple, your benefits would increase 100-fold. Inner disciples would be given personalized clothing as well as their own artifact, and if their artifact was damaged, it would be repaired for free. They would also be given the opportunity to exchange their clothing once a month. This would allow them to wear new clothing each month. The pills provided to inner disciples were also different. Generally, once one becomes an inner disciple, they would no longer need to eat, so they wouldn't be allocated any fasting pills. Chi refining pills were also not used by inner disciples. What the inner disciples used were yuan pills. These were high-level pills that had great efficacy. Moreover, inner disciples would be given marrow cleansing pills every year. Marrow cleansing pills would help one wash their body from impurities. Also, inner disciples would be given 5,000 spiritual crystals every month, and they would only be required to do 3 missions per year. As for the remaining time, they can use it to cultivate. Core disciples were even more extraordinary. Almost every core disciple wasn't limited to what they could use. They were essentially given the priority on every resource that the sect had. Some of these were the information that Zhao Hai accumulated in the past few days, but the majority of them were obtained from the jade slip that Zhang Feng gave. Zhao Hai wanted to look into the Black Tiger Mountain, but he discovered that he couldn't. The Black Tiger Mountain was filled with powerful formations. He would have to be careful or else he would be discovered. Moreover, most inner disciples, core disciples, and elders of the Black Tiger Gang live in the Black Tiger Mountains. It would be dangerous for Zhao Hai to monitor it, so he gave up on this plan. The deeper he understood the Black Tiger Gang, the more dread Zhao Hai felt about the great world of cultivation. Most of the serving disciples in the sect were equivalent to the core formation cultivators in the 10,000 realm battlefield. The weakest outer disciple was at the transcending tribulation stage. If transcending tribulation experts from the lower realms were placed in the great world of cultivation, their stage would be called the refining spirit stage, the lowest level. The refining spirit stage was just a stage name in the great world of cultivation. This doesn't mean that the cultivator was able to cultivate a divine soul. It meant that the cultivator would be able to cultivate using faith power. The great world of cultivation's research into faith power was quite deep. They discovered that once someone reaches the refining spirit stage, one could officially cultivate faith power. However, this stage would waste a lot of faith power in increasing strength. Because of this, nobody in the great world of cultivation would allocate faith power to refining spirit cultivators, with the exception of those who descended from powerful existences. Normally, refining spirit cultivators would consume pills to increase their strength. In the great realm of cultivation, although the refining spirit stage was followed by the Tao avatar stage, in fact there was a foundation building stage in between. However, this foundation building stage does not exist. In the great world of cultivation, the refining spirit stage was divided into 10 levels. Then after the 10 levels would be 2 levels of foundation building. The reason that both sects and low-level cultivators referred to the 11th and 12th stage as the foundation building stage was because passing the 11th and 12th stage was very difficult. Passing these two stages required a lot of resources. This might not be difficult for cultivators with a background, but to rogue cultivators and those of poorer origin, reaching the 11th level was very hard. Because of this, the 11th and 12th level of the refining spirit stage was referred to as the foundation establishment stage. After a cultivator passes through the foundation establishment stage, sects would pay them attention and allocate faith power to them so that they could enter the Tao avatar stage. The foundation establishment stage of the great world of cultivation was equivalent to the 10,000 realm battlefield's severed soul stage. However, these foundation establishment cultivators were much stronger compared to severed soul experts. The Black Tiger Gang had a lot of these cultivators as well as those who just entered the Tao avatar stage. They numbered in the thousands. One could then scale this up to the entire great world of cultivation. Therefore, Zhao Hai couldn't act unreasonably. Chapter 1656, Sima Yinlong. Zhao Hai's silence in the past few days caused Zhang Feng to be confused. Zhang Feng was quite familiar with battle slaves brought to the great world of cultivation. After managing them for a long time, Zhang Feng knew that they wouldn't be comfortable with their situation. These were geniuses back in their respective realms. It was just like a genius student in elementary school going to middle school and finding out that they were just normal. This kind of change would be difficult to adapt to. Such people would find it hard to survive later on. Once a battle slave acclimatizes themselves to their status, only then would they be able to walk farther. However, Zhao Hai's performance was very strange. He didn't seem like someone who couldn't adapt, nor was he someone that was quick to adapt. He was neither. He became a battle slave and behaved well. He even displayed his great strength. Then he was asked to stay in a desolate place, and he also behaved well. His actions showed that he was submissive. But how could a submissive person reach his level during cultivation? As Zhang Feng thought about this, the battles on the Yin Valley life and death arena were over. Just as Zhang Feng was about to leave, a large artifact stopped in front of him. This large artifact was tiger-shaped and wasn't any smaller than Zhao Hai's Hell King's ship. It moved just like a normal tiger, making the large artifact look elegant. When Zhang Feng saw this large artifact, his expression changed. This large artifact was exclusively used by the Black Tiger Gang. It was called the Tiger Ship. The Tiger Ship was the Black Tiger Gang's symbolic large artifact. Its fighting strength was very formidable. Each Tiger Ship needed at least 500 serving disciples for it to take off. It also needs at least 100 spiritual crystals to run. If it entered combat, the need for spiritual crystals would increase even more. However, Not everyone in the Black Tiger gang can use the Tiger ships. In order to use the Tiger ship, one would need great status. Only powerful elders as well as the top 10 core disciples can use these ships. Even Zhang Feng had no permission to use it. Because of this, every time Zhang Feng saw a Tiger ship, his expression could become ugly. At this moment, a person came out of the tiger's mouth. This person was wearing white robes. One could see that this person was an inner disciple. Most inner disciples would give Zhang Feng a bow upon seeing him, but this person just cupped his fist as he said, "Senior brother Zhang, senior brother Sima invites you in." Zhang Feng looked at this person and then he coldly snorted. He knew this person. His name is Jin Zhengyan. He was originally an outer disciple. Later on, Zhang Feng saw his potential, so he gave him a hand, letting him into the inner sect. Then Zhang Feng helped him gain good benefits. But when he entered the inner sect, Jin Zhengyan began to turn arrogant, causing Zhang Feng to alienate him. Then Sima Yinlong, one of the top 10 core disciples, extended a hand. Without hesitation, Jin Zhengyan entered Sima Yinlong's umbrella. Then he began to target Zhang Feng, causing him to be hated even more. If Jin Zhengyan didn't follow behind Sima Yinlong all the time, Zhang Feng would have already killed him a long time ago. Zhang Feng naturally doesn't need to give face to such a person. He coldly snorted and said, "If he wants to see me, Sima Yinlong should come out instead of having his dog call me." Jin Zhengyan's expression couldn't help but change. His ego grew even longer upon following Sima Yinlong. In the entire Black Tiger gang, nobody dared to not give him face. Seeing Zhang Feng curse him like this, how could he just accept it? Jin Zhengyan's expression turned cold as he looked at Zhang Feng and said, "Zhang Feng, don't humiliate yourself. You should be aware of the status of Brother Sima. Did you forget about the difference between an inner disciple and a core disciple? Do you dare ignore the sex rules?" Jin Zhengyan's words weren't without truth. In the Black Tiger gang, there were very strict rules when it came to respect between core disciples and inner disciples. Inner disciples weren't supposed to ignore any orders from core disciples. Zhang Feng looked at Jin Zhengyan and then coldly snorted as he said, "You've become smarter. You actually learned to use the sex rules to suppress people. But let me tell you, the sex rules are useless against me." Hearing Zhang Feng, Jin Zhengyan's eyes shone as he snorted and said, "You actually dared to say that, ha ha ha. Zhang Feng, you're dead." Zhang Feng looked at Jin Zhengyan as though he was an idiot. Then he gave out a smile and said, "Jin Zhengyan, it seems like you're too idle that you turned into an idiot. Did you forget about my position?" Hearing Zhang Feng, Jin Zhengyan couldn't help but stare. Then his complexion paled. He looked at Zhang Feng and just coldly snorted without saying anything. Zhang Feng was now the manager of the battle slaves. He held a senior management status in the Hantiman Hall. People like him couldn't be directly ordered by core disciples. Jin Zhengyan forgot about this point, which made him a joke. Now that he was reminded, his expression was naturally difficult to look at. After Jin Zhengyan's silence, a calm voice was heard from the tiger ship. "Zhang Feng, although you and I don't get along, we aren't in the sect. Don't make us look like jokes in front of other people. Please come in and have a talk." The voice wasn't loud and it was very smooth, giving people a sense of peace. Zhang Feng coldly snorted, but he still moved and entered the tiger ship. The inside of the ship was enormous and was divided into many rooms. The most important room of the ship was at the center. It had a floor area of more than 1,000 square meters and was very well decorated. Inside the room was a huge sofa that was filled with colored wool blankets. Sat on the sofa was a man. This person was Sima Yinlong, the 7th of the top 10 core disciples of the sect. It can be said that his influence in the Black Tiger gang was very strong. There weren't a lot of people that would dare offend him, and even fewer people who he could treat as an enemy. He was good at speaking and he was very tall. Going against him would be akin to a beggar betting against a millionaire. But yet, Zhang Feng was Sima Yinlong's opponent. Despite being one of the top 10 core disciples of the sect, Sima Yinlong cannot do anything to Zhang Feng. One could also see from this how powerful Zhang Feng was. Zhang Feng looked at Sima Yinlong and said, "Sima Yinlong, why did you call me over? If you don't have anything to say, then I'm leaving. Sima Yinlong looked at Zhang Feng and said, since I'm going back as well, I might as well see you off. In any case, the two of us are from the same sect. By the way, why didn't I see the battle slave who made a huge splash last time? Hearing Sima Yinlong, Zhang Feng knew that he was asking about Zhao Hai. He understood why Sima Yinlong was looking for him. Zhang Feng couldn't help but sneer inside, but he had an impatient look on his face as he said, Sima Yinlong, what do you mean? The battle slaves are under my control. Do I need to report to you whenever I decide to let them battle? If Zhao Hai saw Zhang Feng right now, he would no doubt be startled. This was because the overbearing Zhang Feng was performing as an emotional person. Back when Zhao Hai met Zhang Feng had a deep expression, completely different to his expression now. Sima Yinlong looked at Zhang Feng and said, Zhang Feng, I'm being polite to you. I expect you to give me face as well. Where is Zhao Hai now? Zhang Feng looked at Sima Yinlong as he coldly snorted and said, when have you been polite to me? Naturally, Zhao Hai went to a place where he belonged. He's now an outer disciple of our Black Tiger gang. A person with such potential must of course be groomed. Why would I waste his time in the life and death arena? This Zhang Feng deeply cares about the life of our talents. Sima Yinlong looked at Zhang Feng with a disdaining smile on his face. In his mind, Zhang Feng was small-minded, seeking revenge over the slightest grievance. And this person was supposed to be caring towards others? Even if he was killed, Sima Yinlong still wouldn't believe it. Sima Yinlong didn't care as he sneered, so it's this. Good. Then I won't be keeping you long, please. Zhang Feng sneered at Sima Yinlong before he turned around and left. As soon as Zhang Feng got out of the tiger ship, it quickly flew away. Zhang Feng looked at the large artifact as a smile appeared on his face. Zhang Feng has been in the Black Tiger gang for so many years. In these years, he acted impulsive, seeking revenge for the slightest grievance. Other people look at him as a small-minded person. However, these people didn't think that Zhang Feng was just putting up a front. Otherwise, how could Zhang Feng be able to survive after going against the sect's top 10 core disciples? The power of the top 10 core disciples of the Black Tiger gang was extremely big. Zhang Feng was well aware of this. Because of this, he didn't become a core disciple and instead stayed in the inner sect all this time. Zhang Feng also understood that the sect needed him to do that. Any upper character in any huge influence wouldn't allow their subordinates to step over them. Naturally, the same was true for the Black Tiger gang. The current gang leader currently had the most influence because of Zhang Feng's support, and this was also the reason why Zhang Feng survived all these years after going against the top 10 disciples. Zhang Feng knew that the gang leader needed a person such as him to keep the balance against the top 10 core disciples. With this insight, Zhang Feng was able to reach his current position. In Zhang Feng's eyes, Sima Yinlong was nothing but a cultivation genius. It was the other core disciples that he needed to pay attention to. But after Sima Yinlong goes back, he would certainly look for Zhao Hai. It seems like Zhang Feng would need to give Zhao Hai a heads up. Chapter 1657, Zhang Feng's arrival. Zhao Hai had no idea about what happened between Zhang Feng and Sima Yinlong. Although he was monitoring Zhang Feng, he didn't dare look too much. Meanwhile, Sima Yinlong stayed inside the tiger ship all the time. The silver needles were unable to go inside the ship since there were multiple formations inside. If the silver needle enters the tiger ship, it would definitely be found. Because Zhao Hai didn't know about this interaction, he couldn't help but stare upon seeing the transmission formation light up and Zhang Feng and Zhang Hao appeared. He immediately walked out of the space. Fortunately, while he was inside the space, his identity token was inside his residence. This would make Zhang Feng think that he was inside his room. After coming out of the space, Zhao Hai immediately put away the fake identity token. Although the fake token was good, it still had special energy fluctuations. If Zhang Feng sees it, he would immediately identify that it was a fake. Zhao Hai came out of his residence and saw Zhang Feng and Zhang Hao observing the valley. The ignored valley was an enormous garbage dump with nothing noteworthy inside it. The things dumped in this place were useless. In fact, there was nothing worth looking at this place. Zhang Hao and Zhang Feng were just curious since it was the first time they went to this place. Zhao Hai gave Zhang Feng a salute and said, "Senior brother Zhang, you came. Please, come in." Zhang Feng smiled at Zhao Hai and said, "Little Hai, it's good that you're doing well. How is your stay here? Are you used to it?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "I'm doing fine. In fact, nothing changed. Even in the lower realm, I close up most of the time." Zhang Feng nodded when he heard this. In the great realm of cultivation addicts also exist. These people would cultivate all the time. One couldn't do anything to such people. They can only wait for them to come out, then they would do their duties before closing up once more. Zhang Feng felt that Zhao Hai was the same person. After the three entered Zhao Hai's residence, Zhao Hai took out two transforming clouds and asked the two to sit down. Zhang Feng was attracted to the clouds. He looked at them before turning to Zhao Hai and asking, "What are these?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "They're called transforming clouds. It's a special product of the 10,000 realm battlefield. There's a place that we managed to occupy named the Cloud Sea Territory. It's common there. These things are very convenient to use, but they're best used as cushions. They are very comfortable to sit on." Zhang Feng nodded, but he didn't open his mouth to ask for some. Instead, he said, "Little Hai, I came here first to see how you're doing and see if you need anything. Secondly, I came to tell you something." Zhao Hai gave a nod. Then Zhang Feng continued, "You've been staying in this place, so may not know much about the Black Tiger Gang. In the sect, the most powerful group are the top 10 core disciples. I am the top inner disciple of the sect and I have a grudge against these 10 core disciples. For so many years, those 10 would find ways to target me. If you follow me, it would be equivalent to standing on the opposite side of those 10 core disciples." Zhao Hai stared. He didn't expect Zhang Feng to disclose this matter to him. He didn't understand where Zhang Feng was going, but he still nodded and said, "I understand." Zhang Feng also noticed Zhao Hai's pause. He looked at Zhao Hai and thought at first that he was startled about what he just heard, but afterwards, Zhao Hai's expression turned normal. This caused Zhang Feng to be curious. So he asked, "Little Hai, aren't you afraid? You will be offending those 10 core disciples." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "What's there to be afraid of? Senior brother Zhang, even if you want to train me, you didn't explicitly say it. So even if those guys find me, they won't know that I had sided with you. Naturally, they won't deal with me. And so what if they're core disciples? If it weren't for you, I would have still fought in the life and death arena. Maybe those core disciples would keep me as a battle slave so that they would continue to make money." Zhang Feng didn't expect Zhao Hai to think about this matter so clearly. He stared for a moment, then he laughed. He calmed down after a while as he looked at Zhao Hai and said, "All right. It would be good if you think this way. I came this time mainly for this matter. The matter where you've been promoted into the outer sect has been found out by a core disciple. He's the 7th core disciple named Sima Yinlong. This guy couldn't do anything to me. I reckon he's there during your first battle. Therefore, he looked for you this time. I think he will come to you in the following days." Hearing this, Zhao Hai couldn't help but frown as he said, "Look for me? That won't be easy. If I decline, won't those people deal with me?" Zhang Feng smiled faintly and said, "I don't think that would happen. Your situation is miserable right now. How could they deal with you? You should know that you're still an outer disciple. They won't treat you as important. You're just a little person in their eyes, so there's nothing to worry about." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "That's good." "Right, senior brother Zhang. This is my output in the past few days." Then he handed a spatial bag over to Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng was stunned for a moment before taking a look into the spatial bag. Inside the bag were a few jade bottles as well as some materials. Most of the materials were metals. He still couldn't discern what was inside the jade bottles. Zhang Feng looked at Zhao Hai and asked, "You came out with these things in just a few days?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, I use my ability often back in the lower realm, but since the materials here are too advanced, I can't use my ability more than this, but senior brother doesn't need to worry, output will be better in the future." Zhang Feng stared at Zhao Hai, then he nodded and said, "Alright, you don't need to work too hard. Take care of yourself." Zhao Hai nodded. Then Zhang Feng looked at Zhao Hai's residence. He found that the layout was very simple. He couldn't help but frown as he said, "How is your living condition? Is there anything you need?" Zhao Hai quickly replied, "Senior brother, you don't have to worry about me. I don't need anything right now." "Right, if senior brother has time, please bring me more cultivation techniques or some notes regarding cultivation. I want to know more about this realm's cultivation." Hearing Zhao Hai, Zhang Feng nodded and said, "Alright, rest assured, I will definitely send some to you." Zhao Hai nodded. Zhang Feng looked around him as he turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Little Hai, I've inconvenienced you. When my position improves later on, I will not forget your contributions." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Senior brother, I don't have any interest in power or whatnot, as long as you give me a place to safely cultivate in, cultivation methods to research, and materials to work with, then I'm fine." Zhang Feng patted Zhao Hai's shoulder and said, "Alright, let's not talk about this. We'll revisit it in the future. This time, I just want to inform you that Sima Yinlong is coming over. You need to prepare yourself." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Senior brother, you can rest assured, I won't offend him too much." Zhang Feng nodded. Then he looked at Zhang Hao and said, "Little Hai, if I have something to do later and I can't go, you should come here. See Little Hai every 7 days and look into what he needs. If he needs something, immediately inform me. Understand?" Zhang Hao nodded. Zhang Feng looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Little Hai, I won't stay here for long. I don't know when Sima Yinlong will come. Be careful and make sure to not offend them, otherwise, they might make a move on you." Zhao Hai nodded. Zhang Feng stood up and then took Zhang Hao out. But before they could leave, Zhao Hai said, "Senior brother Zhang, wait a minute. Please take this." After he said that, he gave another spatial bag to Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng looked into the spatial bag and saw a huge piece of transforming cloud. Zhao Hai smiled and said, "There's also a method to use the transforming clouds. You can take a look." Zhang Feng patted Zhao Hai's shoulder before he turned around and left. After Zhang Feng and Zhang Hao left the ignored valley, Zhao Hai's brows wrinkled. He didn't expect to be involved in a power struggle this soon. This wasn't good for him. He was aware of the struggle between Zhang Feng and the 10 core disciples. This wasn't a secret in the Black Tiger Gang. Although the outer disciples of the Black Tiger Gang feared the inner and core disciples, they still gossip about them. Most of Zhao Hai's information was taken from these gossips. Zhang Feng and the top 10 core disciples didn't fight once or twice. Although they haven't broken each other's faces and just resorted to stumbling each other and poaching people, Zhang Feng was still at a disadvantage. Fortunately, it seems like Zhang Feng had someone supporting him from above the sect. Because of this, the top 10 core disciples don't dare embarrass him too much. If it weren't for this, then he would have been sent to a desolate place like the ignored valley. Zhao Hai previously thought that a small person like him would not be involved in this matter. After all, he was just someone who can recycle waste materials. The core disciples shouldn't have taken notice of him. However, Zhang Feng's arrival caused Zhao Hai to feel a sense of crisis. It seems like Sima Yinlong wouldn't just let this matter off so easily. Otherwise, Zhang Feng wouldn't have come. But even if Zhao Hai knew, what could he do? He cannot hide. It seems like he can only make matters run its course. He needs to resist whatever comes after him. Chapter 1658. Investigating the trail. Sima Yinlong sat inside his room with a glass of liquor in his hand. His eyes were looking at the ceiling, motionless, obviously thinking about something. Jin Zengyan stood beside Sima Yinlong. Although it seems like he has something to say, he didn't dare disturb Sima Yinlong. He can only calmly stand by. After some time, Sima Yinlong turned to Jin Zengyan and said, "What did you think Zhang Feng was planning? promoting Zhao Hai into the sect early. Did he find something special about Zhao Hai and wanted to focus on him? When Jin Zengyan heard Sima Yinlong, he immediately said, replying to senior brother, I think that's possible. Zhang Feng has been training his strength to resist you. Now he even went as far as to admit Zhao Hai early into the outer sect. There should be a reason. If senior brother agrees, I can go check it out. Sima Yinlong nodded and said, go. I want to know what's going on. Jin Zengyan nodded, then he bowed and retreated. Looking at Jin Zengyan's back, Sima Yinlong's eyes couldn't help but flash a light of contempt. Although he personally poached Jin Zengyan from Zhang Feng's side, he didn't look too highly upon him. This was because Jin Zengyan has shown his ungratefulness. In the great world of cultivation, people would do all kinds of things in order to achieve their goal. However, there was a bottom line. Deceiving one's master and destroying their legacy was looked down upon. On the other hand, people rarely betray their benefactors. Otherwise, they would be despised by other people. Jin Zengyan's promotion to the inner sect was due to Zhang Feng. Sima Yinlong was well aware of this. Zhang Feng fished Jin Zengyan out of the outer sect and trained him. Zhang Feng's efforts attracted Sima Yinlong's attention. He went to contact Jin Zengyan just to test his attitude, and much to his surprise, before Sima Yinlong could express his intentions, Jin Zengyan was already dying to follow him. He was prepared to sell Zhang Feng clean. This was the main reason why Sima Yinlong looked down on Jin Zengyan. Whatever Jin Zengyan had to the present day was provided by Zhang Feng, but he abandoned Zhang Feng at the first opportunity. Such a person couldn't be trusted. Jin Zengyan abandoned Zhang Feng, who was very kind to him. If one day Sima Yinlong didn't treat Jin Zengyan right, who knows who Jin Zengyan will sell him to. However, Sima Yinlong truly had a grudge with Zhang Feng. In order to break Zhang Feng's arm, Sima Yinlong was willing to pay 1,000 gold and provide Jin Zengyan with a horse. Therefore, Sima Yinlong treated Jin Zengyan well, but deep inside, he looked down upon this treacherous individual. Jin Zengyan left Sima Yinlong with a glimmer of light in his eyes. He was an ambitious person. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been taken by Zhang Feng and then later on becoming an errand boy for Sima Yinlong. Although Sima Yinlong was kind to him, all of these were empty to Jin Zengyan. After all, Zhang Feng was also kind to him, and Jin Zengyan still betrayed him. For Jin Zengyan, things like friendship, kinship, and a sense of gratitude didn't exist. He only wanted to be on the top. He wants to be like Sima Yinlong, and then maybe someone even more powerful. This was what he hoped to achieve the most. This time, there was an opportunity. Because of Zhang Feng, Jin Zengyan didn't dare leave the side of Sima Yinlong. Now that Zhang Feng was managing the battle slaves and wouldn't return to the sect for a while, Jin Zengyan was given time to move to do errands for Sima Yinlong, increasing his value in Sima Yinlong's eyes. As long as Sima Yinlong treats him seriously, he would have an opportunity to crawl upwards. It would be best if he would become a core disciple. The Tiger ship was still quite a distance from the Black Tiger gang, but in some big cities in the great world of cultivation, there would be giant transmission formations that allowed the travel of large artifacts. There weren't a lot of cities in the great world of cultivation, and almost all of the city's land was used as markets. A big city was just a huge market while a smaller city was a smaller market. Regardless of status, anyone can trade in these cities. You may be a rogue cultivator or a core disciple of a major sect. As long as you want to trade in these cities, you can. The method and location of the trade was also left to the parties involved. For example, rogue cultivators who didn't have a lot of spiritual crystals would rent a shabby stall on a small alley. If you were a disciple of a major sect, you can send your items to an auction house and leave it to them to sell. Some major cities were under the control of huge sects while the majority were under the control of an alliance of strong cultivators. Such cities would be autonomous. Huge cities not controlled by sects were built up by rogue cultivators who formed a group. In the process of building up, they recruited soldiers and sold goods before forming a city. They would also build their legacy in these cities so that they can rule from generation to generation. Because of this, huge cities would have a lot of powerful experts. Moreover, The managers of these cities would pose as merchants with dispositions that attracted wealth. They would be polite to everyone and wouldn't just casually offend people. These trading cities were very important to all cultivators. Because of this, sects were able to agree to their existence. If big sects wanted to control these cities, the first to oppose them wouldn't be the people outside, but their own disciples. This was because outer and inner disciples of these sects would come to these cities in order to exchange for cultivation materials. Although these materials were also available in their sects, those sold in the cities were much cheaper. Naturally, these cultivators would know where to buy. These huge cities have plenty of transmission formations. Although they spent a lot of money to maintain and operate these formations, these cities didn't collect any fees upon arrival. They would only charge people who leave the cities. The larger the transmission formation, the higher the charge. For Sima Yinlong to return to the Black Tiger Gang as soon as possible, he would naturally need to use a large transmission formation. Before long, Sima Yinlong's tiger ship passed through the transmission formation and arrived at the Black Tiger sect. When the tiger ship appeared, the people guarding the transmission formation immediately made a salute. Their expressions were of the utmost respect. But Sima Yinlong's ship didn't stop. Instead, it flew deep into the Black Tiger Mountain. On the way, Jin Zengyan departed from the ship and went to the outer sect's Hantiman Hall. The Hantiman Hall doesn't only assign people to their duties, they also kept records about the locations of all outer disciples. If one wanted to find someone, they would go to the Hantiman Hall. Jin Zengyan flew while paying attention to his surroundings. He was currently in the outer sect. Upon seeing Jin Zengyan, these outer disciples would immediately give him a bow and a salute after getting out of the way. Jin Zengyan swept these disciples with his eyes as though he didn't care about them. But in fact, Jin Zengyan liked this feeling of being respected. Before long, Jin Zengyan arrived at the Hantiman Hall. Elder Hu also received word about Jin Zengyan's arrival. When he saw Jin Zengyan, Elder Hu immediately bowed and said, "I have seen Brother Jin. May I ask the reason why Brother Jin came to this humble one's place?" Jin Zengyan looked at Elder Hu and said, "Elder Hu, I'm here on behalf of Senior Brother Sima to ask about someone." Elder Hu respectfully replied, "May I ask who Senior Brother Sima was looking for?" Jin Zengyan answered, "Recently, there's a disciple called Zhao Hai who entered the outer sect. This person was a battle slave and was personally promoted by Zhang Feng." When Elder Hu heard Jin Zengyan mention Zhang Feng's name without any honorifics, he couldn't help but despise him more. He pretended to be embarrassed as he replied, "Yes, there's indeed someone named Zhao Hai who has entered the outer sect. He is a battle slave that was personally promoted by first senior brother Zhang Feng." Jin Zengyan nodded and said, "Call him over, I want to see him." Elder Hu's face was awkward as he said, "This, I'm afraid it would be difficult because of the place Zhao Hai was sent to." Hearing Elder Hu, Jin Zengyan's eyes lit up. He wanted to know what good place Zhang Feng had arranged for Zhao Hai. Moreover, it seems like he wanted to hide Zhao Hai from other people, otherwise Elder Hu wouldn't have said those words. His voice couldn't help but turn cold as he said, "What, can I not see him? I'm not the one who's asking. This is Senior Brother Sima's order." Sweat could be seen dripping on Elder Hu's face. Even if had huge guts, he still wouldn't dare offend Sima Yinlong. If he really offended Sima Yinlong, not only him, but his entire lineage would be killed. After wiping off his sweat, Elder Hu looked at Jin Zengyan and said, "Brother Jin, it's not like I don't want you to see Zhao Hai, but the place Zhao Hai was sent to is somewhat special. Nobody would go there and he also can't come out. The rules stipulated that someone needs to be in that place all the time, so I can't call him over to meet you." Jin Zengyan looked at Elder Hu and couldn't help but ask, "Does the sect have that kind of place? Why didn't I know of it? Tell me where he is. I can go find him." Elder Hu looked at Jin Zengyan, then he lowered his head as he replied, "Zhao Hai is responsible for guarding the Ignored Valley." Ignored Valley? Why does that place sound familiar? Wait, Ignored Valley? Did you say Ignored Valley? That Ignored Valley? Jin Zengyan doubted at first, then he couldn't help but express his astonishment. Elder Hu nodded and said, There's only one ignored valley in the Black Tiger gang. Brother should know that nobody wants to go to the valley. Moreover, due to the sect rules, unless someone comes to replace him, Zhao Hai cannot leave. Jin Zhengyan's face couldn't help but change as he looked at Elder Hu. Then he muttered, how could it be like this? Why did Zhao Hai go to the ignored valley? Didn't Zhang Feng promote him personally? But the ignored valley? Are you lying to me? Elder Hu looked at Jin Zhengyan and then forced a smile as he said, Brother Jin, I wouldn't dare deceive you. Zhao Hai is really in the ignored valley. Moreover, first senior brother Zhang personally assigned him there. He promoted Zhao Hai, but he said that Zhao Hai is boastful and he needs to be disciplined in the ignored valley. Brother Jin, you should know that I'm just a small person. I wouldn't dare neglect first senior brother Zhang's instructions. Jin Zhengyan looked at Elder Hu's face and then revealed a strange smile as he said, did Zhang Feng mention that he appreciates Zhao Hai so he sent him to the ignored valley? Elder Hu nodded. The expression on Jin Zhengyan's face turned more strange. He obviously didn't believe Elder Hu's words. After some time, he said, where is the transmission formation to the ignored valley? I'll go there to take a look at Zhao Hai. Elder Hu awkwardly replied, this, Brother Jin, normally trash is piled on top of the ignored valley's transmission formation. You would suffer if you use it. Jin Zhengyan waved his hand and said, go arrange it. I need to go there to take a look. Elder Hu nodded and said, Brother Jin, come with me. After he said that, he led Jin Zhengyan outside of the hall. Before long, they reached a corner of the transmission formation square. Several baskets were piled on top of a transmission formation completely filled with trash. These were refining waste and pill waste. The pile even gave out an intermittent revolting stink. Jin Zhengyan covered his nose. Then a white light flashed as the baskets were sent over. Jin Zhengyan knit his brows as he looked at the transmission formation. Just as he was about to walk over, Elder Hu blocked him and said, Brother Jin, please wait a while. The trash needs to be taken care of on the other side before the transmission formation can be used. Jin Zhengyan stared, he knitted his brows and said, how long will I have to wait? If he didn't take those things away, then wouldn't I be able to go? Elder Hu smiled and said, Brother Jin doesn't need to worry. The sect has rules saying that if the waste wasn't taken care of in 2 minutes, then penalties would be given. In a while, the baskets will be sent through the transmission formation. When the time comes you can use it. Jin Zhengyan looked at the transmission formation. The strange smile on his face became deeper. Chapter 1659, Suppression. Zhao Hai was aware of the happenings in the Hantiman Hall. Everything that Elder Hu said and did was intentional. Since Jin Zhengyan was going to look for him, Zhao Hai already made the proper preparations. Zhang Hao and the others didn't know that Zhao Hai was using undead in order to take out the trash. Because of this, they didn't inform Zhao Hai to make preparations. Instead, they told Elder Hu to expect the arrival of Jin Zhengyan. Since Zhang Hao informed Elder Hu told Jin Zhengyan that Zhang Feng admired Zhao Hai instead of the usual reason that Zhang Feng lost money betting on him. Jin Zhengyan didn't believe what Elder Hu said. This was because in Jin Fenian's view, sending people to the ignored valley as a punishment would only work on people from the great world of cultivation. Zhao Hai came from the 10,000 realm battlefield. It was already an improvement for him to be in the great world of cultivation, even if he was in a garbage dump. Jin Zhengyan was too familiar with Zhang Feng. He clearly knew that if Zhang Feng appreciated Zhao Hai, then he definitely wouldn't send Zhao Hai to the ignored valley. Instead, he would keep him by his side and train him, just like Jin Zhengyan back then. So he didn't believe what Elder Hu said. But what Jin Zhengyan didn't know was that Zhang Feng also knew him. Zhang Feng took Jin Zhengyan to the inner sect from the outer sect. Moreover, he gave Jin Zhengyan careful guidance. So how could Zhang Feng be unaware of Jin Zhengyan's ambition? It was just that Zhang Feng didn't expect Jin Zhengyan to be so cold as to betray him. The reason Zhang Feng asked Elder Hu to say such a thing to Jin Zhengyan was to tell Jin Zhengyan in another way what kind of person Zhao Hai was. This way, Jin Zhengyan wouldn't be suspicious of Zhao Hai. As for the possibility that Sima Yinlong would win Zhao Hai over, Zhang Feng believed that it was very small. Zhao Hai was a battle slave with the position of outer disciple. Although Jin Zhengyan was also from the outer sect, he was already strong and was able to be promoted to the inner sect. Sima Yinlong would certainly win him over. It was completely different compared to Zhao Hai. Not long after Zhao Hai sent the baskets back, there was a flash of white light in the transmission formation. Then Elder Hu and Jin Zhengyan appeared. Zhao Hai hastily gave a salute to Elder Hu. "I have seen Elder Hu." Elder Hu nodded. Then he gestured towards Jin Zhengyan and said, "This is Brother Jin Zhengyan. Call him Martial Uncle." Zhao Hai gave Jin Zhengyan a salute and said, "I have seen Martial Uncle." Jin Zhengyan nodded and then turned his head to look at the ignored valley. Although there was a pile of garbage here, the valley was very deep, so it wasn't evident. "There's nothing good to see in this place." After taking a glance, Jin Zhengyan turned back to Zhao Hai and said, "How are you doing in this place?" Zhao Hai wore a respectful expression as he quickly replied, "I'm doing very well. Thanks for Martial Uncle's care." Hearing Zhao Hai, Jin Zhengyan couldn't help but frown. He could hear the unwillingness in Zhao Hai's words, which oftentimes represented ambition. If he let Zhao Hai go to Sima Yinlong's side, then it would mean that he would have one more opponent. Jin Zhengyan wasn't a broad-hearted person, so he didn't have any favorable impression of Zhao Hai. Naturally, he also has no malice towards him. But for Zhao Hai to be selected and promoted to the outer sect, it showed that he has talent. Such a person, Jin Zhengyan has to be more careful about. Jin Zhengyan has followed Sima Yinlong for some time. He knew clearly what kind of person Sima Yinlong was. If Sima Yinlong discovered that Zhao Hai was a material worth training, then he would train Zhao Hai with his full power. When the time comes, Zhao Hai would become a real threat. Jin Zhengyan dislikes being in a position where he feels threatened. Even if this person was as harmless as an animal at this time, Jin Zhengyan unconsciously thought about himself and Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng has been kind to him in the beginning, and now, although his words towards Jin Zhengyan were cold, he still couldn't do anything against him. Moreover, Jin Zhengyan still has a possibility of becoming a core disciple while Zhang Feng was stuck in the inner sect. This point caused Jin Zhengyan to be proud, and this was also where most of his attention was pointed to. He wouldn't allow anyone to threaten his position. So when he heard unwillingness in Zhao Hai's voice, he immediately knit his brows. However, Jin Zhengyan's expression quickly turned to normal as he nodded to Zhao Hai and said, "Then, you take care." After he said that, he turned around and walked towards the transmission formation. Elder Hu paid attention to Zhao Hai. He found that Zhao Hai had a sarcastic smile on his face the moment Jin Zhengyan turned around and left. Elder Hu immediately understood. Zhao Hai deliberately toned his words. Thinking about this, Elder Hu couldn't help but turn cold. He didn't think that Zhao Hai could scheme this deep. It seems like Zhao Hai already decided to follow Zhang Feng. However, Elder Hu didn't dislike Zhao Hai's method. After all, he could also be regarded as someone on Zhang Feng's side. After Elder Hu and Jin Zhengyan returned to the Hantiman Hall, they exchanged greetings before Jin Zhengyan left. As soon as Jin Zhengyan left, two outer disciples whispered between each other. That was Martial Uncle Jin Zhengyan. "Elder Hu, why did he come here?" Another whispered. "You don't know? Martial Uncle Jin came here to see that hopeless guy sent to the ignored valley." The previous cultivator answered, "You mean that unlucky fellow? Does Martial Uncle Jin want to save him?" "I heard that Martial Uncle Jin and First Senior Brother Zhang don't like each other. First Senior Brother Zhang personally ordered that person to be sent to the ignored valley." Then the other person whispered, "That guy caused the First Senior Brother to lose a lot of money. Moreover, that fellow is very strong. I heard that he's strong enough to win all 10 battles and be promoted to the outer sect. Because of this, First Senior Brother promoted him ahead of time and then threw him to the ignored valley to fend for himself. You might not know, but when Martial Uncle Jin came over, Elder Hu said that the First Senior Brother admired that unlucky kid, so he threw him into the ignored valley to hide. As for whether Martial Uncle Jin would save him, that's none of our business." Jin Zhengyan didn't fly too fast, so he naturally heard the conversation of the cultivators. At the same time, He heard other cultivators talking about the same time. It seems like Zhao Hai's situation wasn't a secret in the Handyman Hall. Jin Zengyan quickly returned to where Sima Yinlong was. In the Black Tiger Gang, the top core disciples would occupy the tallest mountains. In any case, the Black Tiger Gang has a lot of mountains, and since Sima Yinlong was among the top 10 core disciples, he naturally has his own mountain where he and his subordinates live. This was also one of the benefits the sect gave to the core disciples. Besides the top 10 core disciples, only Zhang Feng has a mountain of his own. However, his mountain was a bit far away from the top 10 core disciples, but because he has been working outside for many years, he rarely returns to his mountain. Sima Yinlong's mountain wasn't very big. Also, it was built differently from those in the world of cultivation. In the world of cultivation, people would generally dig caves for residences. In the Black Tiger Gang, most of the residences were built above ground. Sima Yinlong's mountain had a lot of beautifully designed buildings. If you look at it as a whole, it would be like a giant dragon that wrapped itself around the mountain. The buildings were covered with golden tiles, adding an effect of scales to the dragon. At the position of the dragon's head was a building 10 stories high. There was a square inches front of this building where a tiger ship was parked. The huge tiger ship was a contrast to the tall building. It looked like a lion and a tiger roaring at each other. There were 1,000 people occupying this mountain. More than 100 of them were serving disciples responsible for cleaning and other chores in the building. The rest were mostly outer disciples under Sima Yinlong. The strength of these disciples were pretty good. These would be the people who would operate the tiger ship whenever Sima Yinlong went out. However, Sima Yinlong's true power were the 100 or so inner disciples. These inner disciples were the strongest weapons that Sima Yinlong had. Naturally, their strengths were extraordinary. Sima Yinlong lived in the tall building in the middle of the mountain while the inner disciples lived not far off. The outer disciples lived farther away. As for the serving disciples, they lived on the outer edges of the mountain. The mountain also has its own mountain guarding formation. Moreover, this formation was quite advanced. It must be known that even core disciples competed against themselves. Therefore, a mountain guarding formation was required. Jin Zengyan was one of Sima Yinlong's favored men. Because of this, the serving disciples and the outer disciples immediately gave him a salute when they met him. Even other inner disciples would still give him face. Jin Zengyan gave them all a nod before he flew towards the tall building. After arriving at the square outside the tall building, Jin Zengyan descended and then walked in. There were 2 outer disciples defending the doors to the building. They weren't here to protect the building. Instead, they were assigned to see who to allow passage. Seeing Jin Zengyan arrive, the 2 outer disciples immediately gave a salute. Then one of them said, "Senior brother Jin, the Lord said that you should go to his quiet room as soon as you arrive." Jin Zengyan nodded before he walked into the building. The building had 10 stories. Naturally, Sima Yinlong's quiet room was on the 10th floor. Since this building forbade using any techniques, Jin Zengyan can only use the stairs to go up. The 10th floor was divided into 2 rooms. The first room was the quiet room while the other was the lounge. These 2 rooms were very big, not any smaller than 1,000 square meters. The doors of the rooms were cast in bronze and were carved with a soaring dragon. They looked very imposing. Chapter 1660. No need to care. Just as Jin Zengyan arrived at the door of the quiet room, he heard Sima Yinlong's voice, "Is it little Jin? Come in." Jin Zengyan complied and pushed the door open before going in. Although the door was made of bronze and looked heavy, it easily opened after a simple push. Moreover, it didn't make any noise. Jin Zengyan has been to Sima Yinlong's quiet room multiple times, but every time he came, he was always surprised. He couldn't help but marvel at the simplicity of the quiet room. Sima Yinlong's quiet room was very simple. Although the room was very big, there was nothing inside. Besides the praying mat in the middle, there was nothing else. Most importantly, the room was windowless. The only source of light inside the room was the big luminous pearl in the middle of the ceiling. Jin Zengyan estimated that as long as the door of the quiet room was closed, The luminous pearl would only bring out a faint light. This was also something Jin Zengyan admired about Sima Yinlong. He tried having the same quiet room before. However, he couldn't bear the darkness and silence. Although it would greatly benefit his spiritual force, his restlessness caused him to stop. In the end, he could only give up on the idea. This also made him aware that Sima Yinlong's current position wasn't just due to his innate talent. Sima Yinlong also put in effort to gain his strength. Jin Zengyan approached Sima Yinlong and then said, "Senior brother, I've already made my investigation." Zhao Hai did indeed enter the outer sect. However, he's in the trash dump Ignored Valley. Zhang Feng spread word that he appreciates Zhao Hai, so he sent him to the Ignored Valley to temper his mind. But from what I can see, he just threw Zhao Hai into the Ignored Valley. Sima Yinlong knitted his brows and said, "Zhao Hai has offended Zhang Feng?" Jin Zengyan nodded and said, "Yes, I heard that when Zhao Hai won, Zhang Feng lost a lot, so he threw Zhao Hai to the Ignored Valley." Sima Yinlong knit his brows as he said, looking at Zhao Hai's battle, "He's not weak. Even if Zhang Feng lost a lot, he can gain it back in Zhao Hai's next battles. Moreover, Zhang Feng is fond of getting talents. Why would he send Zhao Hai to the Ignored Valley?" Jin Zengyan bowed and said, "I think so too. Zhang Feng is well known to favor talents. If Zhao Hai was really a talent, then Zhang Feng would have already brought him to his side, putting him in the Ignored Valley. This only explains one thing: Zhang Feng wasn't optimistic about Zhao Hai." Sima Yinlong paused, then he nodded in agreement as he said, "Zhang Feng's eyes are the real deal. So if Zhao Hai isn't worth paying attention to, then so be it. Alright. There's no need to think about Zhao Hai anymore. You go back and rest." Jin Zengyan's eyes flashed with glee. He bowed and said, "Yes, then I'll ask to be excused." After he said that, Jin Zengyan slowly walked back and closed the door. Looking at Jin Zengyan's back, Sima Yinlong couldn't help but mutter, "Zhao Hai has no potential. In any case, he's just a kid. If he's really talented, it's not too late to get him in the future." Then he closed his eyes. The quiet room returned to its eerily quiet state. Seeing Jin Zengyan leave, Elder Hu let out a long breath. A person walked in from outside. Seeing this, Elder Hu quickly said, "Brother Zhang, you came." The person who arrived was Zhang Hao. Zhang Hao nodded and said, "I have to thank Senior Brother Hu this time. If it weren't for Senior Brother Hu, then Jin Zengyan might have some suspicions." Elder Hu smiled and said, "Junior brother is too polite. All of this is for first Senior Brother Zhang." "Junior brother, will Jin Zengyan really believe everything?" Zhang Hao smiled faintly and said, "I really don't know. This is nothing more than first Senior Brother's orders." "Right. You also went to the Ignored Valley. How is Zhao Hai doing?" Elder Hu stared, then he replied, "He's doing fine. Probably just managing the trash. Moreover, he's doing a proper job." Jin Zengyan would have no suspicions. Zhang Hao nodded and said, "I'll go take a look at Zhao Hai." After he said that, he went to the transmission formation for the Ignored Valley. Looking at Zhang Hao's vanishing figure, Elder Hu couldn't help but mutter, "I'm afraid Zhao Hai is smarter than everyone thinks. I should be on good terms with him. Perhaps he can bring benefits to my clan." Elder Hu took a deep breath before he returned to the Hantiman Hall. When Zhang Hao arrived at the Ignored Valley, he found Zhao Hai standing on the door of his residence. When he saw Zhang Hao coming, Zhao Hai immediately gave a salute and said, "Brother Zhang, why are you here?" Zhang Hao looked at Zhao Hai's appearance and then smiled as he asked, "I was a bit worried, so I came to see. How are you doing?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "I'm doing all right." "Brother Zhang, come in and take a seat." Zhang Hao nodded and then entered Zhao Hai's cave residence. The two sat on transforming clouds before Zhang Hao looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Little Hai, although the matter of this time is over, I can't guarantee that there won't be anything like it in the future. First Senior Brother Zhang is a big tree and countless eyes are directed at him. It was impossible for these people to miss your assignment here. In the whole Black Tiger gang, this is the least conspicuous place. You need to take care." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, Senior brother is too polite. There's no need to tell me these things. I understand. To be honest, this place is very good. Being here, I don't lack time to practice. This is all benefit with no fault. Right, Brother Zhang? Let me give this to you. These are the pills I have synthesized recently. I don't know what they are, so I'll hand them all to you. After he said that, Zhao Hai handed over a jade bottle. Zhang Hao received the jade bottle and then popped open its stopper. Looking inside, his expression couldn't help but change as he exclaimed, "Dancing dragon pill?" Zhao Hai looked confused at Zhang Hao as he said, "Brother Zhang, is this pill valuable?" Zhang Hao looked at Zhao Hai. Then he smiled bitterly as he said, "This pill is very precious. One of its ingredients is the inner dan of a level 3 wind spirit snake. Because of this, it's called the Dancing Dragon Pill. It's very precious, especially for cultivators below core formation. Taking this pill will not only help you cultivate, it would also increase your speed. It is a low-level beast pill." Zhao Hai looked at Zhang Hao and asked, "Beast pill? Are they different from ordinary pills?" Zhang Hao nodded and said, "Beast pills are naturally different from ordinary pills. Beasts are divided into 6 levels corresponding to the 6 stages in the great world of cultivation. These beasts wouldn't be able to transform into a humanoid figure before level 4. It must be known that beasts all have their own talents and techniques. Some beasts have strong defenses while some have fast speed." After some time, beast pills began appearing in the great world of cultivation. Zhang Hao paused for a moment before he continued. Besides requiring beastons, another special point of beast pills was that it kept the ability of the beast used in making it. Although it wasn't like the original, cultivators still treasure these abilities. Take the Dancing Dragon Pill for example. Because the wind spirit snake was a level 3 beast, it can only be useful for core formation cultivators. In addition to increasing your cultivation, the pill also increased its user's speed, just like the wind spirit snake's natural ability. Although the speed gained couldn't be equal to a wind spirit snake, it was already a good benefit to cultivators. Most importantly, the pill's effect can be stacked. Although the succeeding effects would be lessened, the increments were still very good. Zhao Hai nodded and said, "I see. I didn't expect the great world of cultivation to have such a mysterious pill." Zhang Hao nodded, then he gave the pill to Zhao Hai and said, "Little Hai, take this pill. It's very precious." Zhao Hai waved his hand and said, "Take it. I have such a huge mountain of treasure. Are you afraid that I won't have one? You can have this." Hearing Zhao Hai, Zhang Hao also thought that it was correct. With Zhao Hai guarding the ignored valley, what treasures wouldn't he have? Zhang Hao was no longer polite as he kept the jade bottle. Then he looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Little Hai, elder who is one of us now. If you want anything, you can look for him and have him take care of it. If it's important, go look for me directly. I will immediately go to first senior brother." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "All right, then I will have to trouble Brother Zhang." Zhang Hao shook his head and said, "There's no trouble. I'm even feeling sorry that you have to stay in this place. But this is important for the first senior brother. It can only be like this." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Brother can rest assured. I'm fine in this place." "Brother, I think you should go back first and report what happened here to first senior brother. Don't let anyone know that you came to me." Zhang Hao nodded and said, "All right, then I'll go back first. Remember, if you need anything important, go look for me." Zhao Hai nodded. Then Zhang Hao went out and used the transmission formation. Looking at Zhang Hao, Zhao Hai couldn't help but faintly smile as he said, "It looks like the battles within the Black Tiger Gang are intense. This is interesting. Let's see how Zhang Feng plans to use me." After he said that, he returned to his cave residence and then returned to the space. Chapter 1661, Metaltermouse. Zhao Hai returned to the space and then went to the processing machine to take a look. Currently, the processing machine isn't making anything. Instead, it was recycling the trash in the valley. Seeing that nothing significant happened, Zhao Hai returned to the villa. Upon entering, he discovered Laura and the others looking at a screen. Shown on the screen was the Black Tiger Gang's mountainous territory. The flat parts of the mountains were filled with various medicinal fields. However, These fields didn't change the faces of the mountains too much. Cultivators understand that plants require specific mountainous conditions to grow. There were also small cities built on some mountains, but in terms of scale, they can't really be called cities. It was more appropriate to call them mountain towns. The disciples in these towns not only grow plants or mine, they can also do other tasks. For example, they can explore the mountains and dig up some wild herbs or find some good ores. Then they would go to the contribution hall to exchange them for points. What surprised Zhao Hai was the fact that he hadn't seen a faith servant until now. The name of faith servant was a name common in the great world of cultivation. Although the name might sound pleasant, faith servants were mindless people who only knew how to pray. Although faith servants were mindless beings, they were very important to any force in the great world of cultivation. Faith servants can provide faith power, and any group that doesn't have a supply of faith power would never be able to establish a foothold. Zhao Hai asked Laura and the others to look around, first, so that they can understand more about the Black Tiger Gang's domain, and second, to find these faith servants. Finding these faith servants was one of Zhao Hai's interests. Now, he has scoured through all of the Black Tiger Gang's domain. However, he hasn't seen a shadow of these faith servants. This caused Zhao Hai to be confused. He didn't know where the Black Tiger Gang hid these faith servants. As for information about faith servants, Zhao Hai still has nothing. This was because he was only investigating the outer sect at this point. These outer disciples don't even know about faith servants. This caused Zhao Hai to be disappointed. However, Zhao Hai didn't take it to heart. The reason he looked for these faith servants was because he wanted to see what they were like. He didn't need them to provide him with faith power. After all, he can't even use up all the faith power that the space was giving him. The more Zhao Hai knew about the Black Tiger Gang, the more startled he was. The sect's territory was really huge. The land area exceeded Zhao Hai's expectations. The Black Tiger Gang's lands were as big as Asia back on Earth, maybe even bigger. It must be known that the Black Tiger Gang was one of the hundreds of sects in the 9 provinces of the great world of cultivation. For such a sect to occupy a large space wasn't something that Zhao Hai expected. The space has yet to map the entire territory of the Black Tiger Gang, but it was almost finished. This was good news for Zhao Hai. When he's free, he can go to any place that the Black Tiger Gang is in control of. Laura and the others were also quite glad. This was because there were special places in the Black Tiger Gang's territory. In comparison to the sect's population, the land under their hand was very large. It can be described as a vast area with very few people inside. In the future, they would be able to move around the Black Tiger Gang's territory. This was definitely good news for them. Seeing Zhao Hai return, Laura turned her head and said, "Wash up quickly. You stink to high heaven." "Really? Why would you move the trash yourself?" Zhao Hai knew that he didn't stink at all. Laura and the others just don't want him to work so hard, so Laura said this on purpose. He couldn't help but laugh as he lifted Laura up and said, "Come, let's go wash up together." After he said that, he turned and ran towards the hot spring. This caused Laura to squeak. After taking an affectionate bath, Zhao Hai returned to the villa with Laura. Megan and the others proceeded to tease Laura, which caused Laura's face to turn pink. When Zhao Hai entered, Kair immediately said, "Young master, something is happening outside." Zhao Hai's expression turned serious as he asked, "Did someone come?" Kair shook her head and said, "It's not a person. Look. It seems like a mouse." After she said that, she gestured towards the screen. Showed on the screen was a silver-white mouse. The mouse's fur had a metal-like sheen. It wasn't large, yet no more than 20 meters long. The ears of the mouse were very big and circular. The tail was slender and it had 2 beady eyes. It looked lovable. But seeing the claw and teeth of the mouse, Zhao Hai knew not to take it lightly. The claws and teeth of the mouse were bright silver and shone like the sun. Zhao Hai knew that the claws weren't only dazzling, they were also dangerous. Zhao Hai just saw the mouse tear apart a magic artifact with its claws with almost no effort. One could see from this point how terrifyingly sharp its claws were. More and more of these mice appeared in the valley before they flooded the valley. Seeing this, the scalp of Laura and the others couldn't help but tingle. At this moment, there was a commotion among the group of mice. Zhao Hai and Laura couldn't help but stare. They saw 8 large mice half a meter long, carrying a huge metal plate. These 8 mice looked exactly like the others, but they were much larger. Each of them were holding metal rods that supported the large plate. The plate looked like an artifact but was damaged. There was a meter-long mouse lying on the plate. There were some pildrags on the plate which the mouse chucked into its mouth, as though they were peanuts. Seeing this, Zhao Hai couldn't help but be shocked. He turned his head to Laura and said, "Laura, pinch me." "What's that? Are the mice having a meeting?" Laura and the others were also shocked as they looked at the mice. They shook their heads as they continued to look at the image on the screen. At this time, the mice stopped. Then the big mouse on the plate slowly stood up. Seeing the mouse stand up, Laura and the others couldn't help but burst into a giggle. The mouse looked very cute. The large mouse was really cute. First of all, its silver white hair was very smooth. The mouse was also fat, like a big toy. Because it was fat, its face was round and it looked funny. No wonder Laura and the others giggled. Zhao Hai also couldn't help but smile. At this moment, the big mouse made another move. It put its claws on its waist as it began to squeak towards Zhao Hai's cave. Zhao Hai and the women had perplexed expressions on their faces as they looked at the big mouse. They didn't know what it was trying to do. After squeaking for a while, it discovered that nobody was listening to him. It couldn't help but become annoyed. It jumped up and down on its plate as it waved its claws around, making a louder sound than before. Laura and the others laughed. The big mouse now looked like an angered child right now. It stamped its foot in front of the other rats as though throwing a tantrum. Zhao Hai also smiled. He turned to Laura and said, "I'll go take a look at what these mice are trying to do. You can also go out if you want." Laura and the others nodded. They were also interested and wanted to take a look at what this fat mouse would do. Seeing that they agreed, Zhao Hai nodded before the group disappeared and then appeared outside Zhao Hai's cave residence. Upon arriving at the ignored valley, the mouse was still jumping and squeaking. When it saw Zhao Hai and the others appear, it jumped even more and its squeaks became louder. Zhao Hai didn't know what this mouse wanted, but this mouse seemed intelligent. Therefore, Zhao Hai adjusted his spiritual force and sent it towards the large mouse. When the big mouse felt Zhao Hai's spiritual force, it stopped for a moment. Then the mouse sent his own spiritual force forward. Zhao Hai received the thought and understood the message that the mouse wanted to send. The large mouse was saying, "Kid, who are you? Where's the old man?" Zhao Hai stared. He didn't expect the big mouse to know the previous watchman. It must be known that the old man was the only person in the ignored valley for a long time. However, Zhao Hai didn't ponder on it for too long. He immediately replied, "The old man left. I'm now the one making the decisions here." A reply came before long. "Making the decisions? It seems like the old man didn't inform you. This place is the territory of our Metalter Mice clan. You will never be able to make decisions here." Zhao Hai stared. He looked at the large mouse and said, "You're the Metalter Mice? Strange. Why are you eating pildrags? You talk too much. These things contain spiritual chi, so naturally we can eat them. Let me warn you. Everything here is the property of the Metalter Mouse clan. You're not allowed to steal our things." Hearing the big mouse, Zhao Hai began to understand. This big mouse saw him taking things from the ignored valley, so he came over to protest. Zhao Hai couldn't help but smile. He looked at the big mouse and said, "I don't care if this place is your territory. I can do whatever I want here." Hearing Zhao Hai, the big mouse was angry as it squeaked loudly. The big mouse's squeak was followed by the squeak of the other mice. Their collective noise was terrifying. Zhao Hai wasn't afraid of these mice. This was because he couldn't feel any danger from the big mouse. In other words, the mouse couldn't be his opponent. After that, the large mouse extended its claws and then attacked. With their leader attacking, the mice behind also charged in. Seeing this, Zhao Hai couldn't help but stare. It seems like these mice wanted to kill him by flooding over him. He couldn't help but smile. He waved his hand as an uncountable number of silver needles appeared. These needles proceeded to weave themselves into a metal net and covered the entire mouse swarm. Even the large mouse wasn't let off. The big mouse was stunned when he realized that he was captured. Then there was a hint of contempt on its fat face as it opened its mouth and bit the net. The other mice did the same thing as well. A smile couldn't help but appear on Zhao Hai's face. Cracking sounds could be heard before the mice were squeaking in pain. Zhao Hai and the women laughed. This was because the mice had just broken their fangs biting liquid silver. The only one that was quiet was the large mouse. It was aware how strong his teeth were, but the net had no damage at all. There wasn't even a small indication that it had been bitten. This caused the big mouse to panic. Although it only used a portion of its strength, it was still very confident in its teeth. 30% of his strength was able to break anything in this valley. It didn't expect to meet something that it couldn't bit through. This big mouse became anxious. It bit the net once more using 80% of its strength, but the result was the same. The net was undamaged. The big mouse bit one last time, now using all of its strength. However, it was useless. The net was still undamaged. The big mouse was now panicking. He continued to bite the net despite getting negative results. At this time, Zhao Hai waved his hand, sending the net as well as the captured mice into the space. As the big mouse entered the space, a prompt was heard. Aggressive entity detected. Subjugating. Entity has been subjugated. Mouse-type animals have been detected. It takes metal as well as poison as food. Its teeth are strong and it has great defenses. Extracting unique properties and integrating it to the other animals in the space. Integration has succeeded. Chapter 1662. Mouse Lair. Zhao Hai looked at the big mouse in front of him. The mouse was being groomed by Laura and the others. It still looks cute, but its eyes had become more docile. Zhao Hai looked at the big mouse and said, "What kind of beasts are your race? What level does it belong to?" The reason why Zhao Hai talked normally to the big mouse was because he found out that the mouse was very smart. Its intelligence was no worse than a human's. Its only flaw was that it doesn't have a humanoid form. The big mouse immediately replied, replying to young master, "Our Metalter race doesn't have any levels, even among beasts. We have no division. This is because the weakest Metalter mouse is as weak as level 1 beasts. Almost any cultivator can kill us. However, the most powerful Metalter mouse can fight against the most powerful cultivator. Because of this, we aren't classified to a certain level." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "So how strong are you?" The big mouse proudly replied, "I'm almost a level 4 beast." Although the levels of beasts are also divided into 6. It's still a different division from cultivators. My current strength is almost equivalent to a core formation cultivator. Hearing the big mouse, Zhao Hai couldn't help but stare. He looked at the big mouse and said, "Who told you about these things? You probably can't know it, right?" The big mouse smiled and replied, replying to the young master, "The old man from before told me about it." Since nobody comes to the valley, the old man gets bored. So after he discovered us, he chatted with me and told me about these things. Zhao Hai can feel that although the big mouse was referring to the previous watchman as an old man, there was a sense of respect in its words. Zhao Hai nodded and said, "All right, now that the Metalter mice has entered the space, you will be my subordinates in the future. But I hope that you keep staying in the ignored valley. You can eat all you can, but if you can discover rare materials, you have to send it to the space. Once it's sent to the space, we would have more ores. Then you can eat as much of it as you want in the future." Hearing this, the big mouse replied, "I understand, young master. I'll have the children keep an eye out." Actually, we don't eat too many metals. Generally, the higher the level of the metal, the more we can eat it. Only when we reach higher levels can we eat them. We can eat the majority of the metals in the valley, but we also have some metals that we can't digest. We can only stockpile these metals. I wonder if these metals can be sent to the space. Zhao Hai nodded and said, "We can bring those things in." "But are they dirty?" The big mouse shook its head and said, "Young master can rest assured. We usually eat pilled dregs, but we don't expel toxins from our bodies. Our bodies refine those toxins and concentrate them to reinforce our claws and teeth." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "All right, let's go and see the metals you've stockpiled." The big mouse nodded and then Zhao Hai led him out of the space. Zhao Hai followed the big mouse to their mouse lair. To be honest, Zhao Hai was surprised when he saw the mouse lair. The lair was so expansive that it already surrounded the ignored valley. Although the entire lair wasn't as big as the hive he saw in Fabio Planet, it was more civilized. It was designed well and decorated like a human settlement. There were granaries and even some places for social activities. The big mouse proceeded to introduce its underground kingdom. He also showed the proud history of the Metalter race. To be honest, the Metalter mice haven't stayed in the valley for a long time. Moreover, this big mouse was the first leader of the ignored valley's Metalter mice. It can be said that the Metalter mice in the ignored valley were brought up by the big mouse. Seeing such a mega structure, Zhao Hai couldn't help but commend the big mouse. Who would have thought that this ridiculous-looking guy could create such a big underground kingdom? It truly surprised Zhao Hai. Before long, they arrived at the storage area. The storage didn't contain food for the Metalter mice. Instead, inside were the metals that they couldn't digest. The metals weren't in shards. Instead, they were arranged neatly. In any case, Zhao Hai didn't care if they were arranged messily. He didn't have to touch them with his hands. Actually, the mice weren't that dirty. The Metalter rats were a wonder of biology. They were like machines that absorb metals as fuel. But because metals also have their own grades, there were metals that the mice couldn't digest. Zhao Hai waved his hand and sent the metals to the space. To his surprise, there were more than 100 types of metals. Zhao Hai looked at the big mouse and said, "I'll be taking those things away. Remember what I said. Don't show up at normal times. If I leave the ignored valley, keep an eye on my residence." The big mouse nodded and said, "Young master can rest assured. We'll follow your orders." Zhao Hai nodded and then waved his hand to release the other Metalter mice. The mice were now Zhao Hai's subordinates, but to Zhao Hai, these mice had little use, so he might as well place them back in the valley. Actually, the mice have transformed after passing through the space. There were metals that they could now absorb which they couldn't before. Zhao Hai turned around to leave the lair. He carefully observed the lair as he went out. After looking through it, he realized that the lair wasn't dug randomly. The paths inside have become a formation. The formation seems to have a certain protective function. Moreover, people couldn't detect the lair using their spiritual force. After confirming his theory, Zhao Hai couldn't help but stop. In the beginning, he thought that since there were a lot of garbage around the lair, some of the junk might have an effect of blocking spiritual force. But in the end, this wasn't the case. The big mouse noticed Zhao Hai stopped, ran over and asked, "Young master, is there a problem?" Zhao Hai looked at the big mouse and asked, "Your lair seems to be a formation. When did you learn?" The big mouse stared, then it shook its head and said, replying to the young master, "I didn't study any formations." Zhao Hai frowned. He looked at the big mouse and said, "Why did you decide to dig your lair like this?" The big mouse replied, "This is something that every Metalter mouse must learn. When every mouse is born, they learn how to dig a hole. Building a lair is an instinct of our Metalter race. After countless years of development, we discovered that digging our lair like this makes us survive more." Zhao Hai nodded. After multiple years of survival, the Metalter mice have made a lot of lairs, and over the years, they ended up with this kind of lair. It could be said that this formation was wholly made by the entire Metalter mouse race. Zhao Hai nodded and said, "You go back to what you're doing. I'll go have a look around." The big mouse nodded before running over to the other mice and directing them to work. Looking at the big mouse issuing orders with its claws, Zhao Hai couldn't help but grin. He took out some transforming clouds and gave them to the big mouse. Later on, it could use them to sit down. The big mouse was naturally happy. It immediately ordered its underlings to bring the metal plate over. Then he placed the transforming clouds on top of it. Zhao Hai nodded before he turned around. The lair was very big. In addition to the large caverns, there were smaller tunnels that smaller mice could crawl through. These tunnels were as small as a fist. Zhao Hai couldn't get in at all. Zhao Hai took out his silver needles and scanned the entire lair. After the entire lair has been scanned, Zhao Hai said goodbye to the big mouse and then returned to the space. Just as he returned to the space, Zhao Hai saw Kair and the others looking at the screen. On the screen was a projection of the entire Metalter mouse lair. Seeing Zhao Hai come back, Kair immediately said, "Young master, look at this. This mouse lair is a natural three-dimensional formation. Zhao Hai stared. Three-dimensional formation? Kair nodded and said, right, a three-dimensional formation. Normally, formations that we use are drawn on a flat plane. Although the effect of the formations are three-dimensional, the formation itself was two-dimensional. This three-dimensional formation isn't only externally defensive, it also has defenses inside. And if a part of the formation was destroyed, the entire formation wouldn't shut down. Hearing Kair, Zhao Hai became interested. It must be known that even if high-level formations would be fine being damaged, low-level formations would become completely useless once a part of it was destroyed. This was the first time that Zhao Hai heard of three-dimensional formation, and it caused him to be curious. Chapter 1663, Three-dimensional formation. Formations are one of the things that a cultivator cannot do without. Formations play very important roles in a cultivator's daily life. If they want to build a cave residence, they would need a formation. Formations can defend them as well as help in cultivation. However, formations used by cultivators were two-dimensional. They centered on formation disks and had formation flags as its nodes to generate a field. Once this field was formed, it means that the formation has been successfully arranged. Through various runes and positioning, formations would create their fields. The fields also absorb the surrounding energy in order to strengthen themselves or release it in another form. These were the most basic principles of formations. Because of these principles, destruction of a node of the formation would affect the field produced. Thus, this setup should not be destroyed. High-level formations were somewhat immune to this. Even if one or two nodes were destroyed, they would still function. High-level formations use very advanced materials. Sometimes, a node would be composed of two formation flags, or a formation flag would count as two nodes. In this case, even if the formation was damaged, there would be backup nodes or formation flags to carry the formation's functions. However, this doesn't guarantee that the formation would be at its full power. However, formations that were this resilient were rare. This was because manufacturing such formations needed advanced level materials and high-level cultivators, both of which were difficult to get at the same time. On the other hand, three-dimensional formations had far more nodes than two-dimensional formations. This meant that its power would be greater. Also, this meant that even if a lot of nodes were destroyed, the formation could still retain the majority of its function. Looking at all kinds of data regarding three-dimensional formations, Zhao Hai was speechless. He didn't expect the metal termites to make a three-dimensional formation that cultivators struggled with for countless years. Now, cultivators calling themselves the apex beings has become somewhat of a joke. Actually, Zhao Hai thought that this was incorrect. There's nothing wrong with humans becoming the apex cultivators, but it was just that humans have their focus on a lot of things. Take formations, for example. There were a lot of formations which were related to every aspect of their life. Naturally, they wouldn't have the energy to study three-dimensional formations. The metal termites were different. They inadvertently focused themselves on developing their lair. For many years and without stopping, they kept improving their lair before they were able to make a three-dimensional formation. Their attention has never been diverted. Zhao Hai turned his head to Kair and said, "Can we turn ordinary formations into three-dimensional formations?" Kair frowned and said, "That would be difficult, but it's possible." "Young master, take a look at this." The formation has a lot of nodes. If you look closely, each room in the lair is a node and the pathways are the lines. Arranged in this way, they make up the entire formation. Then Kair took out a formation blueprint and said, "This is a formation that we normally use. Because it is two-dimensional, there are fewer nodes. Moreover, the lines aren't complex." It can be said that three-dimensional formations are many folds more complicated compared to two-dimensional formations. Researching three-dimensional formations will be very difficult. Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Take your time. I believe that these three-dimensional formations would be very useful to us." Kair nodded. She also knew how three-dimensional formations would help them. Naturally, Zhao Hai wouldn't let them study on their own. He would also participate. Although he was a little behind the others when it came to researching formations, his knowledge was enough for him to become an expert in the outer world. Since nobody comes to the ignored valley, Zhao Hai's time was very relaxed. Originally, he thought of exploring the Black Tiger Gang's territory, but now his plans were delayed because of the three-dimensional formation. However, Zhao Hai didn't mind it. He was charmed by the three-dimensional formations. He looked like a kid who had discovered a new toy to play with. The research went on for 2 months. Zhao Hai went back to the space several times. At the same time, he sent Zhang Hao materials and pills that he had recycled. Zhang Hao didn't feel that anything had changed in Zhao Hai. In fact, to any cultivator, Zhao Hai's situation was a dream. Cultivators require materials and pills in their cultivation. With Zhao Hai placed in the ignored valley, he essentially has unlimited materials and pills to use. If Zhang Hao had the ability, he wouldn't want to leave. Zhao Hai didn't turn everything into useful materials. This was because there was no need to do so. If he gave too many materials, then Zhang Feng might turn his attention back to him. Because of this, Zhao Hai wasn't too anxious. He just sent back some herbs and basic materials to Zhang Feng. After 2 months, Zhao Hai finally was able to get a grasp on three-dimensional formations. Just like what Kair said, three-dimensional formations weren't easy. Even with the space's capabilities, it still took 2 months before progress was made. Making three-dimensional formations was like wanting to draw a cylinder out of a circle drawn on the ground. It wasn't an easy task. The space has the universal scanner, and with the space's innate analytical ability, they were finally able to turn the formations that they have into three-dimensional formations. Zhao Hai was currently in the space, standing in front of the Hell King's ship. Beside him were Laura and the others. All of them were looking at the Hell King's ship as if waiting for something. After some time, Zhao Hai opened his mouth and said, "Begin." Kair nodded and then waved her hand. Before long, white light began to cover the Hell King's ship. As the light moved, the formations in the Hell King's ship were upgraded to be three-dimensional. Zhao Hai and the others wanted to see what changes would happen to the ship. Before long, the white light vanished. The Hell King's ship was still present. No changes could be seen from outside. Zhao Hai turned his head to Laura and the others and said, "Let's go up and take a look." Then the group proceeded to fly towards the Hell King's ship. The group immediately felt the changes the moment they started up the Hell King's ship. The ship has become faster and more flexible. Additionally, it consumed less energy. In the past, if the Hell King's ship wanted to go at full speed, it would need to consume 50% of the Yin-Yang Lightning Pond's storage. But now, it would only consume 5%, 10 times reduction. For cultivators, this reduction was very huge. A 10 times reduction in energy consumption meant that the ship's capabilities had increased 10 times. What does a multiplication of 10 mean? It was enough for a normal immortal stage cultivator to go against Dao Avatar stage cultivators. This was an increase of an entire stage. If 2 experts of the same level battle and then one of them has an attack that was 10 times as strong, then wouldn't they win immediately? If this news were to go out, cultivators would go crazy. Zhao Hai experimented more with the Hell King's ship. Not only was the ship's speed better, its defenses and impact strength has increased as well. Most importantly, the cannons of the ship have become stronger. After trying out the ship for some time, Zhao Hai and the others returned to the villa. Kair immediately played the recording of the Hell King's ship. Beside the video were data regarding the ship's operation. Kair pointed towards the numbers and said, "Young master, ever since we upgraded the Hell King's ship, the energy consumption has decreased by 10 times, the speed doubled, the defenses increased by 5 times, the agility tripled, and its offensive capabilities has increased by 6 times, and this is under normal operation and not at its full state. We succeeded." Looking at Kair's excited expression, Zhao Hai was happy as well. He smiled and said, "We succeeded, ha ha ha." "Good, fantastic." Laura and the others also cheered. This was the fruit of their labor. Meg looked at everyone and said, "I'll go prepare some delicious food. We have to celebrate." After she said that, she ran to the kitchen. Meg has also been working in the past 2 months. Moreover, her knowledge about formations wasn't low. She also needed to take care of everyone. In these 2 months, She was the one who worked the hardest. Seeing Meg prepare the food, Laura and the others immediately went to help. Zhao Hai looked at the women and smiled. Zhao Hai knew that the past 2 months were one of their happiest times. This was because besides giving Zhang Hao the materials and pills, Zhao Hai spent most of his time inside the space. Before long, a table of dishes has been prepared. Zhao Hai and the others sat down and ate. Although they stayed together every day, they still had endless things to talk about. The atmosphere was very good. After eating their meal, the group went to the hot spring to relax. They ate fruits and wine as they soaked in the warm water. Kair looked at Zhao Hai, who was being massaged by Megan, and said, "Young master, what do you plan to do next?" Her question attracted everyone's attention. Zhao Hai looked at everyone and said, "I plan to close up." Chapter 1664. Closing up for half a year. Close up, Brother Hai, why would you close up? Laura looked at Zhao Hai, confused. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Now that we have these three-dimensional formations, it's time to upgrade my faith power gathering formation. I also have the 5 elements killing formation as well as the stellar transformations great formation. I need some time to turn these into 3-dimensional formations. Then I want to see how much they changed." Hearing Zhao Hai, Laura and the others understood. Laura nodded and said, "You might as well. I believe there would be great benefits for you once you turn them into 3-dimensional formations." Zhao Hai nodded. "If I was in the 10,000 realm battlefield, I could say that nobody would be my opponent, but this place is different. There are too many powerful experts here. The reason why I'm so strong in the 10,000 realm battlefield is because I have faith power. I no longer have this advantage here. My biggest ace is about to become useless. If I want to make a name for myself in the great world of cultivation, I need to improve my strength. Moreover, I cannot be with Zhang Feng for the rest of my life. I'm not a human processing machine." Laura and the others nodded. No matter where they are, strength spoke the loudest. If you were weak, then even if you can make pills and refine artifacts, you would only become a tool for others. Only through strength could one dictate their own destiny. Zhang Feng might have been good to Zhao Hai, but he sent Zhao Hai to the ignored valley. If Zhang Feng becomes stronger in the future, he would treat Zhao Hai better. This was because of the benefits that Zhao Hai could give him. Zhao Hai also understood Zhang Feng's intentions, but he wasn't swayed by it. Zhao Hai doesn't want to lose his freedom and become a human machine for the rest of his life. Laura nodded and said, "Then are you going to close up in the ignored valley? Do you need anything?" Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "There's no need to prepare anything. I will close up underneath the 100 Spirits tree. We'll station an undead outside my residence to receive Zhang Hao." Laura nodded and said, "All right, then we'll take care of it. You can go into seclusion without worries." Zhao Hai nodded. Then he closed his eyes and enjoyed Megan's massage. Before long, he fell asleep. Zhao Hai sat calmly underneath the 100 Spirits tree. He was currently focused on the faith power gathering formation inside his body. The faith power gathering formation has been perfectly integrated into the small avatar inside Zhao Hai's body. The avatar was now turned gold by the faith power. An extremely thick stream of faith power was constantly pouring in. Zhao Hai used his spiritual force to inspect the faith power gathering formation. Then he slowly transformed it into a 3-dimensional formation. Since his body has been baptized by faith power, the process wasn't very difficult. However, Zhao Hai was still very careful. After all, this was his own body. As Zhao Hai cautiously upgraded the formation, the faith power gathering formation began to change its appearance. It became more and more 3-dimensional. Then upon setting up the final node, the formation has successfully been upgraded. The moment the formation was done, a golden light as dazzling as the sun flooded the surroundings. Although Zhao Hai was controlling the formation with his spiritual force, he still had the urge to close his eyes. After the golden light vanished, Zhao Hai saw a small sun appear on his avatar. The golden sun lit up 100 times stronger than the original 2-dimensional formation. Along with the upgrade, faith power began to permeate through Zhao Hai's body. slowly nourishing it. Seeing this happen, Zhao Hai didn't know what to do. The three-dimensional formation was just as big as the original formation. However, he can still enlarge it slowly, making its effects stronger and stronger. The faith power gathering formation inside Zhao Hai's body wasn't at its optimum state. There was still a big room for improvement, so Zhao Hai began to make some improvements to the formation. Time passed as Zhao Hai was immersed in improving his faith power gathering formation. He was unaware of the outside situation. Zhang Hao arrived at the ignored valley feeling somewhat strange. In his past few visits, Zhao Hai looked absent-minded. It seemed like he was thinking about something, but after asking Zhao Hai, he said that he was alright, which caused Zhang Hao to be puzzled. Zhang Hao decided that if Zhao Hai kept being like this, then he would report it to Zhang Feng. After all, Zhang Feng treated Zhao Hai with importance. Zhang Hao didn't dare neglect anything about him. Before long, Zhang Hao arrived in front of Zhao Hai's cave residence. All of a sudden, Zhang Hao felt that something wasn't right. This was because even if Zhao Hai had been absent-minded, he would still greet Zhang Hao every time. But this time, he wasn't there. Just as Zhang Hao thought about this, he discovered someone outside Zhao Hai's residence. This person was very tall and huge. Looking at the person, Zhang Hao couldn't help but be surprised. Wasn't this Zhao Hai's opponent in the life and death arena? Didn't he die? Why was he here? Zhang Hao stopped and then looked at the huge figure. It didn't take long for him to discover that something wasn't right. The man was filled with death energy. This meant that this wasn't a living person, but an undead. Zhang Hao heard that Zhao Hai had a lot of undead. It seems like this huge man has also been turned into undead. Zhang Hao couldn't help but be curious, so he continued walking. As he arrived at the entrance, the huge warrior bowed and said, "I have seen Sir Zhang Hao. This one has been ordered by the young master to stay here." Zhang Hao looked at the huge man's ugly face and couldn't help but feel awkward. He didn't expect an undead to talk to him naturally. But since the huge man addressed him, there seems to be something going on. He looked at the huge man and asked, "Where's Little Hai? Did something happen?" The huge man replied, replying to Sir, "Young master is currently in seclusion. Therefore, he left me here to guard. He instructed me to give this to you." Zhang Hao looked at the spatial bag that was handed over and nodded. He looked at the huge man and said, "Why did Little Hai suddenly go into seclusion?" Zhang Hao didn't think of entering the cave residence. He knew that a cultivator in seclusion couldn't be disturbed. Otherwise, an accident might occur. The huge man replied, "This one doesn't know. I only followed the young master's instructions." Zhang Hao nodded and said, "Good, then I won't disturb him. But you're the only one here. What if something happens? Does he need me to send people over?" The huge man shook his head and said, "The young master never said anything about this." "I don't know." Zhang Hao didn't know what to say, but he shook his head and said, "Forget it. I'll take care of this matter." After he said that, he turned around and went to the transmission formation. He knew that he should tell Zhang Feng about this. Seclusion wasn't a small matter. Zhang Hao immediately went to see Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng was already at another life and death arena. Although the coordinates of the transmission formation was different, it didn't deviate by a lot. After going out of the transmission formation, Zhang Hao immediately went to Zhang Feng. Recently, Zhang Feng has been full of energy and was very eager to work. Because of Zhao Hai, he was able to win over several inner disciples as well as outer disciples. But all of this was done in secret. People outside had no idea. Zhang Feng knew clearly that the most important thing for him right now was to stay low-key. He cannot let anyone know about the resources he currently has. If people knew that he had a lot of materials and pills on hand, they would certainly trace their origins. When the time comes, Zhao Hai will be exposed. And this wasn't what Zhang Feng wanted to see. Zhang Hao stopped outside Zhang Feng's room and said, "First senior brother, I'm here." Zhang Feng replied, "Little Hao, you're back. Come in." Zhang Hao nodded and then pushed the door before walking in. After entering the room, Zhang Hao gave Zhang Feng a salute. Zhang Feng waved his hand and said, "Don't be too polite." "How is Little Hai?" Zhang Hao replied, reporting to First Senior Brother. Little Hai is currently in seclusion. He only has an undead guarding his cave residence. The undead also handed me this. After he said that, he took out a spatial bag. Zhang Feng took the spatial bag and took a look inside. There were several times more materials and pills inside. He took away the spatial bag and then said, "Why did Little Hai suddenly seclude himself? You've been seeing him. Did he mention it to you?" Zhang Hao shook his head and said, "He didn't say anything. However, in my past few visits, I felt that he has been absent-minded. But after I asked him about it, he said that he was alright. Moreover, I asked Elder Huo. Nobody has been there since Jinzangian, so there shouldn't be a problem. But this time, he suddenly went into seclusion. I really don't know what happened." Zhang Feng frowned and said, "I found someone to ask about Little Hai. It seems like he's a cultivation fanatic and he secludes himself often. It should be the same this time." Zhang Hao thought for a moment and said, "First Senior Brother, do you think Little Hai ate some pills in the valley? This might be the reason he closed up." Hearing Zhang Hao, Zhang Feng stared. Then he said, "That's possible. Little Hai cultivates a lot. It might be related to him. Alright. Let's leave him be. Pay attention to him and don't let anyone come to disturb his seclusion." That Sima Yinlong might still be interested in Zhao Hai. Pay close attention. Zhang Hao nodded and then said his goodbyes before leaving. When Zhang Hao left, Zhang Feng took out a jade sword message and then sent word to a trusted subordinate. He ordered his people to pay attention to the matters involving the ignored valley. He wanted them to act as Zhao Hai's protectors. Zhao Hai was unaware of these things. He was now currently reinforcing the faith power gathering formation in his body. But no matter how much he improves it, the flow of faith power still maxes out. This caused Zhao Hai to be helpless. Any formation has its limit and Zhao Hai has pushed the gathering formation to its maximum potential. Currently, the nodes of the formation were 100 times more than the original two-dimensional formation. The amount of faith power he receives is much larger than before, but he still maxes out. From this point, one could see how much faith power Zhao Hai currently has. After enhancing his faith power gathering formation to its limits, Zhao Hai slowly opened his eyes and let out a long breath. He could feel the abundance of faith power in his body. Moreover, the flow was more convenient. This caused him to be very happy. Now that the faith power gathering formation has been improved, Zhao Hai shifted his focus on the stellar transformations formation. This formation contained stars that constantly shifted. It was a very strange formation that was constantly changing. The stellar transformation great formation was also two-dimensional. Although he can shift the stars, it lacked cosmic effect. After all, the stellar cosmos wasn't a two-dimensional plane. The positions of the stars themselves were three-dimensional. Upgrading the stellar transformation's great formation to a three-dimensional formation was even more difficult. The formation was currently on the cube on top of Zhao Hai's avatar. Zhao Hai was now trying to turn the formation into a three-dimensional one. The stellar transformation's great formation was more complicated compared to the faith power gathering formation, so it has more nodes. Expanding this formation would result in much more nodes. This was a colossal project. Fortunately, Zhao Hai actively used the stellar transformation's great formation for a long time, so he was more familiar with it. After a period of time, Zhao Hai finally let out a long breath. The stellar transformation great formation has finally been upgraded. Moreover, Zhao Hai maximized the formation to its limit. It took Zhao Hai around 2 months to complete it. After dealing with the stellar transformation's great formation, Zhao Hai shifted his attention once more to the five-element killing formation. It must be said that the five-element killing formation was as complicated as the stellar transformation great formation. There were even aspects of the five-element killing formation that were more complex than the stellar transformation great formation. Zhao Hai enhanced the five-element killing formation non-stop. Unknowingly, another 2 months passed and Zhao Hai finished upgrading the formation. With the five-element killing formation finished, Zhao Hai's seclusion was also finished. All in all, his seclusion lasted for half a year. Chapter 1665 Zhang Feng visits. Zhang Feng frowned in his room. Zhao Hai has been in seclusion for half a year. Because of this, he hasn't been receiving materials and pills for 6 months. This threw a wrench in his plans. However, Zhang Feng didn't blame Zhao Hai for this. After all, seclusion was important to any cultivator. What Zhang Feng was worried about was that Zhao Hai would suffer problems. It was good that the undead outside Zhao Hai's cave residence were still there. Otherwise, Zhang Feng would worry a lot. But Zhang Feng still worried about when Zhao Hai would go out. If Zhao Hai closed up for several years, then it would have a huge effect on his plans. As he was thinking of this, Zhang Feng heard Zhang Hao's voice outside. First senior brother, Little Hai sent a letter. He is out of seclusion. Zhang Feng stared and he quickly stood up. He didn't wait for Zhang Hao to come in as he immediately walked out. Then he said, "Follow me." Then the two went to the transmission formation. Before long, the two arrived at the Ignored Valley. The two appeared at the Ignored Valley and saw Zhao Hai waiting for them. Upon seeing the two, Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Zhao Hai has seen the senior brothers." Zhang Feng smiled at Zhao Hai and said, "Good, you've progressed well. It seems like your seclusion has been effective. Let's go in and have a talk." Zhao Hai nodded. Then he invited the two into his residence. After settling down inside the residence, Zhang Feng turned to Zhao Hai and said, "I was worried about you. I didn't expect you to suddenly close up. Next time you should send a word to me. I'll send you a protector." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Thank you, senior brother. Actually, I had a sudden enlightenment this time, so I couldn't stop myself from closing up. Senior brother can rest assured, I will inform you next time." Zhang Feng nodded and said, "That would be best. From what I can see, you've benefited a lot from your seclusion. This is very good. You should place cultivation as your first priority." Zhao Hai nodded. Then he looked at Zhang Feng and said, "Senior brother, can you find me some manuals related to formations? I want to take a look. It might be useful to me." Zhang Feng stared for a moment, then he nodded and said, "There's no problem. There's a special manual in the sect that has very good formations. I'll ask them to send it over." "Why do you need to study them? Do you plan to refine some artifacts?" Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "I don't have such plans. I just like to study formations." Zhang Feng nodded and said, "All right, I will send them to you. But you have to take care. You can't delay your cultivation because of this." Zhao Hai nodded. Zhang Feng added, "You've been in seclusion for 6 months. In 2 months, there will be an outer sect competition. You need to prepare well. Don't be too eye-catching in the competition, but don't lose too badly. Understand?" Zhao Hai was also aware of the outer sect competition. In fact, in the Black Tiger Gang, whether it be the outer sect, inner sect, or the core disciples, all of them would compete. Generally, the competition was annual. The top 10 outer disciples can enter the inner sect while the bottom 10 of the inner sect would have 2 chances. If they became the bottom then for 3 consecutive competitions, then they would be downgraded into serving disciples. Meanwhile, the top 10 serving disciples would be promoted to the outer sect. The top 10 inner sect disciples would also be promoted to be core disciples, and core disciples wouldn't be demoted. Core disciples were richly taken care of by the sect. If they fell to the inner sect, then their cultivation would slow down. Their level might even decrease. This was a loss that the sect wouldn't let happen. But although the core disciple competition wouldn't demote a core disciple, it would still affect their allowance. The final 10 core disciples would have the same allowance as the top 10 inner disciples. As for the top 10 core disciples, they would have the right to construct a mountain residence and use a tiger ship. The Black Tiger Gang has millions and millions of serving disciples and outer sect disciples. The struggle to reach the top 10 of this pile was an intense struggle. What Zhang Feng was telling Zhao Hai was to aim for the top 10 but not belong to them in the end. Zhao Hai also didn't want to be in the top 10. It wasn't that he didn't want to struggle, nor did he think that he wasn't strong enough. He just thought that it wasn't the right time. If he entered the inner sect the first year he arrived at the great world of cultivation, he would certainly attract a lot of attention. This would bring no benefit to him. Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Senior brother can rest assured. I understand what I should do." Zhang Feng turned to Zhang Hao and said, "Little Hao, you don't need to work too hard this time. When the time comes, I will directly promote you to the inner sect. You don't have to worry." Zhang Hao stared, then his expression lit up as he bowed and said, "I thank senior brother." Zhang Feng nodded. It was possible for him to promote Zhang Feng to the inner sect. This was because he has a mountain residence himself. In the Black Tiger Gang, once core disciples got their mountain residence, they were allowed to recruit 1,000 serving disciples, 300 outer disciples, and 100 inner disciples. Also, every year, they have the power to promote 10 serving disciples to the outer sect and promote 3 outer sect disciples to the inner sect. They even have the right to promote 1 inner sect disciple to a core disciple, after careful scrutiny by the sect. As for the promotion of an outer disciple to the inner sect, there was no need to inspect. Besides elders who have their own mountains, only the top 10 core disciples and Zhang Feng have this power. This power also gave them the opportunity to win people over. It must be said that apart from being able to use a tiger ship, Zhang Feng has the same benefits as the top 10 core disciples. This was the reason why the top 10 core disciples targeted him. It was also the reason why Zhang Feng was going against the top 10 core disciples. In Zhang Feng's opinion, since he was fully capable of becoming one of the top 10 core disciples, he should have the right to use a tiger ship. But since he couldn't use one, this caused him to be envious of the top 10 core disciples, which increased his hatred towards them. For the top 10 core disciples, Zhang Feng was just the top inner disciple. He doesn't have the right to have his own mountain residence. However, he was actually bestowed with a mountain. Wasn't this a provocation to the top 10 core disciples? Because of this, the hatred between both sides became deeper and deeper. Zhang Feng turned his head to Zhao Hai and said, "Little Hai, because of you, the ignored valley has become important to me, so I have to keep you here. But don't worry, I definitely won't trap you in this place. I will promote you to the inner sect soon. I'm not someone who would kill the donkey after unloading the grains." Zhao Hai bowed and said, "Senior brother, I understand." Zhang Feng looked at the time and said, "In 2 days, I'll have Little Hao send you the formation manual. I can't stay here for a long time. I also have to be careful." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Senior brother can rest assured, there won't be any problems here." Zhang Feng nodded before he stood up. Looking at the 2 people leaving through the transmission formation, Zhao Hai waved his hand as Laura and the others appeared beside him. Laura looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Brother Hai, you want to study the formations of the great world of cultivation?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Of course, the great world of cultivation is a cut above compared to the lower realms. The formations they use are certainly more powerful. If we make their formations 3-dimensional, it would be very useful for us." Laura nodded. Then she asked, "Why did you call us over?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "What? Don't you feel it troublesome to stay in the space all the time? I plan to take you out to play. The Black Tiger Gang's domain is so big, it shouldn't be difficult to find a fun place to go." Hearing, Zhao Hai, Laura and the others stared before they laughed. Kair said, "Young master, we must go to the 7-colored flower valley." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "All right, then we'll go to the 7-colored flower valley." The 7-colored flower valley was a forbidden area within the Black Tiger Gang's domain. It was a huge mountain valley. Inside this valley were 7-colored flowers. These flowers weren't as big as Kair's true body. However, the poison within these flowers was terrifying. Core formation cultivators would be poisoned and die if they were to inhale this poison. Such poisons were very rare. This was also the reason why the valley was deemed as a forbidden area by the sect. Naturally, being forbidden was merely a title. People would still come to the valley from time to time. Most of these people were at the core formation stage. They would pick flowers in order to concoct poison. The 7-colored flower valley has already been mapped by the space. Kair immediately liked the place when he saw it. So upon hearing that Zhao Hai wanted to go out and place, she quickly proposed to go there. Naturally, Laura and the others wouldn't decline. Zhao Hai waved his hand as the group vanished and then reappeared near a valley. The valley was indeed enormous. From side to side, The valley spanned several kilometers. The valley was surrounded by tall mountains that blocked the cold air. Because of this, the valley was warm all throughout the year. Due to the climate, the valley was filled with beautiful flowers. Nobody would want to leave the place. And if you were below the core formation stage, then you definitely wouldn't be leaving this place. As the group appeared at the valley, a prompt was immediately issued by the space. It said that the valley was full of poisonous gas and that they were poisoned. Fortunately, an antidote was quickly made. They have seen the scenery inside the space, but after seeing it with their own eyes, Laura and the others couldn't help but cheer. Then they flew all over the valley as they looked at the flowers. They looked like beautiful butterflies. Although the flowers in the valley were poisonous, they were very fragrant. Moreover, the fragrance wasn't thick, it was mild and very nice to the nose. Naturally, if you cannot get rid of the poison, this fragrance would be your end. Looking at the women, Zhao Hai smiled as he stood on the side. His view of the valley has become akin to a painting. It could be described as poetic. Chapter 1666. Becoming Friends. There was a tall mountain whose peak was filled with white snow. It was silent and lifeless. Suddenly, the snow moved as a small white head burrowed out of the ground. It was a snow mouse. The snow mouse ate insects and moss to live. They were one of the few animals that can survive on the cold mountain. Suddenly someone's voice was heard. "Brother Hai, this place is beautiful. It would be a good spot for barbecue. Why don't we rest here?" Another voice was heard. "Looking at the view, it's really a good place for a barbecue." The snow mouse was terrified. It quickly burrowed into the snow and never appeared again. At this time, a transparent building fell into the ground. Looking inside the house, one could see several people inside surrounding a brazier. They had iron skewers in their hands that had meat on them. They were currently pointing the skewers towards the hot brazier. Naturally, these people were Zhao Hai's group. The house was made using liquid silver. The group has been playing around the Black Tiger Gang's domain. Naturally, they went to desolate places so nobody could see them. Today, Laura proposed having a barbecue. Meg and the others also began to prepare. Then they chose a place with good scenery to enjoy their meal. In the end, they decided to look at a snowy place while eating barbecue. As they were roasting their meat, Laura turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Brother Hai, the outer sect competition will start in 1 month. Do you need to prepare?" Zhao Hai drank the ice-cold beer in his hand as he smiled and said, "What preparations do I have to do?" You should have seen the strength of the Black Tiger Gang's outer sect. Besides those who arrived at the Foundation establishment stage, everyone else is at the spirit refining stage. Although they're stronger compared to other cultivators, they don't have faith power. If I were to prepare against them, then I would become a bully. What I need to prepare is how I should act during the battles. Hearing Zhao Hai, Laura and the others couldn't help but smile. Zhao Hai's present strength could win against inner disciples, not to mention these outer disciples. If he were to be serious against these people, then he would just be bullying them. The group continued to eat barbecue and chatted. They were very carefree. At this moment, Kair suddenly said, "Young master, there's someone." "A cultivator." Zhao Hai stared, then he asked, "Only one person? How strong are they?" Kair knit her brows and said, "It should be the spirit refining level, or core formation. From what it looks like, this person isn't from the Black Tiger Gang." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Alright, you go back to the space first. I'll stay behind to see why a core formation cultivator dared to go into the Black Tiger Gang's domain." Kair and the others nodded before their bodies flashed and returned to the space. Only Zhao Hai was left. He took back the house and sat cross-legged in midair. He had a cup of wine in his hand but he didn't drink. Before long, Zhao Hai saw someone's shadow from a distance. This person also detected Zhao Hai, but he didn't stop. Instead, he sped up towards Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai didn't move and just looked at the person's direction. So before long, the person appeared in front of him. When he saw this man, Zhao Hai understood why Kair said that he wasn't from the Black Tiger Gang. This man was dressed in red cultivator robes and also had red hair. He was quite handsome, but his face showed an arrogant expression. But as he looked further into the person, Zhao Hai was surprised. This was because he couldn't feel any danger from this person, nor did he feel any hostility. Zhao Hai also noticed that the person's arrogant expression seemed fake. It shouldn't be this person's usual behavior. The person was also observing Zhao Hai. He wanted to see Zhao Hai's reaction. It must be known that his current behavior was a standard for the Roaring Flame sect. It should be known that the Roaring Flame sect and the Black Tiger Fang were in conflict. Whenever disciples of these two sects meet, unless there was a huge gap in strength, the two sides would fight. Killing one another was normal. The man wanted to see how Zhao Hai would react upon seeing him. Would he fight immediately or run away? Surprisingly, Zhao Hai continued to calmly sit cross-legged in place. He had a slight frown but had no hostility in his face. The man couldn't help but be curious about Zhao Hai. He couldn't help but want to provoke him. With an arrogant expression, he laughed loudly and said, "I didn't expect to meet a kid from the Black Tiger Gang just as I got out of the Valley of Fire. Kid, I'll let you go if you kowtow to me." Zhao Hai looked at the man and then smiled as he said, "Brother, stop pretending. You don't know how to act at all. I'm afraid you're not even from the Roaring Flame sect." As soon as the man heard Zhao Hai, his expression couldn't help but pause. He thought that Zhao Hai was bluffing him, but it doesn't seem to be the case. Zhao Hai had a smile on his face. He definitely wasn't bluffing. The arrogant look on his face disappeared. He looked at Zhao Hai and asked, "Who are you? How can you tell that I'm pretending?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Simple, your body doesn't exude any hostility. Moreover, although you look arrogant, it's clear to me that you're acting. Because of this, I concluded that you're not from the Roaring Flame sect. If you were, then it's impossible that you won't be hostile towards me." The man looked at Zhao Hai, then after some time he laughed and said, "Ha ha ha, good, good. I'm from the First Darkness Hall, Han Birlai." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Handyman Hall, Zhao Hai." When Han Birlai heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but be surprised. He said, "Are you really from the Handyman Hall?" "No, there are only old elders in charge of the hall. With your strength, you can't be an elder. You should be in the outer sect." Almost all outer disciples of the Handyman Hall are stewards, but you don't look like a steward. Moreover, a steward isn't free enough to go to a place like this to drink. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Handyman Hall's watcher of the Ignored Valley." Zhao Hai, Ignored Valley? You're the watchman of the Ignored Valley? How is that possible? When can the Ignored Valley's watchman be so free? If you leave, what would happen to the trash? If you don't take care of the trash, you will be punished." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "I know dark magic and can turn people into undead. Leaving 2 undead in the Ignored Valley to take care of the trash is enough." Han Birlai understood. Then he laughed loudly and said, "Brother, I didn't expect you to have such capabilities. Everyone regards the Ignored Valley as a place of exile, but here you are. It has become a good place for you. Ha ha ha. With the undead to take care of the trash, you can do whatever you want." "Right, brother. How did you get stuck at the Ignored Valley?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "I have been careless and offended someone." "Ha ha, brother, come over and have a drink." After he said that, Zhao Hai took another glass and took out a bottle of wine. He filled the glass and handed the wine over to Han Birlai. When Han Birlai saw Zhao Hai's action, he was slightly stunned. Then he looked at the glass of wine and finally took it. He raised the glass towards Zhao Hai and said, "Cheers." Zhao Hai was surprised. He didn't expect this man to receive and drink his wine. They weren't familiar with each other. Among cultivators, even brothers of the same sect would guard against each other, not to mention 2 people who just met. The man's actions truly surprised Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai watched the man drink the wine and said, "Aren't you afraid that I have poisoned the wine? We just met." "You're really courageous." Han Birlai looked at Zhao Hai and then smiled as he answered, "Don't you know what the Darkness Hall does? We're all trained to detect poison. Just a look and we can tell. We have also undergone anti-poison training. Ordinary poison cannot affect us." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "I really don't know much about the Darkness Hall. Actually, I'm a battle slave. I just finished my first battle. But since I offended someone, I was sent to the Ignored Valley. I really am unaware of the matters of the sect." Han Birlai stared at Zhao Hai and said, You're a battle slave, and you're sent to the Ignored Valley after your first battle? Is this possible? Isn't there a rule that battle slaves need to win 10 battles? How did you become an outer sect disciples after just one battle? Zhao Hai smiled and said, I don't know. I offended some people. Moreover, I'm quite strong. It won't be difficult for me to win 10 battles. It's better to deal with me early so that nobody would notice my disappearance. Han Buerlei knit his brows. This wasn't something that a First Darkness Hall disciple can solve, although he also had some influence. Someone who can promote a battle slave to the outer sect ahead of time wasn't to be trifled with either. He can't meddle in this matter. Zhao Hai looked at Han Buerlei and said, Brother Han, I hope that you don't tell anyone about today's matter, otherwise, there will be huge trouble. After today, I'll ask Brother Han to forget our meeting. Han Buerlei looked at Zhao Hai. He smiled bitterly as he nodded and said, All right, I won't tell anybody. But I think it's good to stay in the Ignored Valley. Even if someone comes to replace you, you won't accept it, won't you? Han Buerlei looked at Zhao Hai while Zhao Hai looked at Han Buerlei. Then the two suddenly laughed. Zhao Hai poured Han Buerlei another glass of wine. Then the two raised their cups and took a drink. Sometimes, becoming friends was that simple. Chapter 1667, Nascent Soul Expert. Meeting Han Buerlei was just an accident and he didn't take the matter seriously. Therefore, he didn't reveal too much. Even if Zhang Feng found out about this meeting, he probably wouldn't do anything. Zhao Hai said that he had offended Zhang Feng, but he didn't say that he had joined Zhang Feng's camp. However, Han Buerlei's personality made Zhao Hai glad. Han Buerlei seems to be someone who doesn't scheme. However, Zhao Hai doesn't know if this was Han Buerlei pretending. It would need some time before Zhao Hai would consider him as a friend. The two continued to sit on the snowy mountain as they drank and chatted. They talked about general matters of the gang. They didn't talk about any sensitive matters, but they still had a lot to talk about. Zhao Hai didn't ask Han Buerlei about his appearance. This was because he was aware that Han Buerlei was from the Darkness Hall. Each person belonging to the Darkness Hall were shrouded in mystery. Their duties were very important. Even so, the conversation between the two was very friendly. It must be known that finding a friend in the great world of cultivation wasn't easy. There weren't a lot of people who could chat like the two of them. As the two chatted, they suddenly felt a powerful aura from a distance. Their expressions changed. This aura clearly belonged to a powerful expert, at least the nascent soul stage. From the direction that the aura was coming from, the expert should be an expert of the Roaring Flame sect. Moreover, this person was very good at hiding his location. He didn't show his aura before he was close to the two of them. The reason this person revealed his presence was because he believed that Zhao Hai and Han Buerlei wouldn't run at this distance. Han Buerlei's complexion changed. Then his entire form changed and turned into a person wearing black clothing. His hair also turned black. His handsome face turned ordinary. No matter who looks at him, they would never believe that he was from the Roaring Flame sect. Zhao Hai looked at Han Buerlei in surprise. He didn't know what technique Han Buerlei used. It could actually change a person's appearance in an instant. Han Buerlei noticed Zhao Hai's surprise. He smiled faintly and said, This is my true appearance. It seems like the other party came for me. You leave while I block him. I have the means to get out on my own. Zhao Hai looked at Han Buerlei and then smiled as he said, We'll work together. We might not even get into a fight with him. Let's see his intentions first, then we'll talk about what to do after that. Han Buerlei stared. He didn't expect Zhao Hai to be this confident. He didn't say anything. Before long, the nascent soul expert appeared not far from the two. The nascent soul expert was around 100 meters away from Zhao Hai and Han Buerlei. This expert had red hair and wore red clothing. He looked very much like a Roaring Flame sect cultivator. His blood-red eyes showed how mad with anger he was. The nascent soul expert viciously stared at the two and said, One of you killed my grandson. Tell me who it is and I'll give you a reward. If you don't, I will kill both of you. Zhao Hai looked at the nascent soul expert, then he smiled faintly and said, Senior, there must be an understanding. This is the Black Tiger Gang's domain. Both of us came here to drink. We would have no time to kill your grandson. Han Buerlei bowed and said, I have seen Senior Fire Cloud. We just came here to see the snowy scene. We didn't meet your grandson." The nascent soul expert Fire Cloud sneered and said, "I don't think you know, but in order to prevent the Black Tiger Gang from infiltrating the Roaring Flame sect, we installed warning formations all around the valley. Everyone who went to the valley would have tracking powder on them, whether you entered the valley or not. The tracking powder can tell. This old man has been chasing that powder all this time, and you actually dared to lie to me. I really don't know if you want to live or die." Hearing this, Zhao Hai and Han Builai stared, then their expressions changed. "It seems like this matter won't become amicable." Zhao Hai looked at Fire Cloud, then he sneered and said, "So what if you caught up? Are you sure that you can kill us?" Fire Cloud laughed and said, "Reckless kid, this old man will teach you what happens if you annoy a nascent soul expert." After he said that, Fire Cloud made a move and sent a huge fiery red palm towards Zhao Hai. Seeing Fire Cloud's action, Zhao Hai coldly snorted as he pulled his arm and sent a punch forward. Han Builai also took out two black daggers. These daggers seemed to absorb the light around them. There were no reflections. When he saw Han Builai's weapons, Fire Cloud's expression couldn't help but change. His eyes burned with killing intent as he angrily roared, "Kid, you really killed my grandson. I want you dead." He waved his hand and took out a big flag. The entire flag was red. As it waved with the wind, it roared like an infernal flame. At this time, Zhao Hai's punch connected with the red palm that Fire Cloud sent. A huge explosion was heard and energy began to disperse into the surroundings. The same time, Fire Cloud shook his flag. A sea of fire appeared in front of Han Builai. Han Builai crossed his daggers in front of him to protect himself. Although Fire Cloud was attacking Han Builai, he was also paying attention to Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai was able to break Fire Cloud's palm attack. As he looked at Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but be surprised. It must be known that Fire Cloud was a true nascent soul expert, and one of the top nascent soul experts of the sect. Even his casual attacks held the power of an ordinary core formation cultivator, and from what he can sense, Zhao Hai was just at the spirit refining stage. He shouldn't be able to take any moves from Fire Cloud. Who would have thought that Zhao Hai would be able to break the palm with just one punch? While Fire Cloud was looking at Zhao Hai also made his move. He waved his hand as 10,000 swords appeared and encircled Fire Cloud. Zhao Hai was currently using the three-dimensional Stellar Transformation's Great Formation. Seeing that Zhao Hai wanted to deal with him using a sword formation, Fire Cloud couldn't help but sneer. In his position, sword formations at Zhao Hai's level were useless. However, he soon discovered his mistake. As he was covered by the sword formation, he felt that he had been enveloped by an entire universe. All kinds of stars, planets, and meteorites were around him. These heavenly bodies seemed to emit powerful energy that was suppressing him. Fire Cloud was surprised. He felt threatened by the sword formation. He didn't expect it to be like this. He waved his flag as fire appeared around him and then attacked the planets. At the same time, a large flame demon appeared. This was Fire Cloud's Dao avatar. Dao avatars, especially those belonging to nascent soul experts, were very powerful. They towered at 100 meters tall and were fully solid. The flame demon burned with a golden flame and it had a trident in its hands. It roared upwards and breathed fire from its mouth, directly hitting 4 planets. Fire Cloud was thinking of breaking Zhao Hai's sword formation, but he didn't expect the planets to have their own defensive shield that blocked the flame demon's attack. Fire Cloud couldn't help but concentrate. He didn't expect Zhao Hai to be this formidable. His Dao avatar actually couldn't break through. Fire Cloud has underestimated Zhao Hai's sword formation. Zhao Hai's formation was not the same as average sword formations that cultivators use. Not only was it a three-dimensional formation, each sword of the formation also had a yin-yang lightning pond inside. The yin-yang lightning ponds were responsible for providing energy to the swords. Also, Zhao Hai reinforced his swords with faith power. Such a formation couldn't be easily broken. Fire Cloud wasn't the only one who was surprised. Han Builai was the same. Since Fire Cloud was focused on Zhao Hai, Naturally he wouldn't care about Han Birlai. Because of this, the fire that was attacking Han Birlai has vanished. Han Birlai saw Zhao Hai and Fire Cloud's techniques. He didn't expect Zhao Hai's sword formation to cover a nascent soul expert. At this time, Zhao Hai turned to Han Birlai and said, "You leave first. I can't maintain this for long. I'll withdraw after you leave." Hearing Zhao Hai, Han Birlai knew that there was no time to talk. He immediately said, "All right, be careful." Then he turned around and flew with all of his strength. Han Birlai was very fast. In a blink of an eye, he could no longer be seen. Zhao Hai turned his head to Fire Cloud, who was stranded inside the formation. He didn't lie to Han Birlai. He knew that his sword formation wouldn't be able to deal with Fire Cloud. Fire Cloud would be trapped for a while, but after some time, he would be able to break out. Now that Han Birlai left, Zhao Hai no longer needed to trap Fire Cloud. It was time to run away. But just to be sure, Zhao Hai erased all traces, including the tracing powder that Han Birlai left behind. Then he waved his hand and sent everything to the space. Fire Cloud was mad. He didn't expect a nascent soul expert like him to be trapped inside a sword formation by a spirit refining kid. He would be shamed if news got out. Fire Cloud roared angrily. The flame demon also roared into the skies. It waved its trident and destroyed the planets that surrounded him. But much to Fire Cloud's surprise, although a lot of planets were destroyed, the formation was still operating. Fire Cloud was stunned. He doesn't understand. A lot of planets were destroyed, and yet, the formation was still operational. It's strange. Naturally, this was the property of three-dimensional formations. Even if you destroy half of its nodes, the formation would still function. Fire Cloud's attack destroyed a third of the nodes, so the formation was still standing. Just as Fire Cloud was stunned, the planets returned to their original position. The formation recovered. It was as though it had never been damaged. Fire Cloud's attack just shifted the flying swords from their position. These swords were made from liquid silver. Fire Cloud's attack wasn't enough to destroy them. Seeing the formation restore itself, Fire Cloud's expression turned serious. He waved his hand as he used a technique. The flame demon roared and then swept the void. A huge crack appeared next to the flame demon. Like an erupting volcano, crimson flames spewed out from the rift. When the flames got in contact with the planets immediately turned to ash. Every time a flame hits a node, Zhao Hai would immediately retrieve his silver sword. Although the swords weren't damaged, they could no longer be reused in the formation. This was because the flames were slowly consuming the formation. More and more flying swords were squeezed out as the flames continued to spew out. Zhao Hai knew that his formation would be broken. Although the sword formation was broken through, Zhao Hai was still happy. Being able to trap a nascent soul expert for some time, it was clear that three-dimensional formations were formidable. Seeing his formation being broken and Han Birlai already far away, Zhao Hai no longer had the mood to accompany Fire Cloud. He waved his hand and received his flying swords. Fire Cloud was glad as he continued to break the formation. Then suddenly, the formation vanished. The surroundings were quiet. There were no formations, no flying swords, and no enemies. There was nothing. Fire Cloud was left blankly staring at the snowy mountain. Fire Cloud immediately understood that he had been played. Zhao Hai has run away. Fire Cloud was angered once more. He couldn't help but roar in anger. "I'll tear you to shreds sooner or later." Then he moved and returned to the Roaring Flame sect. Now that Han Birlai and Zhao Hai have left, experts from the Black Tiger Gang will soon arrive. If he was still present, then he would not be able to run away. Chapter 1668, Black Tiger Gang's Darkness Hall. Zhao Hai sat in the space looking at the raging Fire Cloud. He couldn't help but faintly smile. If he fought against Fire Cloud with all of his strength, it wouldn't be obvious who would die. But he didn't want to expose his strength ahead of time. Therefore, he didn't make a move. Through this battle, Zhao Hai was able to evaluate his strength. In a glance, he was indeed not an opponent of those monsters in the nascent soul stage. But if he used all of his cards, it would be impossible for nascent soul stage experts to kill him. Nascent soul experts were already regarded as powerhouses in the great world of cultivation. Zhao Hai was relieved. In any case, He knew that he had the strength to protect himself. Zhao Hai took out a jade sword message. After recording some contents, he released it out of the space. Laura looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Brother Hai, do you really want to be friends with Han Bulai? He is from the Darkness Hall, and they're responsible for spying in the Black Tiger Gang. Aren't you afraid that he would report you?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "What can he do if he reports it? What does he know? He only knew that I offended Zhang Feng. Then I left Undead to manage the Ignored Valley so that I can go out and play around." Laura nodded and said, "That's also right, Brother Hai. Fire Cloud's last move seems to cut the void. Can that move reach the space?" Zhao Hai knit his brows. To be honest, Fire Cloud's move that cut the void was scary. His greatest ace was the space. If the people of the great world of cultivation can cut the void and reach the space, then things would be dangerous for him. Zhao Hai calmed down after some time as he said, "We can only take one careful step at a time. The great world of cultivation is too complicated. A nascent soul expert can already cut through the void. The more powerful they are, the more likely they would be able to discover the space. When that happens, we would no longer be safe. We need to be more careful." At this time, Kair said, "I think we're still safe. The space is different from the great world of cultivation's void. The space belongs to young master alone and it already has its own laws. It can be said that it doesn't exist in the same place as the void of the great world of cultivation. It should be impossible for these experts to enter the space through cutting the void." Zhao Hai replied, "We still need to be careful. After all, the space is our greatest secret. We absolutely cannot expose it. We can't risk it." Kair nodded. She also knows how important it was to keep the space a secret. This was the most valuable card that they have. Therefore, she didn't oppose what Zhao Hai said. Zhao Hai turned to Kair and said, "Did you place a silver needle on Han Bulai?" Kair nodded and said, "I did." "You can rest assured." Zhao Hai nodded. "Pay attention to him. When he reaches a special place, immediately withdraw the needle." There are a lot of experts in the great world of cultivation. Since the Darkness Hall specializes in spying, they should also have measures to prevent them from being spied upon. I'm afraid they would discover the silver needle. We would rather not know about them than let them suspect us. Kair nodded. "I understand. It's better to lose than to not wake up. Is that right?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Right." "Before we find out if the experts of the great world of cultivation could really penetrate through to the space, we need to be careful." Kair nodded. "Young master, would you really follow Zhang Feng's instructions in the competition? Now that Han Bulai knows how strong you are, wouldn't he have some suspicions?" Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "He won't. The only thing he knows is that we're afraid of Zhang Feng. Therefore, it's understandable for us to hide our strength. Perhaps he might even believe in me more." While Zhao Hai and Kair chatted, Han Bulai received Zhao Hai's jade sword message. Han Bulai was now in a secret hideout of the Black Tiger Gang. Because this place wasn't far from the Roaring Flame sect, the Darkness Hall created a hideout. This was also to prevent people from the Black Tiger Gang from accidentally killing experts who were in disguise. It was impossible for normal members of the Black Tiger Gang to know of this hideout. The people who knew were either from the Darkness Hall or those with special status. Han Bulai was both, so he naturally knew about the hideout. After leaving the battle, Han Bulai flew to the hideout at his quickest speed. And since he had an agreement with Zhao Hai, Han Bulai didn't reveal that Zhao Hai stayed in order to stall Fire Cloud. He just told the people in the hideout that a nascent soul expert from the Roaring Flame sect has been spotted going into the Black Tiger domain. If it were other people who made the report, the hideout might not have cared. However, this was Han Bulai, so they didn't have a choice. He had enough status in the sect to not be ignored. Han Bulai was from the Black Tiger Gang's Han clan. Only a few people outside the Black Tiger Gang knew about the Han clan. Even in the Black Tiger Gang, not many people know about this family. The Great Han family was as old as the Black Tiger Gang itself. But this family has one characteristic: their members had been members of the Darkness Hall for generations. It was precisely because of this that they had been very secretive. Although not a lot of people knew about the Han clan, Those who did were afraid of them. This was because the clan's influence on the sect was very strong. Since the Han clan has always been in the Darkness Hall, their forces have been deeply ingrained into every corner of the hall. It can be said that the Darkness Hall had become the personal power of the Han clan. Despite this, the Han clan maintained a very good relationship with the Black Tiger Gang's leaders. In case there was a contention for the position of gang leader, the Han clan always stayed on the sidelines. Because of this, the Han clan wasn't suppressed by the sect. Han Burlai was a special existence in the Han clan. He's the clan's third young master. However, since his talent wasn't very good, he ate countless pills until he reached the core formation stage. A person like him couldn't survive in a cruel family, yet Han Burlai was alive and well. Moreover, in the Han clan, almost everyone gave him face. This wasn't to say that the Han clan were kind-hearted folk. In fact, the internal competition within the Han clan was something that ordinary people couldn't imagine. The reason Han Burlai managed to gain a foothold in the Han clan despite being a core formation stage was his ability, Morph Presence. Morph Presence was the product of combining a divergent ability and a technique. This allowed Han Burlai to turn into another person instantaneously, including their temperament. Moreover, there were no flaws in his disguise. Most importantly, no matter how strong the expert was, they wouldn't be able to see through Han Burlai. Because of this one ability, Han Burlai became a formidable figure in the Darkness Hall. The Darkness Hall was in charge of espionage and assassination. With an ability to change his appearance, there was no information that cannot be obtained nor a person who can't be assassinated. Therefore, the Han clan placed great importance upon Han Burlai. The people of the hideout knew how irreplaceable Han Burlai was to the Han clan. Naturally, the nascent soul expert in the hideout knew about this. So when he heard Han Burlai's report, he immediately became nervous. He immediately accompanied Han Burlai and went out to the place where Firecloud and Zhao Hai were fighting. But just as Han Burlai left the hideout, Zhao Hai's Jade Sword message arrived stating that he was safe. Although Han Burlai was surprised by Zhao Hai's strength, he still followed the nascent soul experts towards the battlefield. Before long, the two arrived at the snowy mountain. Naturally, the place was deserted. Besides the disturbed spiritual chi in the surroundings, nothing else can be seen. The nascent soul expert closed his eyes. After feeling the fluctuations in the surroundings, he frowned and said, "It's really someone from the Roaring Flame sect. It might be that old bat Firecloud. But you said that he was following you. Who in the sect fought him? This aura is unfamiliar. I'm sure I haven't encountered it before." Han Burlai certainly wouldn't reveal that it was Zhao Hai. He shook his head and didn't make a noise. The nascent soul expert knit his brows and said, "Why would that Firecloud run over here?" Han Burlai turned to the nascent soul expert and said, "This might be because of me. This time, I went to the valley to do a mission. Unfortunately, I failed. As soon as I began to act, someone found out and tried to kill me. I immediately ran away after killing that person." The nascent soul expert nodded and said, "It seems like the Roaring Flame sect has taken precautions. Recently, we've lost contact with several spies we placed in the valley." Han Burlai nodded. "I'm already suspicious of this matter. I'm about to make a report." "Marshal Uncle, I won't stay here any longer. I'll go back immediately." The nascent soul expert nodded and said, "Go, your duty is more important." Han Burlai nodded and then turned around and left. Before long, he passed through the transmission formation and returned to the headquarters of the Darkness Hall. The Darkness Hall was a very mysterious group. A lot of people in the Black Tiger Gang knew about the Darkness Hall, but only a few of them knew where its headquarters was located. This also made people curious about the Darkness Hall. What they didn't expect was that the Darkness Hall's headquarters was located in a city. Chapter 1669 Darkness Hall. Han Burlai appeared in a very ordinary courtyard. There were several buildings in the courtyard, with the tallest one being a 3-story building. The building didn't look big. There were also cultivators wearing ordinary clothes going in and out of it. It looked completely nondescript. On the top of the building was a sign saying Prospecting Hall. Under the sign were 3 words saying Rare Metals Branch. The Prospecting Hall was a very common division of the Black Tiger Gang, and it wasn't one of the main halls of the sect. Its main purpose was to issue prospecting missions, keep records about the mineral veins of the sect, and detect new mineral veins. It could be said that the Prospecting Hall was the most unnoticed hall of the Black Tiger Gang. People would immediately lose interest upon hearing the name Prospecting Hall, but what nobody knew was that the Prospecting Hall's Rare Metal Branch was the location of the sect's Darkness Hall headquarters. The Rare Metals Branch still issues prospecting missions and receives intel about rare metal mines. Their operation was no different to the other halls. Due to this, people from the Darkness Hall who enter weren't suspected. Others would only think that these were informers that brought back information. Han Bullai was used to coming to this place, so he just walked towards the building. Before long, he entered the small building. On the first floor were several windows with setups that looked the same as banks. This was a huge place for cultivators to take missions. Han Bullai didn't stay in this hall but instead took the staircase on the side. As he walked towards the staircase, Han Bullai was followed by envious looks. The first floor was where the missions were issued while the second floor was where the missions were handed in. In the eyes of these people, Han Bullai was here to hand in his task. On the second floor were a hall and 2 rooms. The 2 rooms were marked as the handover office. The doors of the 2 rooms were closed. There were 2 rows of chairs outside the rooms where people could sit down and wait. If they wanted to hand in their missions on these 2 rooms, they could only do it one by one. As for the hall, it was like the first floor where windows were set up. There were staff members sitting on the opposite side tasked with receiving the missions. The hall handled the ordinary missions such as ore samples and information about mines. At the same time, it registered the person who handed the mission over. The 2 rooms, on the other hand, handled the more important missions. Inside the rooms were elders that received missions of high importance. Because of this, only very few people entered the 2 rooms. Most of the people went to the hall to handle their matters. After Han Bullai arrived on the second floor, he looked towards the 2 rooms. There were no people waiting outside but the light outside the door were red, which meant that there were people inside. Instead of walking around, he sat down and closed his eyes, recalling his encounter with Zhao Hai. Han Bullai was certain that his meeting with Zhao Hai wasn't intentional but a pure coincidence, but he was still worried. He was prepared to check Zhao Hai's details using the clan. He wanted to be sure. To be honest, Han Bullai was quite fond of Zhao Hai. Both of them hit it off very well. Although they didn't know each other for a long time, he wanted to make Zhao Hai his friend. But because of Han Bullai's status, he couldn't just casually make friends. This was because his relationships would affect his clan. Therefore, he needs to be careful. At this time, a sound of a door opening was heard from one of the rooms. Then a cultivator walked out. The cultivator wasn't very strong and he looked very ordinary. After he came out, he immediately walked downstairs. Han Bullai stood up and walked towards the room. The person guarding the room didn't block Han Bullai. Naturally, he recognized Han Bullai, so he gave him a nod. Han Bullai returned the nod and then entered the room. The room wasn't that different from the outside. There was also a window inside that had a person on the other side. Inside was another door leading to a smaller room. It was so small that nobody could tell what was inside. Han Bullai nodded to the staff member before entering the small room. There was nothing inside the room beside a transmission formation. Han Bullai stood on the formation and he disappeared after a flash of white light. The next moment, Han Bullai arrived inside another hall. One could see at a glance that this place was underground. Although there were daylight formations above, the place was very dry. There were also columns supporting the entire hall. Just as Han Bullai stepped out of the formation, a cultivator immediately arrived beside him. The cultivator looked at Han Bullai without saying anything. Han Bullai knew the rules, so he immediately took out his jade token. Unlike the white jade token of the others, Han Bullai's jade token was purple. Seeing the jade token in Han Bullai's hand, the cultivator nodded and then left. All this time, The cultivator didn't speak. Han Bulai was used to the person's mannerisms. He took his jade token back and then walked into the hall. There were a lot of people in the hall being busy with their own matters. People would be seen speaking here and there, but the overall environment was quiet. Upon seeing Han Bulai, one of them laughed and said, "Little Bulai, how did you do? Were you successful?" Han Bulai looked at the person and then he smiled and said, "Third brother, I don't want to talk about it. I failed. I have something to report to third uncle, so I won't stay here." The man nodded and then patted Han Bulai's shoulder to comfort him before going away. Han Bulai continued walking forward and before long he arrived outside a cave residence. Most cave residences wouldn't have large entrances, but this one did. It looked like an entrance to another hall. Han Bulai entered the residence. Inside was a middle-aged cultivator. He sat behind a table as he read the contents of a jade slip. Seeing Han Bulai, the middle-aged man couldn't help but smile as he said, "Little Bulai, how are you? Did you succeed in your mission?" The middle-aged cultivator was Han Bulai's third uncle, a nascent soul expert. Moreover, he was the hall master of the Darkness Hall. Ever since Han Bulai was little, the two had a good relationship. Han Bulai embarrassingly patted his head and said, "I've disappointed third uncle. I failed this time." Han Bulai's third uncle lightly frowned and said, "You failed? Alright, it doesn't matter, as long as you return safely." Han Bulai followed up, "Third uncle, I was discovered by the Roaring Flame sect immediately. I killed the person who saw me, but I didn't expect him to be the grandson of the Roaring Flame sect's elder Firecloud. He chased me down, almost killing me." As soon as he heard Han Bulai, his third uncle knitted his brows and said, "You were found out as soon as you got there? With your ability, you should have been able to infiltrate." "Something's wrong," Han Bulai replied. "Third uncle, I heard from Firecloud that the Roaring Flame sect has established several warning formations on the Inferno Valley. Moreover, they employ tracking powder to see who passed through the tracking formation. This is the reason why I was discovered." Hearing this, Han Bulai's third uncle couldn't help but stare. "Firecloud said that? That old bastard. Why would he tell you this?" Han Bulai also briefly talked about his encounter with Zhao Hai and fighting against the enemy with him. Then he said, "Third uncle, if the Roaring Flame sect used tracking powder, things would get complicated. Even sending Jade Sword messages would be difficult." Han Bulai's third uncle nodded and said, "It seems like we need to find a way to break through their measures." "Right, Zhao Hai, you said that he's reliable?" Han Bulai replied, "I don't know his status, but third uncle should send people to find out about his details. If he's reliable, then I want to become friends with him." Han Bulai's third uncle nodded and said, "We should do that. According to you, Zhao Hai is a talent. If the clan can win him over, it would be good for us." "Alright, you go back. I'll deal with this matter." Han Bulai nodded before he turned around and left. Seeing Han Bulai leave, third uncle took out a Jade Sword message and sent his message inside. After sending the Jade Sword message out, he said, "Zhao Hai, huh, interesting." What Han Bulai didn't know was that his third uncle already had a deep understanding about Zhao Hai. This was because Luo Ying of the Sky Tower was actually a person from the Darkness Hall. The Darkness Hall's information about Zhao Hai is richer compared to the rest of the Black Tiger gang. Even Zhang Feng didn't know Zhao Hai more than the Darkness Hall. Zhao Hai's actions in the lower realms entered third uncle's attention. He also knew how uncommon Zhao Hai's strength was. Moreover, he has faith power. But Zhao Hai seems to have no method to make a Dao avatar. Half of the reason why Zhao Hai was chosen by the Sky Tower was his capabilities, while half was because of Han Bulai's third uncle. He didn't expect Zhao Hai to get to know Han Bulai this early. It was truly interesting. Third uncle had his people check up on Zhao Hai's conditions in the Black Tiger gang. As for Zhao Hai's identity, he had no suspicions at all. Chapter 1670, Internal Struggle. Zhao Hai didn't know about Han Bulai's movements. Although he had a silver needle on Han Bulai's body, It was quickly removed as soon as he entered the prospecting hall's building. Zhao Hai knew clearly that Han Burlai wouldn't enter the rare metal branch for no reason at all. The place clearly has relations with the Darkness Hall. If this was the case, then liquid silver would most likely be detected. He would rather not know what Han Burlai was doing than be suspected. With that done, Zhao Hai was now preparing for the competition. With the event 1 month away, Zhao Hai needed to prepare. These days, Zhao Hai practiced in the space. He wasn't practicing how to kill the enemy but instead how to act out his battles. He wanted to be ranked in the middle of the outer sect, so he needed to perform well, otherwise people would suspect him. If people knew what Zhao Hai was preparing for, then they would definitely spit out blood. Others were going all out to increase their strength before the competition. Then there were Zhao Hai, practicing how to act. Time passed and the competition was getting closer. Han Burlai didn't look for Zhao Hai all this time but instead chose to send him Jade Sword messages. Zhao Hai also knew that people had been inquiring about him. Zhao Hai didn't care. In any case, besides him, Zhang Hao, Zhang Feng, and Elder Hu, nobody knew that he went under Zhang Feng's wing. Therefore, the relationship between Zhao Hai and Zhang Feng would certainly be kept a secret. A week before the competition, as Zhao Hai was practicing inside the space, the transmission formation of the ignored valley lit up. Then Zhang Hao appeared. Zhao Hai left the space and immediately met Zhang Hao. "I have seen Brother Zhang." "Brother, why did you come?" "It has been 4 days since Zhang Hao's last visit. Therefore, there should still be a couple of days before his return." Zhao Hai didn't expect him to come early. Zhang Hao smiled faintly and said, "First senior brother was worried about the competition, so he had me come over to see you." "Right, take this. It's all of the formation diagrams that first senior brother managed to find. Take a look. First senior brother worked hard to get all these. You should use it well." Zhao Hai's expression lit up as he accepted the jade slip that Zhang Hao handed over. Then the two walked to the cave residence. As the two were walking, Zhang Hao turned to Zhao Hai and said, "First senior brother gave these formations to you, but you still have to focus on cultivation. As cultivators, our strength is our foundation." Senior brother also said that if it's too difficult to recycle waste materials, you can make less. Just don't delay your cultivation. Zhao Hai nodded and said, "All right, I understand. Please tell senior brother Zhang that I know what to do. After the competition, I'll send a gift to senior brother." Zhang Hao stared and asked, "A gift to senior brother? What do you want to give?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "It's still an idea. After I make it, I'll tell you." After he said that, the two entered the cave residence and sat down. Zhang Hao frowned as he turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Little Hai, you shouldn't play around. Senior brother doesn't lack anything. If your cultivation is delayed because of your gift, senior brother wouldn't appreciate it." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Senior brother Zhang can rest assured. I know what I'm doing." Zhang Hao looked at Zhao Hai. He didn't say anything for some time before he nodded and said, "Then I wouldn't bother you about this anymore." "About the competition, how are your preparations?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Don't worry, I made my preparations. I can guarantee that I won't be last, but I won't get a high position as well." Zhang Hao nodded. Then he said, "I'll leave that to you then. Senior brother will not treat you badly." Zhao Hai nodded. Then he said, "How is senior brother doing now? Did he manage to pull people over?" Hearing Zhao Hai, Zhang Hao couldn't help but sigh as he said, "He managed to pull people in, but in secret. Moreover, he couldn't get powerful experts. You must know that first senior brother is only the first inner disciple. His status is still lower than the top 10 core disciples. This is his biggest disadvantage." Zhao Hai knitted his brows and said, "Why wouldn't first senior brother become a core disciple? As long as he becomes a core disciple, he would be able to publicize his action against the top 10 core disciples." Zhang Hao shook his head and said, "It's not simple. You're not aware of the situation in the Black Tiger Gang. Behind every core disciple is a huge clan or a large power. These groups are intertwined with the Black Tiger Gang and it's not easy to move them. The gang leader might seem like his words are law, but in fact his decisions are dictated by these huge groups. For the sect, These groups are too big to lose. They've already become the pillars that supported the gang leader's throne. After he said this, Zhang Hao stopped. Then he continued. The current gang leader is First Senior Brother's martial uncle. Back when First Senior Brother was still at the Dao Avatar stage, his master was plotted and killed by the people from the Roaring Flame sect. From then on, the gang master was responsible for teaching First Senior Brother. Although the two didn't have a master-disciple relationship, they were master and disciple in reality. Because of this, First Senior Brother doesn't want these large groups to impede the gang master's plans for the sect. Therefore, he went on the opposite side of the top 10 core disciples. Zhao Hai nodded. This matter wasn't unusual. Groups existed inside a sect. When these groups grow to a certain level, their large tails would eventually hit the walls of the sect. It's even possible that they would replace the sect master. This happens all the time in the great world of cultivation. The contention inside the Black Tiger Gang seems to have reached its peak. The major groups were beginning to misbehave and act on their own. They also began to make unreasonable demands to the gang leader. Naturally, the gang leader doesn't want to be controlled by these groups and become a puppet. Their clash naturally affected the sect. The struggle between Zhang Feng and the top 10 core disciples was a superposition of the struggle between the gang leader and these large groups. Zhang Hao sighed and said, the gang leader originally wanted to divide these groups, winning some of them while dealing with the others, but he didn't expect these groups to be united against him. His plan didn't work. In the end, he can only push First Senior Brother's status up and bring the battle to the disciples. Zhao Hai also sighed. He can imagine how hard it was for Zhang Feng, for these large groups to openly confront the gang leader. Their influence was certainly huge. Zhang Feng fought against the core disciples that were supported by these large groups. One could imagine how difficult it was. Zhang Hao added, Little Hai, you're crucial to First Senior Brother's plans. Therefore, First Senior Brother cannot show you to the Black Tiger Gang. We can't let you be too eye-catching. You need to be hidden so that you can play the biggest role. Zhao Hai nodded. The Black Tiger Gang was different from the 100 Treasures realm. Back in the 100 Treasures realm, the reason Zhao Hai could openly recycle materials was because the 100 Treasures realm was united. The Black Tiger Gang was different. The sect wasn't united at all. If his ability was revealed, both sides would certainly go all out to get him. If they failed to win him over, then they would definitely try to kill him. They would adopt the mentality of if we can't have him, then nobody can have him. Zhang Feng wanted Zhao Hai to lay low so that his abilities wouldn't be discovered. And to make people be less suspicious, Zhang Feng released word that Zhao Hai offended him. This way, these huge groups wouldn't hunt Zhao Hai down. Zhang Hao continued to chat with Zhao Hai for some time before he left. As Zhang Hao disappeared from the transmission formation, Zhao Hai pondered about the future of the Black Tiger Gang. But his thinking about this was hazy. He didn't know how the Black Tiger Gang would turn up. The Black Tiger was quite chaotic. There was constant infighting within the sect while there were strong enemies outside. If it continued, the future of the Black Tiger Gang would be bleak. This was something that Zhao Hai didn't want to see. However, Zhao Hai doesn't have the means to fix this at this time. If it was the lower realms, then he could definitely use his overwhelming strength to establish order. But in the great world of cultivation, Zhao Hai was just a small person among big clans. Zhao Hai even had to worry about the space being discovered. In this case, how could he possibly change the Black Tiger Gang? After thinking about it for a while, Zhao Hai still didn't have any ideas what to do. In the end, Zhao Hai could only shake his head and give up thinking. He understood that the reason why he couldn't think of anything was because he wasn't strong enough. In the Black Tiger Gang, he was a nobody. He was merely a battle slave that was promoted ahead of time. If people knew that he wanted to change the Black Tiger Gang, they would definitely laugh at him. Zhao Hai couldn't help but smile when he thought of this. He no longer bothered himself with this matter. He returned to the space in order to practice his acting. 7 days passed in a blink of an eye and it was the outer sect competition of the Black Tiger Gang. On this day, disciples like Zhao Hai were called over to participate. In the meantime, Elder who would take charge of the Ignored Valley. Elder who doesn't need to attend the competition. He's an inner sect disciple and his cultivation also wouldn't advance. He can only work until he gets old. Naturally, he wouldn't need to participate in any competitions. Elder who already knew that Zhao Hai was going to participate, so when he saw Zhao Hai he wasn't surprised. Instead, he nodded and said, "You're an outer sect disciple, so you need to participate. If you do well, then you can leave this place. If you don't place well, then you need to come back. I'll have some disciples take over your post in the Ignored Valley." Zhao Hai nodded before he turned around and left. Elder who waved his hand as he called 5 serving disciples over. These disciples begrudgingly went to the transmission formation in order to watch the Ignored Valley. The Black Tiger Gang's outer sect competition would be held at a mountain inside the Black Tiger Gang's domain. The mountain was called Mount Xingtai. There are no resources on this mountain. Besides rocks, nothing else could be seen on the mountain. Seeing the mountain state, the sect sent people to transform it into a martial stage. This way, the sect can hold competitions on it. All around the mountain were platforms both large and small. The mountain was initially used as an internal life and death arena of the sect, but later on, the sect banned life and death battles. Because of this, the mountain eventually became a place for competitions. The serving disciples, outer disciple, and inner disciple competitions all happen on the mountain. Only the core disciple competition was held in a different place. During competitions, other people were allowed to come and watch. Even if you were a serving disciple, you can still come over and spectate. Due to the large population of outer disciples, the competition would last 15 days. The elimination system was used to determine who fights who. The outer disciples were also divided into 50 divisions. It was a grand occasion for the outer sect. When Zhao Hai arrived on the mountain, a large number of people were already present. Outer disciples would then draw lots in order to know which division they would be in. Battles would start within these divisions. Only after you defeat all the other people in your division would you enter the final round. Zhao Hai was assigned to the 5th division with a number of 78. Zhao Hai didn't pay much attention to his number. After receiving his number, he went to the stone platform and then sat down, waiting to be called. Before long, all participating outer disciples received their numbers and the competition was about to begin. Before the competition began, the outer sect steward appeared. This elder was in charge of all the outer sect disciples. This person held great power, but actually, he didn't manage the outer sect very much. After many years, the outer sect of the Black Tiger Gang formed their own groups, and if one looks closely, one could see the shadow on the inner sect on these groups, and these inner sect backers were also backed by either the major factions in the sect or some core disciples. Because of this, the outer sect steward has little hold over the outer disciples, but since his position was the outer sect steward, the elders still has to show themselves today. The current Black Tiger Gang's outer sect steward was surnamed Chen. He has gray hair with a radiant smile on his face. He looked easy to get along with. Chapter 1671, Competition begins. Disciples of the Black Tiger Gang. In this annual event of the sect, I'd like to say that you are the cornerstone of the sect. Because of you, the sect is able to stand firm, being the experts in your own realms. I hope that you can show your best in this competition. Let the competition begin. The outer sect steward didn't prepare a long speech. He just said a few words and then left. Then the elders in charge of each division began calling numbers. The competition has officially begun. Each division was assigned their own platform. Although the platform was used for the battle, the combatants could fly in midair. However, the platform dictated the range of the battle. Once a combatant goes out of this range, they would immediately lose the fight. Regarding the outer sect competition, Zhao Hai wasn't really interested in it. Among these outer disciples, only a few of them were lucky enough to come across faith power. Moreover, the amount of faith power that they have was too little. This greatly restricted their progress. They weren't any stronger compared to the lower realms transcending tribulation and severed soul experts. The only advantage they have were better artifacts. After looking at a few battles, Zhao Hai completely lost interest. He just sat there and studied the jade slip that Zhang Feng gave him. There are a lot of formations in the jade slip. Just as Zhao Hai thought, the formations of the great world of cultivation were more advanced compared to the lower realms. The power of the formation was also greater. Now that Zhao Hai could turn these formations into three-dimensional formations, Zhao Hai spent his time working on these formations. He'd rather do this than be bored looking at the people fighting on the platforms. Since the outer disciples were divided into their own factions, many of them chose to sit together. They discussed the winners and losers of each division. Compared to these people, Zhao Hai looked like a loner. He didn't know anyone here and nobody also knew him. In the beginning, people looked at him with curiosity, but later on, nobody paid him attention. The battles have a time limit of an hour. If an hour has passed and the battle hasn't ended, the referee would declare who won or lost. However, fights between outer disciples generally end within an hour. This was because these outer disciples don't trust these referees. The referees were elders who had no real power inside the sect. If an opponent gives these referees benefits, then it would be obvious who would win. Wouldn't that be unfair to the participants? Due to this, battles were quick. Victory or defeat was decided in a quarter of an hour. Even if the fight went a little longer, it wouldn't reach an hour. It was almost always guaranteed that the battle wouldn't exceed 1 hour. This caused the competition to go by very quickly. One wouldn't need to wait long before the next batch of combatants enter the platforms. Zhao Hai was among those who were still waiting for their fights. When the referee shouted Zhao Hai's number, Zhao Hai immediately stood up and then moved towards the platform. Upon arriving, Zhao Hai noticed his opponent. The other side seems to be about 20 years old. He was very handsome and wore white clothing. His posture was like a tall tree facing the wind. On the other hand, Zhao Hai wore black clothing and looked ordinary. He suppressed his imposing aura, so he seemed extremely ordinary to the other people. When the two stood against each other, it was like the difference between a firefly and the moon. Naturally, Zhao Hai was the firefly while his opponent was the moon. Zhao Hai's opponent looked at him with contempt as he coldly snorted and said, "Junior brother, you should admit defeat. I don't want to injure you. What do you think?" Zhao Hai looked at this person in amusement. He could see that the man's strength was very good. According to the lower realm system, he should be at the severed soul stage. Moreover, he should be at the late stages. But in the great world of cultivation, he was at the spirit refining stage, heading his way towards foundation building. There were only a few people like him in the outer sect. Zhao Hai looked at the white-clothed cultivator as he smiled faintly and said, "Senior brother, this is a competition to compare our strengths. Victory or defeat isn't important. Since this junior decided to join the competition, I would like to try comparing moves. I ask senior brother to make his move." The cultivator coldly snorted and said, "Honeyed words, overestimating yourself." Then he waved his hand and a fan appeared in his hand. Then he waved his other hand and casted a spell. He waved his fan as a fierce wind blade whizzed towards Zhao Hai. Although it looks like an ordinary wind blade, its speed was very fast. Moreover, it was so bright that it looked solid. Such an attack was definitely more powerful than ordinary wind blades. Zhao Hai quickly moved and waved his hands. Then 1,000 flying swords appeared around him. In an instant, the stellar transformation sword formation was established. The sword formation that Zhao Hai used wasn't a three-dimensional formation, nor did he reinforce it with faith power. He also used only 1,000 swords. Nevertheless, the sword formation was still very powerful. As soon as Zhao Hai's sword formation was established, he immediately felt a gust of wind coming towards him. He turned his head and saw several wind blades coming towards him. The wind blades were coming one after another. Their speed was very fast. But now that the sword formation has been set up, Zhao Hai no longer needs to worry. As soon as the wind blades met the sword formation, they were immediately blocked. The successive wind blades were also blocked. However, the wind blades didn't stop coming because of this. They began to curve towards Zhao Hai. It seems like the wind blades could track their target. Unfortunately for the wind blades, Zhao Hai's stellar transformation sword formation couldn't be trifled with. The wind blades simply couldn't break through to Zhao Hai. At this time, The white-clothed cultivator made another move. He coldly snorted as he waved his fan once more. Then he released even more wind blades towards Zhao Hai. The artifact used by the white-clothed cultivator was called the Gale Fan. It's a powerful artifact that emits wind blades that were semi-solidified. These wind blades were both very fast and strong. It also doesn't need spiritual force in order to track their enemy. It was a famous artifact among low-level cultivators. It was because of this fan that the white-clothed cultivator was so arrogant. Zhao Hai already measured it. Each wind blade was equivalent to a casual attack of a severed soul expert. Its power was very good. However, Zhao Hai didn't care about these attacks. They wouldn't be able to affect him. If he utilized the sword formation to its fullest potential, he would have defeated the white-clothed cultivator a long time ago. The white-clothed cultivator attacked Zhao Hai dozens of times. 100 wind blades were hitting Zhao Hai at the same time. However, he still couldn't break through Zhao Hai's sword formation. More than 20 minutes had passed. If things went on this way, the battle would definitely reach an hour. The white-clothed cultivator naturally wouldn't want this to happen. He waved his hand and took out a gourd. His face had a pained expression as he took the gourd out. Then he looked at Zhao Hai and gave him a ruthless look. With clenched teeth, he waved the gourd and said, "Washing yellow sand, eternal sand of the beginning, metal covers the day, go." Then he aimed the gourd's mouth at Zhao Hai. A massive amount of golden sand began to cover Zhao Hai. Seeing this, Zhao Hai's expression changed. Then he waved his hand and said, 10,000 stellar transformations, changing stars. Then with Zhao Hai as the center, the sword formation began to light up. The golden light turned Zhao Hai into a small sun, causing people's eyes to hurt upon looking at him. The spectators couldn't help but close their eyes. The golden light didn't last long. When the crowd's vision returned, they noticed that Zhao Hai's spiritual force was the only thing remaining. The white-clothed cultivator lost. Although the golden light was very strong, it was still blocked by Zhao Hai's sword formation. While the white-clothed cultivator's eyesight was affected, Zhao Hai teleported and placed his sword on his opponent's neck. When the white-clothed cultivator recovered, Zhao Hai's sword was already on his throat. His expression couldn't help but change. He didn't think that he would lose. He prepared a lot for this competition. Not only did he pay a high price to refine his Gale Fan, he also braved dangers in order to make his golden sand gourd. He thought that he would be able to smoothly enter the inner sect. He didn't expect that he would be eliminated by Zhao Hai in the first round. He couldn't help but feel sad. However, the referee didn't care about the white-clothed cultivator's feeling. Even if he wanted to help him, Zhao Hai clearly won in front of many people. Because of this, the referee loudly declared, "Zhao Hai wins." Hearing the referee, Zhao Hai waved his hand and received his sword. Then he bowed towards the white-clothed cultivator before he returned to his previous spot, and then he sat down and closed his eyes. The white-clothed cultivator glared fiercely at Zhao Hai. If his gaze could kill people, Zhao Hai would have long since turned into ash. Zhao Hai also noticed the glare, but he didn't mind it. He received glares like these for as long as he remembered. If the white-clothed cultivator looks for trouble, then Zhao Hai would have no problems killing him. The number of serving disciples and outer disciples that died every year wasn't small. There would even be inner disciples that would go missing. Because of this, Zhao Hai wasn't afraid of killing. As long as nobody saw him, he would be fine. Chapter 1672, White-Clothed Young Master. Zhao Hai sat in place with closed eyes, no longer concerning himself with the surroundings. On the other hand, the cultivators around him looked at him differently. Zhao Hai was very strange to them. Only a few of them knew of his face. However, they knew who Zhao Hai was fighting against. Moreover, they were very familiar with his face. This white-clothed young master was Yi Tancheng. Yi Tancheng was quite famous among the outer disciples. He was a well-known genius. By the age of 18, he already formed his nascent soul. Naturally, this nascent soul was the classification of the lower realms. Now, at 24 years old, he was at the spirit refining stage and could attack the foundation establishment. As long as he builds his foundation, he would become an inner disciple. The gang has been paying attention to him for a long time. They even gave him a special slot in the inner sect. For such a genius, the sect wouldn't be stingy with its benefits. However, Yi Tancheng was very proud. Although the sect allowed him a special promotion, he wanted to be promoted using his own effort. He wanted to enter the inner sect in an open manner. Naturally, he didn't express this thinking to the others, he just showed it using his actions. Because of this, Yi Tancheng participated in the competition and prepared well, but he didn't expect to meet Zhao Hai. Because of this, he was eliminated in his first battle. Nobody expected this to happen. Because of this, the way the surrounding cultivators looked at Zhao Hai wasn't quite right. An unknown fellow actually defeated a well-known genius. Moreover, he made it look easy. Zhao Hai didn't care about what these people thought. He was planning to lose in the next few days in his third battle. Naturally, he would no longer fight this day. With how many outer disciples there were, it was impossible to finish the first round on the first day. Originally, Zhao Hai planned to leave after the first battle, but he also knew that he couldn't just leave after his fight. Therefore, he could only stay and study the formations with care and the others. The competition continued and the people around Zhao Hai shifted their attention back to the platform. The day quickly ended and the next day arrived. Zhao Hai was still in his spot studying formations. Since he won his first battle, he was naturally in the second round. As Zhao Hai was sitting down with closed eyes, he suddenly felt a hostile gaze directed at him. Zhao Hai's spiritual force found the owner of the gaze and he discovered that it was his opponent Yi Tancheng. When he defeated Yi Tancheng the day before, Zhao Hai was still unaware of his name. But as he discussed with the others, Zhao Hai became aware. He also knew what Yi Tancheng was like. To be honest, Zhao Hai didn't expect that the first person he defeated would be a celebrity. He somewhat regretted what he did. If he knew that Yi Tancheng would be fighting him, then he would have acted more low-key. However, there was no cure for regret. Zhao Hai can only walk forward. As long as he met someone with similar strength as Yi Tancheng, he would withdraw. As for Yi Tancheng's hostility, Zhao Hai didn't care. Yi Tancheng wasn't someone worth paying attention to. At this moment, Zhao Hai felt someone walking towards him, and looking at the person's path. Even if he didn't come looking for him, he would still pass by Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai couldn't help but check this person out. The man's body was huge at a full 2 meters tall. He had bulging muscles and skin tough as black iron. He had a full beard and looked exactly like a body cultivator. Zhao Hai didn't care about the person since he didn't know him personally. Zhao Hai didn't move and just sat in place. He wanted to see what the man was trying to do. The man got closer and closer before he arrived beside Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai was still in place and didn't move. Then the man stopped and then sat beside Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai still didn't move, but he was curious about the man's intentions. This was because he couldn't feel any sense of hostility on the man's body. At this time, the man opened his mouth and said, "Brother, let's get to know each other." Zhao Hai opened his eyes and looked at the man. Then he knitted his brows. Although the man looked like a body cultivator, Zhao Hai didn't know why, but he felt that something wasn't right. He looked at the man and discovered a happy glint in his eyes. He looked proud, as though his little scheme had worked. These kinds of eyes wouldn't appear on strangers, only between friends. Zhao Hai had almost no friends in the Black Tiger gang. The only person that came to mind was Han Builai. Zhao Hai's eyes lit up when he thought of Han Builai's ability to change appearance and temperament. He smiled faintly as he whispered, "Brother Han, you're an inner disciple. Why are you here?" As soon as the man heard Zhao Hai, he was startled. He looked at Zhao Hai in disbelief. Then after some time he said, "How did you find out?" "Even the elders couldn't see through me." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Who made you so proud?" "I see you feeling good about yourself. Let's stop wasting time here. Let's go to my place to have a drink." Han Builai laughed and said, "All right, let's go. There's nothing interesting here." After he said that, the two stood up and left. Not a lot of people noticed the two leaving, but when Yi Tancheng saw Zhao Hai leave, he also stood up and followed them. Zhao Hai also noticed Yi Tancheng's movement, but he didn't care. When the two exited the mountain, They immediately flew out and went to the Handyman Hall. Elder Hu was in the Handyman Hall. Seeing Zhao Hai come with a guest, Elder Hu couldn't help but stare. He looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Little Hai, this is?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "This is an expert I met on Mount Xingtai. We had a good time chatting, so I brought him back to drink." "Elder, you're busy. There's no need to worry about me." He didn't say that he knew Han Bulai before. That would only make Elder Hu suspicious. Elder Hu was Zhang Feng's person. If Elder Hu knew about Han Bulai, he would tell Zhang Feng, and it might cause unnecessary conflict. Elder Hu didn't say anything and just nodded. Zhao Hai brought Han Bulai to the transmission formation to the Ignored Valley. There were several serving disciples in the Ignored Valley. When Zhao Hai returned, they immediately ran over and gave him a salute. Zhao Hai waved his hand and said, "All right, you all go back. Come back here tomorrow." When the serving disciples heard this, they quickly left and used the transmission formation. Zhao Hai looked at the transmission formation and waved his hand to release undead. Then the undead took the trash from the transmission formation. Then he led Han Bulai to his cave residence. Han Bulai also withdrew his technique and restored his own face. Zhao Hai looked at Han Bulai and couldn't help but sigh as he said, "Brother Han, I must say, your technique is really good. If I didn't see your eyes back on Mount Xingtai, I wouldn't have figured out that it was you." Han Bulai laughed and said, "Brother, I rely on this technique to eat. If I don't do well, then I won't live." "Alright, let's not talk about this. Where's the food?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly as he took out 2 bottles of liquor. Then he took out some cloud vegetables. As the two ate and drank, Zhao Hai discovered Yi Tancheng asking Elder Hu about him. Elder Hu told him that Zhao Hai offended Zhang Feng, so he was sent to guard the Ignored Valley. Hearing Elder Hu, Yi Tancheng nodded. Nobody knew what he was thinking, but Zhao Hai didn't care. Zhao Hai couldn't count how many people like Yi Tancheng he killed. He simply didn't care about these kinds of people. Elder Hu reported the matter to Zhang Feng. Not long after the report, Zhang Hao came to ask Elder Hu about the situation. However, Zhang Hao didn't go to Zhao Hai since there was someone else there. After Zhao Hai and Han Bulai drank their liquor, Zhao Hai said, "Brother Han, whose identity are you using this time? I can't just tell people that you're Han Bulai, right? Do you have a name?" Han Bulai smiled and said, "Of course I have a name. This current identity is called Ban Li. I'm an outer sect disciple. If anyone asks, just tell them this name." Zhao Hai nodded. Then he said, "Ban Li, which hall do you belong to? After all, there are so many people with the same name in the outer sect." Han Bulai looked at Zhao Hai and said, "You ask too much. Just tell them that I'm from the prospecting hall. As for my common name, there's no need to worry about that. There are many reasons for a person's name." Zhao Hai laughed and no longer cared. He nodded and said, "All right, then I'll call you Ban Li when I introduce you to others." "Right. I seem to have offended someone, so now I'm being extra careful. If I hadn't recognized you, I wouldn't have been so polite." Hearing Zhao Hai, Han Bulai couldn't help but ask, "Offended someone? Who?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "You didn't hear? My opponent yesterday was Yi Tancheng." Chapter 1673, Let him check. When Han Bulai heard Zhao Hai, he frowned and said, "Yi Tancheng, I heard of this person. He's a famous genius in the gang. I didn't expect you to offend him. I heard that there are several groups in the sect that went in contact with him, preparing to groom him. You need to be careful." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Don't worry. He can't do anything to me. If he sends someone to deal with me, I'm not worried. I don't go out most of the time. I only stay here. If they want to deal with me, they better send someone good. I have a space ability. If I can't fight, I'll just run away." "He wants to get rid of me? He's not qualified." Han Bulai smiled. He knew about Zhao Hai's background, and there wasn't anything wrong. He also found out about Zhao Hai's actions in the lower realms. He was relieved that Zhao Hai didn't deliberately approach him to make friends. Now that he knows about Zhao Hai's background, Han Biulai can be friends with him. It was difficult to make friends in the great world of cultivation, and Zhao Hai was the friend that Han Biulai wanted to make. Han Biulai doesn't believe that a newcomer like Zhao Hai would know about the Han clan. In the entire Black Tiger gang, only a few people knew of the Han clan. Not to mention Zhao Hai. Han Biulai had the clan check on Zhao Hai's identity. He was afraid that Zhao Hai was pretending in order to deal with the Han clan. After knowing that Zhao Hai's identity was clean, Han Biulai was relieved. However, Han Biulai doesn't approve of Zhao Hai's confidence against Yi Tancheng. Yi Tancheng might not be a threat to Zhao Hai, but the forces behind Yi Tancheng had a lot of influence. Han Biulai wouldn't just allow Zhao Hai to be attacked. So upon returning, Han Biulai planned to ask his third uncle to tell those people not to touch Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai was naturally unaware of Han Biulai's special status. He only thought that Han Biulai was an ordinary cultivator of the Darkness Hall. He didn't think Han Biulai would have such a huge clan behind him. So after Zhao Hai told Han Biulai to not worry, he no longer talked about it. He continued to drink with Han Biulai. Before long, the two drank 5 bottles of liquor. It must be known that Zhao Hai's liquor had high alcohol content. If a normal person drank 5 bottles, they would have drunk themselves to death. Fortunately, Zhao Hai and Han Biulai were powerful cultivators, so even after drinking 5 bottles, they were still absolutely fine. After drinking their 5th bottle, Han Biulai noticed that it was getting late. He turned his head to Zhao Hai and said, "It's time for me to leave. I'll look for you another time." Then he stood up. Seeing that Han Biulai was leaving, Zhao Hai also stood up and then said, "You're going? All right, bring this with you." He waved his hand and then took out a jug of liquor. It was a 50 gin 26 kilograms jug. Han Biulai didn't hesitate as he received the liquor and said, "Thanks, goodbye." Then he walked towards the transmission formation. After a flash of white light, he was gone. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and then returned to the space to continue researching formations. His impression of Han Biulai was very good. At the very least, Han Biulai didn't ask about the origin of his liquor and food. Good friends would be honest to each other. But there also needs to be boundaries. Everyone has their own secrets. If they ask too many questions, it might put a strain on their relationship. Han Biulai naturally understood this point, so he just enjoyed Zhao Hai's drinks and didn't ask any questions. After Zhao Hai returned to the space, Kair immediately looked for him. "Young master, take a look at this." Zhao Hai looked at the monitor and couldn't help but pause. Displayed on the screen was Yi Tancheng. Yi Tancheng was currently sitting in his room along with other cultivators. These cultivators were also from the outer sect. It can be seen that Yi Tancheng was the leader of this group. At this time, Yi Tancheng's subordinate said, "Boss, we can't just let this matter go. He's a small battle slave and he's also sent to that place. He even offended first senior brother. He has lived long enough. We can't let him off." This man was thin and shriveled. His eyes were sloped upwards. Looking at him was irritating. Another subordinate nodded and said, "Boss, we can't leave it like this. Eliminating you in the first round is unforgivable." Looking at Yi Tancheng's two subordinates made Zhao Hai laugh. These two idiots were persuading Yi Tancheng by exposing his loss. Yi Tancheng was naturally annoyed by their words. He glared at them and said, "Roll off. I failed the first round because I underestimated the enemy. This Zhao Hai is very strong, but if he wants to offend me, he's still too small. Now is not the time to deal with Zhao Hai. If he is killed, then nobody will take care of the ignored valley and we would be discovered. Just wait for an opportunity to deal with him." When Yi Tancheng's subordinates heard this, they no longer spoke. After all, this was Yi Tancheng's personal matter. It was up to him what to do in the end. Nobody else could tell him what to do. Yi Tancheng looked at everyone and said, "Don't provoke Zhao Hai. I don't want to bring too much attention. If it's known that I'm looking for revenge, it wouldn't be good for me. Understood? However, you need to keep a tight watch on him. See who he gets in contact with. Right. Go look into the person who Zhao Hai talked to earlier. It seems like they know each other." Those present nodded before they dispersed. Yi Tancheng slowly closed his eyes. Seeing Yi Tancheng, Zhao Hai couldn't help but smile as he said, "This fellow really knows to endure. This is good. Let's see the tricks he comes up with." Kair looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Young master, what about Han Burlai? Should we inform him? However, he's someone from the Darkness Hall. If people found out about his identity, I'm afraid it wouldn't be good for you." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Don't worry, Han Burlai's identity wouldn't be easy to find out. Not to mention his ability to change his form. The Darkness Hall wouldn't allow people looking into him. This time, Yi Tancheng would be kicking an iron plate." Laura nodded and said, "Not just that, Han Burlai's status as someone from the Darkness Hall is also a threat to us. We can take this opportunity to see how Yi Tancheng and his people get dealt with." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Right. We can't investigate Han Burlai nor can we mention him. So how could we tell him that Yi Tancheng would spy on him? Let Yi Tancheng check. No matter what he comes upon, it will reveal something to us." Kair nodded. "Young master, you're quite sinister." Hearing this, Zhao Hai stood up and said, "What did you say? You dared call me sinister? Let's see how I deal with you." After he said that, he chased after Kair. Kair also ran away screaming. At this time, Zhang Hai reported to Zhang Feng. The contents of his report included Zhao Hai and Han Burlai's relationship. Naturally, he only knew that Zhao Hai made a friend and then he invited him over to the Ignored Valley. As for Han Burlai's identity, he knew nothing. Zhang Feng frowned as he listened. After some time, he said, "Little Hai, what do you think? Does Little Hai have his own plans?" When he heard Zhang Feng, Zhang Hao stared for a moment before he shook his head and said, "I don't think so. Little Hai already knows your status. You're one of the most powerful people in the Black Tiger Gang. Moreover, you've treated him well ever since he came under your wing. He should know how to be thankful. So I think he doesn't have any plans, and even if he has other thoughts, he won't just look for outer disciples." From what Elder Hu told me, the person was a body cultivator with great strength. Zhao Hai might be looking for talents on your behalf. Hearing Zhang Hao, Zhang Feng stared. He hasn't really thought of this point. So upon hearing Zhang Hao, no matter what Zhao Hai's plan is, we should find out about the person who approached Little Hai. If he came with ulterior motives, report to me immediately. Zhang Hao nodded before he left. When Zhang Hao left, Zhang Feng took out a jade sword message and then wrote his message inside before letting it go. Zhang Feng had his own information channel. He wanted to get more information about Zhao Hai's matter. Although Zhang Feng trusted Zhang Hao and gave some matters to him to take care of, Zhang Hao was still weak. Zhang Feng's hidden forces cannot be handed over to Zhang Hao. Zhang Hao cannot command these people at all. Only Zhang Feng was able to. Zhang Feng's information channels were established with the help of his martial uncle, the current gangmaster. Because of this, Zhang Hao's information channel was very formidable. He wouldn't just use this for ordinary matters. The reason Zhang Feng used his spies was because Zhao Hai was truly important for Zhang Feng's faction. No mistakes were allowed when it came to Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai didn't know about Zhang Feng's actions, but he didn't care about these things. After all, he didn't do anything wrong. Even if Zhang Feng met with Han Burlai to check him out, nothing would happen. Zhao Hai continued to be present on the following days of the competition. Zhao Hai also hasn't seen Han Burlai. He didn't know where he ran off to. The first round was still going on, but it was nearing its end. The second round was about to happen. Before long, the first round was done and half of the participants were eliminated. The second round was no different to the first. The disciples didn't need to replace their numbers. As long as they were drawn, they would go up and compete. Although the second round was more exciting than the first round, it was still the same to Zhao Hai. There was nothing worth looking at. He decided to lose to his opponent in this round. In any case, losing in the second round doesn't make him last. Zhao Hai expected that the fights of the second round would be longer than the first. However, the contrary happened. The battles were even quicker. In the beginning, Zhao Hai was confused, but after looking for a while, he understood. Because they already know about their opponents, the battle no longer involved probing for the other party's capabilities. Therefore, Each combatant went full power at the first opportunity. The competition didn't have any rules regarding casualties. However, if one side was heavy-handed, the referee would intervene. Naturally, there were some times where the referee failed to save the other party, so casualties were unavoidable. It's very rare for any casualties to happen in the first round. But in the second round, the rate of deaths increased. The first reason for this was because the competitors on the second round were much stronger. Secondly, both sides wanted to end the battle as soon as possible because they wanted more time to observe others. Ending the fight early would also allow them to maintain their peak state. The first day of the second round had nothing to do with Zhao Hai. He was just a spectator because his number hasn't been called. He could only sit on the side. Once the day ended, he would return to the ignored valley. On the second day, Zhao Hai was still not called after 5 rounds. But Zhao Hai wasn't in a hurry. He just sat in place. He knew that he would be called sooner or later, so there wasn't anything to be anxious about. On the 6th draw, Zhao Hai was finally called. When he heard his number, Zhao Hai opened his eyes and flew to the platform. Zhao Hai's opponent also appeared. When he saw his opponent, Zhao Hai couldn't help but frown. This was because his opponent was disabled. He had a stubbed right arm. His face had crossed scars. Not only was it scarred, the wound was so deep that his cheekbones could be seen. His nose was cut in the middle while his lips were divided into 4. He looked mangled. Chapter 1674. Task completed. A cultivator's resilience was well known to be formidable. Moreover, cultivators have all kinds of mysterious medicines. Although medicine couldn't revive a dead man, or regenerate a person from an arm, it can still fix a lot of serious injuries. But the cultivator in front of Zhao Hai was missing. Even if it was difficult to regenerate a limb, the amount of damage could still be minimized. For a cultivator's scar to be present, there would only be 2 cases. First was that it hasn't been cured, while the other reason was that it couldn't be cured. If scars couldn't be cured, then that meant that there was an energy present on the wound that prevented it from being healed. At that time, it shouldn't be a scare, but a wound. So there was only one explanation for the scars on Zhao Hai's opponent. He chose to leave it there. Cultivators pay great attention to their appearance. This doesn't mean that cultivators judge by appearance. Cultivators just had a fondness for beauty. Even some male cultivators would take beauty pills. Not to mention the females. This person who had a broken arm and a scarred face showed that he was wholeheartedly focused on revenge. He wanted his scars to remind him of his grudge. Such a determined person was the most difficult to deal with. Because of their grudge, they would spare nothing. Moreover, his killing intent was very heavy, showing no care about human life. Because of this, Zhao Hai frowned when he saw this person. However, Zhao Hai soon returned to normal. He clasped his fist as he threw a punch towards his opponent. At the same time, he released his flying swords and created the Stellar Transformations sword formation. Seeing Zhao Hai move, the scarred man also flew up as he took out a blade. He didn't control his blade like the other cultivators. Instead, he held onto the blade with his left hand and then pointed it towards Zhao Hai. When Zhao Hai noticed his opponent's fighting style, he couldn't help but stare. This person was using close combat techniques, which made it harder to deal with him. As he revealed his blade, the scarred man immediately attacked Zhao Hai. He charged forward towards Zhao Hai's sword formation. The man's sword was very swift and fast as it blocked the incoming attacks. Most importantly, the scarred man was a master at controlling his movements. People with disabilities found it very hard to maintain their balance, and to warriors, balance was very important. If a warrior couldn't control their balance, their enemy might use it against them. Cultivators regard balance the same way. Cultivation techniques addressed this issue. If their attacks weren't balanced, then they would expose themselves and give the enemy the opportunity to attack. The scarred man was different. He was able to transfer his weight to his blade in a circular manner. This revolving action turned the imbalance of his body into an advantage. He was able to augment his attacks due to the transfer of energy. Zhao Hai moved his hand and performed a technique to attack the scarred man. Before long, several swords flew towards the blade of the enemy. Zhao Hai also controlled flying swords to attack his enemy. Then at this moment, The blade in the scarred man's hand changed. The blade light sheared the incoming swords, then the blade turned into a long knife. Its sharpness increased. Zhao Hai's expression changed. Then he stepped back as he waved his hand and said, "Stellar transformation, sword formation, changing stars." Following his command, golden light centered on him, turning him into a small sun. This was the same move he used to deal with Yi Tancheng. It was clear that the one-armed cultivator was prepared. When Zhao Hai made his move, the knife moved immediately. The knife light shimmered like a mirror and blocked the golden light coming from Zhao Hai. He took a step back before advancing once more towards Zhao Hai. Before long, the knife penetrated the golden light. Both the knife and golden light dissipated. People looked at the platform and saw that Zhao Hai was holding a sword in his hand and was stabbing forward. However, his sword was still 30 centimeters away from the scarred man's throat. On the other hand, the scarred man's blade was already on Zhao Hai's neck. In this battle, the two injured each other, but Zhao Hai lost by half a move. After all, his head would be chopped off before his sword could reach the opponent. Although a cultivator's life force was formidable, a last struggle attack wouldn't cause a fatal injury to the scarred man. So in this perspective, Zhao Hai lost. The referee also announced Zhao Hai's loss. Upon hearing that he lost, Zhao Hai smiled faintly as he received his sword and then cupped his fist towards the scarred man. Then he flew away and directly returned to the ignored valley. He has completed his task. Zhang Hao was paying attention to Zhao Hai. Upon hearing the result, he relaxed. He knew that Zhao Hai hadn't changed at all. He still followed Zhang Feng. Another person was paying attention to Zhao Hai. This person's eyes were flashing with anger. This person was no other than Han Burlai. Han Burlai thought of Zhao Hai as his friend, so he cared about Zhao Hai's matters. Han Burlai was there when Zhao Hai fought against Fire Cloud. Therefore, he knew that the sword formation that Zhao Hai used wasn't as strong as back then. The sword formation that Zhao Hai used to deal with Fire Cloud was 100 times stronger. But this time, Zhao Hai didn't fight at his full strength. This only explains one thing: Zhao Hai doesn't want to enter the inner sect. And there was only one reason for this, and that was Zhang Feng. Han Burlai thought about Zhao Hai offending Zhang Feng. So upon seeing the result of Zhao Hai's battle, Han Burlai immediately thought about this. This was the reason for his anger. Seeing Zhao Hai leave, Han Burlai immediately moved. He followed Zhao Hai. As soon as Zhao Hai returned to the ignored valley, Han Burlai caught up with him. When Zhao Hai saw Han Burlai, he immediately met him as he smiled and said, "Brother Han, why did you come here? Is the darkness hall so idle?" Han Burlai looked at Zhao Hai and saw that he wasn't sad at all. He couldn't help but stare as he asked, "Little Hai, why didn't you show your full strength? Is it because of Zhang Feng?" Zhao Hai was aware that Han Burlai knew that he was strong. Now that he heard Han Burlai, he smiled and said, "It's fine. This matter has nothing to do with Zhang Feng. As you know, I was a battle slave and my status is still quite low in the great world of cultivation. Moreover, I still don't know much about the realm. If I enter the inner sect this early, it wouldn't be good for me. I plan to stay here for 2 years to understand the intricacies of the realm." Hearing Zhao Hai, Han Burlai found that it was reasonable. He nodded and said, "So it's this. Your plan is also good, but you must be careful. Now that you offended Zhang Feng and also Yi Tancheng, your days wouldn't be great." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "I'll be careful. And you need to be careful too. Back when I offended Zhang Feng, he sent me to this place. He might not pay attention to a small guy like me, but Yi Tancheng will. The last time you came, someone followed us. Later on, they asked around for my information. It seems like he wouldn't just let me off. Maybe he will come for you too." Han Burlai smiled faintly and said, "You're worried about me? Did you forget who I am?" People from the Darkness Hall couldn't be touched that easily. "There's no need to worry, right? Let's have a drink." Zhao Hai laughed as he proceeded to drink with Han Burlai. As Zhao Hai drank with Han Burlai, Zhang Feng began receiving information about Han Burlai's current identity. Seeing the information, Zhang Feng's expression changed. Zhang Feng might not have thought of anything if any other cultivator got in touch with Zhao Hai. Although Zhao Hai was under Zhang Feng's umbrella, This doesn't mean that Zhao Hai can't have friends, that would be impossible. If he restricted Zhao Hai too much, Zhao Hai might feel suffocated and run away. Then Zhang Feng would lose more than he would gain. But Zhang Feng was very concerned about Han Builai. This was because both Zhang Hao and the spies haven't found any useful information about him. After checking up on Han Builai, the only thing they got was that he was named Ban Li, an outer disciple, and a body cultivator. But if they look deeper, they would find out that the identity was Face. At the same time, they couldn't find anything about Han Builai's real identity. This was what worried Zhang Feng the most. Having a mysterious person around Zhao Hai, Zhang Feng was naturally nervous. He doesn't know why Han Builai approached Zhao Hai. As Zhang Feng was preparing to deal with Han Builai suddenly went to Zhao Hai. This caused Zhang Feng to be restless. Zhang Feng took out a jade sword message and then sent it out. It must be said that Zhang Feng was very serious this time. The people he sent the message to was the Han clan of the Darkness Hall. The Han clan had close ties to the gang leaders, and this time was no exception. And because of his relationship with the gang leader, Zhang Feng was aware of the Han clan. So when he thought of dealing with Han Builai, he immediately thought of the Han clan. Chapter 1675, Preparing the Gift. Han Ren looked at the jade sword message and frowned. He didn't expect Zhang Feng to take action against Han Builai. He couldn't help but be surprised. Han Ren was a division manager of the Darkness Hall. His other identity was Han Builai's uncle. He was the person who talked to Han Builai when he returned to the Darkness Hall. When Han Builai asked him to investigate Zhao Hai last time, Han Ren didn't find out that Zhao Hai had gone under Zhang Feng's umbrella. He really thought that Zhao Hai offended Zhang Feng, so he was sent to the Ignored Valley. For the people in the Black Tiger Gang, being sent to the Ignored Valley meant that they were exiled. Han Ren knew a lot about Zhao Hai's actions in the lower realms, but he was unaware of Zhao Hai's ability to recycle waste materials. This was because Zhao Hai usually recycled materials in the 100 Treasures realm, not in the 10,000 realm battlefield. Even if Zhao Hai used his ability in the battlefield, it was impossible for the Sky Tower to know everything in the battlefield. And since Han Ren was aware of Zhao Hai's background, he didn't even think that Zhao Hai would be willing to stay in the Ignored Valley. In Han Ren's investigation, he found out that Zhao Hai was ambitious. He wasn't the type of person who would accept becoming ordinary in the great world of cultivation after his valued status in the 100 Treasures realm. In Han Ren's mind, Zhao Hai wouldn't have stayed in the Ignored Valley if he hadn't offended Zhang Feng. After all, the valley was the nightmare of all cultivators. The Ignored Valley was called the nightmare of cultivators not just because nobody went there all year round. After all, cultivators close up on their own for long periods of time. Most cultivators were loners and didn't have any friends. It is also not because there are no training materials in the valley. Although they were exiled to the valley, the watchmen would also be given resources not any less than other outer disciples. The Ignored Valley was called the nightmare of cultivators because it was a place that trampled on a cultivator's dignity. An outer disciple in charge of taking out trash was a full loss of face, and face was the one thing that cultivators cared too much about. Because of this, it would be strange for Zhao Hai to get along with Zhang Feng given how he was treated. So Han Ren didn't think that Zhao Hai would become one of Zhang Feng's men. But after seeing how Zhang Feng wanted to deal with Ban Li, Han Ren couldn't sit still. Naturally he knew that Ban Li was one of Han Builai's identities. He also knew that Han Builai used Ban Li's identity to get in contact with Zhao Hai 2 times. Han Ren just couldn't understand why Zhang Feng wanted Ban Li to be dealt with. Just because Ban Li was in contact with Zhao Hai? This doesn't seem to be the case. After many years of collecting information, Han Ren was able to develop a certain sense of smell. This matter was definitely far from simple. Han Ren felt that he would need to chat with Zhang Feng. Han Ren has a certain understanding of Zhang Feng. The two met each other through the gang leader, Zhang Feng's martial uncle. It could be said that the two were the gang leader's left and right-hand men. Therefore, the relationship between the two was good. The reason why Zhang Feng could hold on against the top 10 core disciples was due to the Han clan's help. Han Ren thought that if he declined Zhang Feng, then Zhang Feng would look for other people to help him. This would cause trouble, so Han Ren immediately set off to meet Zhang Feng. Not long after Zhang Feng sent his jade sword message, the transmission formation lit up. Seeing the person on the formation, Zhang Feng couldn't help but stare. He knew who this person was. Naturally, it was impossible for Han Ren to look for Zhang Feng using his real face. So when he went to Zhang Feng, he used his other identity. Therefore, Zhang Feng recognized Han Ren right away. Zhang Feng couldn't understand why Han Ren came over. Didn't he just ask to help with Zhao Hai's matter? Why did he come? Although Zhang Feng didn't understand what was going on, he immediately welcomed Han Ren over. They were currently the only people around since the battle slaves were busy cultivating. Because of this, nobody noticed Han Ren's arrival. The two immediately went to Zhang Feng's office. After the two had sat down, Zhang Feng looked at Han Ren and said, "Brother Ren, why did you come?" Zhang Feng held great respect towards Han Ren. This wasn't only because of Han Ren's background in the Han family, but it was also because of Han Ren's care of Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng understood that the Han clan had already regarded him as the successor to the gang leader and were willing to train him. Naturally, Zhang Feng was deeply grateful for this. Han Ren didn't hesitate and immediately got straight to the point. "Little Feng, I came because of the letter you sent." "What's going on? Why would you care about who Zhao Hai comes in contact with?" Hearing Han Ren, Zhang Feng's heart couldn't help but jump. He looked at Han Ren and said, "Brother Ren, you're saying that we can't touch Ban Li?" Han Ren looked at Zhang Feng and said, "Let's leave that aside for now. Let's talk about Zhao Hai first. What's going on with him? Why are you worried about his matters?" Zhang Feng smiled bitterly and said, "Brother Ren, it's not that I'm worried, but Zhao Hai is really important to me. I've already taken him under my wing and I don't want other people to know about him. Let me be honest to you. Zhao Hai has a unique ability to recycle and restore waste materials. He can use waste materials and transform them into useful pills and artifacts. So what place is more suited to him than the Ignored Valley? As long as Zhao Hai is there, we can attract more and more people to our side. I don't know who this Ban Li is, but I can't help but be suspicious when he approaches Zhao Hai." Han Ren's eyes shone as he replied, "So this is the case. No wonder you're anxious. Then let me be honest to you as well. There's no need to worry about Ban Li. He's our clan's little third child." When he heard this, Zhang Feng couldn't help but stare. Then his eyes lit up as he asked, "Third child? You mean Thousand Faces Han Bulai?" Thousand Faces was Han Bulai's nickname, but this nickname was only known among a very small circle of people. People outside don't know about this. Han Ren nodded. "Right. That kid met Zhao Hai accidentally and they hit it off. I didn't expect Zhao Hai to be under your protection. If this is the case, then there's no need to worry about it. I will handle this matter." Zhang Feng smiled bitterly and said, "This is quite a mess. I actually asked you to deal with Han Bulai. What a joke." "Alright, let's have Han Bulai interact with Little Hai more." Han Ren laughed. "I don't blame you. It's a good idea to check people's backgrounds. After all, Ban Li has no status in the Black Tiger gang." "Alright, now that things are clear, I'll take my leave." Then he turned around and left. Zhang Feng initially wanted to lead Han Ren out, but Han Ren waved his hand and told him to not bother. Looking at Han Ren's back, Zhang Feng couldn't help but smile bitterly. He didn't expect Ban Li to be Han Bulai. Fortunately, he asked Han Ren first, otherwise, his relationship with the Han clan would be damaged and his losses would be huge. Zhao Hai and Han Bulai were unaware of this. The two continued to drink as they chatted. After drinking a couple bottles, Han Bulai left. Once Han Bulai was gone, Zhao Hai prepared his gift. He told Zhang Hao that he would give Zhang Feng a gift. This gift was none other than a large artifact. Zhang Feng has been going against the top 10 core disciples. However, the top 10 core disciples have their own Black Tiger ships. These were powerful large artifacts. Meanwhile, Zhang Feng has no large artifact on his own to show his status. This wasn't proper. Therefore, Zhao Hai prepared to give Zhang Feng a large artifact to call his own. Naturally, Zhao Hai would not give something like the Black Tiger ship. After all, The Black Tiger ship was one of the secrets of the sect. It involved countless hours of hard work. Even if Zhao Hai tried to make it, he wouldn't have enough materials to use, so he can only make another large artifact. Zhao Hai wanted to give Zhang Feng a large artifact like the giant spirit treasure ship. The giant spirit treasure ship was beautiful. Moreover, it wasn't weak in combat. As long as Zhao Hai used good materials, he could make one that wouldn't pale in comparison to the large artifacts in the great world of cultivation. It would be suitable for Zhang Feng to use. However, Zhao Hai wasn't planning to install a yin-yang lightning pond on Zhang Feng's large artifact. The yin-yang lightning pond was Zhao Hai's secret and couldn't be shared outside. He didn't even think about putting cannons on the ship. This was because ordinary cannons were useless for people like Zhang Feng. It was also useless against people in the great world of cultivation. Although a lot of things couldn't be installed, formations could be included. Ordinary chi gathering formations could also be installed. This way, the formation can absorb the energy of the surroundings to power the ship. Naturally, during battle, spirit stones would be needed to add additional power. But Zhao Hai believes that Zhang Feng wasn't someone who lacked spirit stones. As for the internal design of the ship, Zhao Hai wanted to do it well. He would use spatial techniques to make the inside bigger. Moreover, it would not be like the Black Tiger ship where the space inside would be reduced. Even if the ship was large or small, the inside space would stay the same. Naturally, this large artifact couldn't compare to the Hell King's ship, but it would still be very good. Zhao Hai doesn't want the large artifact he made to be shoddy work. Zhao Hai hasn't seen the Black Tiger ship in battle, but he could see from its shape and movement that it would definitely be good in battle. Not only does it have the advantages of an artifact, it also has the mobility of a puppet. Zhao Hai knew some puppet techniques, but he didn't delve deep into it. Now, it seems like he needs to study it for himself. Naturally, Zhao Hai's puppet techniques were those from the 10,000 realm battlefield. His methods would definitely be inferior to the great world of cultivation. However, for setting his foundations, these techniques were already good. Later on, Zhao Hai can study the great world of cultivation's puppet techniques. He believed that he would be able to refine a Black Tiger ship sooner or later.